What? Sorry?
Why wouldn't
The
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller,
expectation?
but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Okay.
Well, you say
Okay,
you
fair
should
point.
these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes. Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah. So I have a question. I have a question because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand. Rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
Could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
Yes, yes, that's
ceiling
the
actually
point, my
curved?
friend. My friend, the statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just
So
jump to the
you s-
assumption that if I can't see something or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved Earth?
but don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't like.
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis, yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you
I don't
a
understand. I'm
visual
not
here that
smart.
Yeah, visual
yeah,
aid.
let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say have you ever been to a hotel?
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level? And does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward? Or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long.
Uh,
I mean, that's what you
to be able to see it. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
yes, because
Have you ever been in a hallway where
work.
you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be the hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, that's the hallway's like, from. So if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship, that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about that.
Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6-foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But a
Right.
ship.
So if you then remove the hallway,
Mhm.
does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
Why not?
the ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember
I
what
don't
I
know
just
if you
said.
get what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at
Isn't a ship
3
bigger?
miles, I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. Not 3, 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it.
I
So
wouldn't be
what
able
you
to
would
see that.
what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces. You know what I mean? Like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right. That part's
Because
going to disappear
obviously,
first.
obviously, the whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the
think,
hallway.
think about this. Think
Stop
about this.
there
The
for a second.
ground.
Hold on. Stop there. Stop there real quick. Because he's saying something that most clippers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if so every part, so right, so every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit, like I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just?
I know this is a recording,
So
but
Say it.
anybody out
think
there
of it this
listening,
way.
this is exactly what it feels
Had
like
a
when
smaller
you
ship,
come to
like a
reality,
dinghy,
the
just a little
term
boat
that
Mhm.
what
that
reality
was
is,
tied to the
how
side
reality
of
works.
that ship
Time to wake
as
up,
it goes
people.
away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship. and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye,
Mhm.
it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put
Mhm.
that into the math of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay. So this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Sorry, so it's 333 meters, right?
Mhm.
How big is the boat?
About
How
half a
tall
meter,
is the
one and
boat?
a half feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many? Sorry about this.
Just doing the math off the
Sorry
top
about
of
this.
my head, no portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right?
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry,
No.
0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. Right, so
So
then
do
that
you
would
know what
be
do you know what the alleged
inches per
drop
mile.
over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah,
that would be
so-
at the surface.
So
would
then it
be-
would be like 1.6.
1.6 what inches? Would
Yeah,
be
probably,
the
yeah.
alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mhm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad
Yeah,
you said
there's
that.
no reason.
Right. So
There's
then
no
what
reason.
must be the reason? Okay. So it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that also about vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness sake. Okay. It's not because of geometry. It's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry. It's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm not sorry, it's really late here.
Now,
I'm
I
sorry,
want you to
say-
realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, right, yeah, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right?
Okay.
And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit? Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
Heard of it.
Yep, it's
Yeah,
known
I've
as the Rayleigh
definitely heard of it
criterion.
before, but like,
So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore, there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value.
isn't
So
that
you imagine,
resolution?
yeah, 1 pixel value, meaning one element, right? One element of the total picture that you're seeing.
Mm. But
So in that area,
everything have different
in that
resolution.
angular area,
Sorry.
no. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right?
Mhm.
If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It
Yep.
would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right? And these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as one color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So for example, let's say that you're standing over water and then you have a brick, but it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue rather than water, make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor, and you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
That makes sense.
let's just say, for example, that you call your friend. You say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore. So you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay. And he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend who brings over a truck full of red bricks. And he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks one. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks two. The purple intensifies. He stacks three. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks four. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, you know. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. All right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens. And that's what creates the effective perspective. Is that you see an
Imagine
angle.
like a mirror. Oh, this is right.
What's
I'm
that?
imagining like a mirror, right? Okay. And this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right? So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Hello, everybody. Man, that last portion was like nauseating. It was 100% true. But that you could just tell that guy could not understand. Like, oh my gosh, you put a mirror in front of you and then you walk away from that mirror. What happens to you in the mirror? Right, you shrink in size. But you can't say that because the idea that the further you get away from something that it shrinks, man, that defies the globe. That's just, come on, people. Come on. Is it really that important to hang on to the globe? Man. Let's see. We got AI here. Adam's here. Crypto's here. FE Batman always listening. Kim, she's here. Little G's here. I've seen you a few times. Miguel Sousa, he's here. Don't hear him very often, but every once in a while he chimes in. P-Mac, he's always ready to talk, dude. Like, he's literally like Hulk Hogan, dude, dropping that leg drop right across your throat. Savage Bread and Circus. I think I've seen you before, but I don't know anything about you. You got VC verified, so that's good. And then Scythe Slays. I know you're VC verified. I haven't heard you yet, but welcome. Wave Mixer. I know you've been listening a lot. You probably got a mic, but you probably listen on YouTube more than you listen to it in the actual chat. You're deafened right now, but I'm glad to see you speak up and that you appreciate the conversation. So thank you for listening and being in here. Wilby, man, I don't know who Wilby is. You got penguins, dude. Like, come on, dude. What's up, Ethergrass? Cut off at the knees. All right. I guess I'll be in here by myself, chit-chatting for a little bit. I gotta go do some shopping here in a little bit, get some things done. But it's good to see everybody here. You got Texas Bear. What's up, Texas Bear? Oh, you know
Hey
what?
there.
I have seen you. Hey, how you doing? I have seen you, Savage Bread. You told us the story behind that picture that you have in your profile. So I do remember you. Hey, Texas Bear, how you doing?
Oh, I'm good. Just trying to be more active here.
I mean, you can come and go as you want to and everything like that, but I can tell you right now, the more active you are here, the better your conversation is going to be out in the real world, because like people that come in here think they have what it takes to debunk the earth. People I've learned out in the real world, they know that they don't know enough about what the globe says and everything like that. And so sometimes they're a little easier to talk to. Sometimes they're not. But a lot of times I've found that, like, you know, it's easier to have the conversation face to face than over, you know, Discord or over a microphone, because when you don't have that person in front of you, they can't hide their doubt and their misunderstanding. But when you have a microphone, obviously there's, like, you know, the illusion, the veil in front of you. It's easier to hide. So don't give up,
Yeah.
dude.
The keyboard warrior does not like face-to-face chats. They would rather just walk away from that.
Oh man. Like, out in the real world, one of my favorite things to do when I'm like flat smacking somebody, and it'll just be real quick and nonchalant, you know, like just casual conversation. And they're looking at me like, oh my gosh, this is a flat earther. And I'm like, well, I'm not saying necessarily that I'm a flat earther. It's just that the globe has a certain amount of miles all the way around, right? And if it's not curving at that rate, what's it doing? If the earth isn't curving, what's the earth doing? And they say, well, the earth is flat. Exactly. One of my favorite things to catch people on. Like, it helps to say it out loud yourself. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, for sure. I agree.
Yeah. If you catch people chit chatting or whatever, and you say, well, you're a flat earther, well, let me ask you a question. If the earth is not curving, what is the earth doing? And then they say, well, then the earth would be flat. And I'm like, exactly. So if you can't find any curvature, what is there left to believe? And then they just kind of look at you weird and everything like that. I'm like, well, like you can see long distance observations, and that right there tells me that some curvature is lacking. They told us it was a certain size, and it's not that size.
Yeah, that's what I do. I just I do the unthinkable, and I actually poke holes in the heliocentric plane, and people look at me like I am crazy. Like, you can't do that. How dare you?
Yeah. Yeah, no, don't ever make a claim for flat Earth. Just destroy the heliocentric plane. That's the whole point. Like we were told it was a certain size, and it's not.
Yeah.
Anyway, happy Sunday, everybody out there. Hope everybody's having a good Sunday. It's cloudy everywhere in the United States, is what it looks like generally. I don't know. I'm here in Texas, but Louisville is cloudy and stormy. I got a kid out there, so I know the weather. New Mexico is cloudy and stormy. So it's got cloudy and stormy everywhere in the Midwest.
Yeah, another Texas flat earther. That's awesome.
Where are you at in Texas?
I'm in the Dallas area.
Me too, dude.
Nice. Yeah, we need to have a Texas meetup. Those Californians are meeting up. We need a Texas meetup.
Yeah.
I need an Alabama meetup.
Girl, I might go there just to meet you and your husband and shake his hand, saying, "You need to pay attention to what she's saying."
Appreciate that, Gizbo.
I mean, what else does she have to do? Does she have to sing it to you?
Right?
If I didn't know any better, I would honestly say, knowing what I know about you to this point, I wouldn't be surprised if you've already started trying to write a Flat Earth song. Have you tried writing a Flat Earth song yet?
I've been trying to, yeah.
I knew it. I know you've been taking notes too. You've probably been chicken scratching every once in a while when you have a little free time.
I'm constantly having to chase this child around.
Yeah, but he's so cute.
He's a turd is what he is, just like his dad.
He's a boy. Let him be a boy.
So cute.
Whoever that was, you're cutting in and out. Anyway. So yeah. I got a new earpiece today, so I'm trying it out. I want to see hopefully it'll work a little bit better. But yeah, I just wanted to open up the floor a little bit. If anybody wants to talk, I know Kim, you're busy. Don't worry, girl. I know you. This is a fun place for you, and I know you have lots to say. Same for you, Eat the Grass. I know you have lots to say. You're probably busy though with work and everything like that.
Does this mic work?
Oh no! Dude.
What's up, Creepy Bear?
Creepy Bear.
What's up, y'all?
What's up, buddy?
You give me a chance to press that button, I'm pressing it.
Oh,
I
dude,
love that
dude, that is one of the best clips ever. Ever.
Good. I just love how it applies to the live stream too. They're like, does this mic work?
Yeah.
Anyway, what's up, Gizzy? You hosting the show for now?
I just thought I would open up the floor a little bit. I mean, the clip that was being played was awesome, but as you could see, the conversation started to fizzle out a little bit, and I was waiting for an opening. I knew that person wasn't going to grasp the concept of how vision worked, and I just wanted to wrap up the thought and then, open the floor and have a conversation.
Yeah.
And I was just going to keep talking until somebody else came in and started talking, and then we could have conversation, dialogue, polylog, whatever you want to call it.
Well, should I fire up Gizmo's Garage or
I wouldn't say Gizmo's Garage. Maybe I'll come up with a name. Give me some time, but I mean, you can label it for Gizmo's Garage for now. But
nah, see, I gave Gemsy. I said Gemsy's Garage. So we can come up.
There you go.
We can come up with something.
I'll come up with something else. But yeah, no, it's I recently found out that Speculation Sundays turned into an all-day event, and that's pretty exciting. I hope that it turns into one of those things where it shows up in the announcement, "Welcome to Speculation Sunday."
Yeah, I created.
I don't know how we're. Go ahead.
No worries. Oh, someone. I created an event for it. Is it? I guess I'll have to make it again. Someone deleted my event.
But I mean, like, you probably have to start it like in New Zealand or Australian time. Somebody would have to do something like that, or not necessarily have to do it, but as time moves forward across the regions, I know we got SD. He's out in Nepal, so like as you're swinging across the world on time zones, that midnight comes pretty fast for everybody. And I like Speculation Sunday. Like I was telling people earlier, it instead of immediately having an argumentative stance against what other people are saying, instead of saying, "No, that's not true," or "You can't prove that," say, "Well, what do you mean?" Like, let's expand the conversation a little bit and try to show some what's the word I'm thinking of? Understanding, just some people understanding. That way we can kind of, see other people's points of view and not be so standoffish.
So I'm just creating this speculation event real quick. I don't know who keeps deleting this shit, because I'm making these events. Somebody keep deleting them, but
it's one of y'all. I don't have access.
You caught me.
Let me know. Just let me know when you want to fire it up, and we can start it. I'll set it for random time.
Oh, it has a timer on it?
We also have a meeting today as well, folks. The ranked members, I think we'll be having a meeting at T-minus 2.5 hours. 5 o'clock Eastern.
Okay, so 4 o'clock my time.
By ranked, what do you mean?
If you're a silver or gold plus, get your butt in the meeting.
Oh, that's me. Okay, I gotcha.
Bring some, like, I would say what I'm going to do is try to like take some notes of things that I've noticed or some ideas. And like bring a notepad, we'll try to put our heads together, make this place a little bit better.
Yeah, my son will be trying to draw on the paper the whole time. It'll be great.
Hey, maybe we'll have some good ideas.
No.
Did you see? Oh my goodness! Did you see I made a joke because he was writing on his little whiteboard and he was doing a bunch of numbers and a plus sign. I was like, I think my son just mastered mathematics, and I sent it on there. And I don't remember who. I think it was Levelist, but he. I'll show it to you. Let me just show it to you. But he zeroed in on one part of it and said, "It's ancient occult."
It wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
Are you in the shower?
Wasn't me.
What's a good caption for Speculation Sunday? I had a good one yesterday, but I think it's something new.
A good caption or picture.
There it is.
We look for
Speculation, examination.
Ooh, that's good. I was gonna say, put on your spectacles and come speculate. Specks of speculation with your spectacles, but actually, like,
or open your eyes and open your ears.
Like that. What'd you say, Brandon? One more time.
Realize.
Exciting. This is I used to dread the world. Oh, everybody's like, oh, life is so exciting and so wonderful. And I just felt like I was missing so much. And then ever since I discovered that the globe is a lie, like the world really is an amazing place. Like I have a newfound, I'm more positive about where I live. I enjoy it very much.
Things are looking up 'cause the water in my cup is level. All water is level.
I love it.
All right.
Got it.
You could then go, Kim. The globe is a lie. The globe is a lie, and we know this is true because of the devil.
Oh snap! Sorry, I'm like I having to mute so much because my son is like making crazy noises and coming up and running up to me and stuff. I'm trying to get him to go out, even though it's raining. We've got some awning over here. He's gonna ride his little scooter.
See, Andy's here. Hello, good friend. Oh, he left. It's like
He just popped his head in because I went through the list of people. And he wasn't on the list. And Brandon popped in too after I shouted out to everybody.
These guys are all crying about their injuries. They've been whining about how hard this is, and then they quit. It makes me sick.
Which season was that?
I don't even know. I went and got a whole like bunch of clips that I thought were funny, relevant.
I feel like that was like one of the earlier ones.
Mm-hmm.
Like right around the Josh Koscheck era when he was coming in, because there was a lot of complaining about like different things inside the house, and it wasn't until Antonio Nogueira came in the house and they were playing little crap games on each other and they were waking each other up. And Antonio was like, "Dude, you can do whatever you want during the daytime when everybody's awake, but don't mess with someone's sleep." And then I know that changed the house for a while. People were a lot more respectful on that kind of a rule and everything. I feel like Dana White's probably said that at least like 7 or 8 times. And then they quit.
Savage.
Speaking of Speculation Sunday, like you remember how in the news like a few weeks ago, how long ago, at least more than 3 weeks, Dana White was caught slapping his wife.
Yeah.
Isn't that ironic that like he was also promoting his slap fighting
Yes.
new
See,
thing too?
Gizbo, you're on to something.
Like, like I'm like, well, now you can't go through with the slap fighting thing. That's gonna dive bomb because
Wait, Gizbo, I
you
have a
can't slap
different
your
opinion.
wife.
I have a different opinion. Well, just a conspiracy theory, so to speak. What if that was for promotion?
That's what I was. And then I was like, well, it has to go through. That's exactly what it has to be. It has to go through.
Yeah, it's just the timing is too perfect, right?
Right. I mean, you mean to tell me that was the first time you ever thought about slapping his wife? That's that you should slap your wife.
Yeah, she shouldn't slap you either, but I agree.
Right. That was kind of the big thing. She slapped him like 3 times before he like spanked her. I wouldn't even call it a slap. It was more like a spanking.
That's funny.
The way his hand came across is like how I probably would have spanked my 8-year-old daughter on the butt. I'm checking that. What else is going on?
Sorry, I'm just typing in the chat. There's a guy in the debate text stuck on the idea between like angle and observer height, but Indio's in there. So
yeah, like so Indio is like a Jedi with like angle height and vision, and like, but here's the thing with Indio: if you don't understand it from Indio, you're never gonna get it.
I watched Indio's short video, or like that little short on here where he was eviscerating, in quotations, just not Professor Dave, and how he had gotten his math wrong in his debate with Flat Earth Dave. I know that was a while back.
I'm not even going to call him Professor Dave anymore. I just call him Dave Farina because, like, to call him a professor and mocking professors. Sorry. So I'm trying out these new earbuds. They're called One More. Anybody's interested in trying them? They're a little bit smaller in the ear, so they're a little more hidden.
Ooh, I think I just came up with a name idea. This needs to be workshopped a little bit, but I got something. Something like Disinfo with Gizbo, something like that. That would be kind of funny. Misinfo with, I don't know, something like that. But no, that needs to be worked on for sure. I'll think
I
of something.
mean, I like it.
No, see that like I just like the catchy, creative. Like I had Helio Hour, you know,
Yeah.
In the Vault with Deuce Vault. What did we do? We did Gemsy's Garage, we did Creation Bear's Den. You know, I'm a big theme guy, so.
Yeah.
What does Gizmo stand for anyway? What is that? What's
So Gizmo is a combination of Gizmo and Rambo. If you've ever seen Gremlins 2.
No.
In Gremlins 2, like Gizmo is a gremlin, right? He's a mogwai. And you're not supposed to feed him after midnight. You're not supposed to get him wet. And unfortunately, I do both. But what happens is you get them wet and they turn into these gremlins. What is it? No, you get them wet and they multiply, and then you feed them after midnight and they turn into gremlins. They grow. And in Gremlins 2, like the gremlins had taken over everything. Well, Gizmo decided that he wasn't going to be afraid anymore. And he puts on a red bandana like Rambo, like literally, like does the whole scene from behind, you know, where he pulls his little bandana tight. And then he's got a little bow and arrow made out of paperclip, rubber band, and a pencil. And he has it set on fire and he shoots it and at the gremlins and they all explode like on Rambo. So, like, he's a little badass.
Nice. Cool. Yeah. I'm always interested in people's like backstories on their names and stuff, so that's cool. First time I've heard that from you.
But that was my that was like my second name I created when I was, because my first name was Sheepdog Father. And I thought about going back to that, but then everybody here knows me as Gizmo. So, but Sheepdog Father was what I had on all my other social medias. I was like this person called Sheepdog Anon for a while, and then I had an incident where I needed to raise money to try to get custody of my kid. And long story short, I had to dox myself in order to raise money and share my story. And so I'm no longer anonymous. And so I became Sheepdog Father. And that was the name I ran for like 2.5, 3 years. I still use it on social media.
Nice.
But Gizmo I use here. Just because. That, and it gives other people like Lou a reason to make fun of me so I can be one of y'all. Because he likes to call
Gizmo or something?
He likes to call me Jizbo.
Gizmo.
You could call, hey, what about this? Gizmo's Rampage.
Gizmo's Rampage. I'm all for it. Start it up.
And it is a rampage, man. I'll be the first one to tell you, like, if you come in here, like, if it's, I'm not gonna debate you. We're gonna talk about facts. That's it. You can speculate, but we're gonna talk about facts. So, what's new in the world today? I guess I could go through my news stories and see what's on in the news.
You said you checked in that Delta yesterday. Do you want to talk about that a little bit? I saw you all up there. I meant to join, but I think I was busy, like down here or whatever. But I'm curious to hear a little bit more about that, and I can tell you about some of the other ones that I checked in before them.
Right. So this person was using the screen name at Delta, and their avatar was the Google logo, Google, typical Google logo. And open the mic up, and I'm talking, and they're already trying to steamroll the conversation, but you could tell in their voice, like their voice hadn't even cracked yet. And so with that, you kind of go into the conversation, like, how old are you? You know, like, just be honest. Like, if you're 15, you're 15. I'm okay with you being 15. We're okay with you being 15. Don't tell me you're 18. I know you're not 18. Don't tell me you're 21. I know you're not 21. And definitely don't have your friend jump in like this and say, well, I'm his father and I say he's 18, like that. I mean, come on, dude. I know there's 3 kids sitting around a computer, you know,
I
wanting
know,
to
right? Who sits on the
have
computer
fun.
with their dad next to them? Stop it.
Especially at 18. Like, at 18, like, you're probably the most dissociated from your family that you'll ever be.
Hey guys, I'm just here with my dad. Like,
Well, there was 3 of them there. There was 3 different voices, so that even made things worse, right? And so I'm talking to him, and he's kind of spiraling from the beginning. The guy that initially started the conversation. We didn't go into names because, you know, obviously I'm going to respect your privacy and everything like that. But the second voice didn't really have much of a conversation to have. The third voice had a lot of questions, but like, I was like, well, why are you here? Well, I want to have an intellectual conversation. Well, what do you mean an intellectual conversation? Like, what kind of conversation do you want to have? Because, like, obviously, like, we need to get to the root. You need to say it out loud why you are here. You're here because you believe the earth is flat, or you're here because you believe the earth is a globe, and you stumble across Flat Earth Discord 24/7. I need to hear this from you out loud, so that way we can have a mutual agreement about what the conversation is going to be about. I'm not going to say, oh, well, we're going to have an intellectual conversation, and then you steamroll the conversation into a bunch of conspiracy theories, like about lizard people and Princess Diana still being alive and blah, 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 blah. I don't want to hear any of that. I want you to talk about what we're going to talk about. If you want to have an intellectual conversation about other conspiracy theories, like JFK is still alive, JFK Jr. is still alive, Elvis is still alive, everybody's still alive, this is not the server for you. I hate to say it. So, you know, they're asking questions, and I'm answering them, but they still, the entire time, they never said why they were here. And, but I just answered the questions. I kept them up there just to see if they were going to spiral. And the third voice, he seemed like he was interested in learning what we had to say, but you could tell it went against what he was taught in school. So
it's curious to see like how they influence each other, right? The 2 are like,
right.
You can already imagine how the first 2 were, like Trolley and whatever. We've all been that kid in school, just a little bit of a rebel. But that one person, it's curious to see how that one person might start to affect the others, or how the 2 will affect the genuine person.
Right.
We see this all the time. Like, groups of 5, 10 will come in, but like 1 or 2 will stick around and have the actual sincerity to ask questions and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But the influence on each other, it's like, does that genuine person influence the trolls, or do the trolls influence the genuine person? I'm sure it's a little bit of both.
Right. It does. And the trolley person, I remember a lot of the people that I hung around with in school and like the personalities that they were. Like, I don't necessarily remember the people, but I remember the personalities. I remember how things kind of flowed in school. And if you were the odd person out of the group, you either tried really, really hard to fit in, or eventually you stopped being friends with those people. And I mean, you know, that's just how we are. We learn about each other, and we either stick around and spiral, or we move on to bigger and better things for ourselves. And I feel like that third person guy, like, he didn't get it now. He's probably not going to get it in the next couple of years. But at some point in his life, he's going to come across these conversations again. And like, when I teach my daughter things, she's 9, or she'll be 9. And I know she doesn't understand what I'm saying, But when she's 13 or 14, she's going to hear it again. Like, I'm going to be repeating this over and over again. And it's going to make sense when she understands what the words mean. So that's why I feel with these people is like, you may not understand what I'm saying right now, but I know it's sticking if you're trying to listen, if you're trying to comprehend what we're trying to get across to you. And we're not trying to convince you of anything. All we're doing is speaking on reality. That's the most important thing you have to understand. We're not talking about fairy tales in a book. We're talking about going outside and seeing objective reality. And sometimes that like opens up people's eyes. Like, I don't understand what you're saying, but it makes sense. So that's the person we're trying to reach out to and have that conversation with. We'll argue with you anti-flat earthers all day long for the sake of other people listening, because anti-flat earthers are the most nonsensical people there are. What do you say, CB?
Yeah, the anti-flat earthers are just basically sparring partners at this point.
Pretty much.
Yeah, it's about all they're good for. Training. It's like when you go to the gym, you need some heavy shit to pick up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've gotten really good at sparring with old Matthew, although not that it's hard, because really it just has to believe.
He's a nice guy. That's why it's not that hard.
He's a sparring partner, I guess.
Oh, for sure.
For anybody new that comes in here, I've gotten to the point where I don't want to anymore. It's kind of just sad.
Yeah, it's really curious. Like, which thread do you start to pull on? You get someone new in here, you're like, where do I begin? How do I want to unravel this?
Yeah. Well, the most important thing is to like when they're looking at, you show them a sweater and you're like, here, tug on the string. And they're like, well, what about these pants over here on the wall? And I'm like, no, the sweater. pull on the sweater.
Yeah.
Well, I see this jacket over here too. What about this jacket? No, sweater. Pull on the sweater. See that string? That string that says 39.59 on there? Pull on that. Well, what do you mean?
Yeah, I know, right? It's like dealing with these Globers, sometimes like dealing with children, but honestly, that's probably a bad rap to children. I'm sure some kids are more well-behaved.
Well, you don't have kids, do you, CD?
What'd you say?
You don't have children, do you?
No.
You sound like you're a lot more free thinking and having more free time than most people do that have kids. But so the thing with kids are impressionable, right? Like Globers are not impressionable. At least not people that it's harder to make an impression on them. You got to press harder. It's like with kids, you get like Play-Doh, right? And you can push a stamp down on it, and it's real easy to impression that stamp on there. And then with like adults, you get like a 25-year-old adult who's been a Glober their entire life, and they believe everything they were ever told. It's like trying to press onto a coin. Like,
well, CB, you're like 24, right?
28. Yep.
You're a youngin'.
I probably sound 24. Like, people always guess. People think I look 4 years younger. Every time people guess my age, it's always about 4 years younger. So
you sound older. Like your voice sounds young, but your maturity level, you sound like you could be easily in your like early 30s, like 30, 31, 32.
That's a nice compliment. Yeah, it's really hard to pick up on people's like age just on their voice. I always thought India was like super young because he had a lot of spunk in his voice, you know. But he's in his 50s.
I was gonna say he sounds like he's late 40s, just because he's like, you know, like you little retard.
I sound like an old lady, according to that Siri girl.
No. But
I don't care. She called me she called me an old B word and to go die, but she apologized and I accepted her apology.
Yeah, so like Gizbo, just before that Delta person, there was like maybe a line of 3 before Delta, and then the night before there was like 3 more. It was weird. They all had like a really similar script. Hey, I'm new. I'm getting into flat Earth. I think I'm a flat earther. My uncle's a flat earther. My grandma's a flat earther. They told me. My friends told me it was flat. They said it was a disc. Blah blah blah. So they all had the exact same script, and they all like kind of came in with a wig on, and it fell off on their own.
No, this one was a little different. This one, like I said, none of them ever said they came in here to learn about flat Earth.
Yeah.
They just said they came in here for intellectual conversation. And none of them said that their parent or their family member was a flat earther or anything like that. They were just like, they were adamant about, we just really want to have an intellectual conversation. I've been listening to you guys. You guys seem really smart and want to have an intellectual conversation. Well, what does that entail? Like, what kind of intellectual conversation are you talking about? Because anybody who talks about anything that they are in knowledge of and are aware of and show wisdom in is going to have an intellectual conversation about that topic. It's just a matter of which topic are we talking about. And so it never really got around that. And then they try to like bring into an example. So you think that we're on a spinning disk, third rock from the sun? And I'm like, so this is what you think, right? Like that's what that was what the first person said. And we went down this whole rabbit hole. He's like, well, isn't this Flat Earth Society? No, this is not Flat Earth Society. Well, it says Flat Earth Discord. It's not Flat Earth Society. Flat Earth Society. And I went through an argument with that person for about 5 minutes, and then that third person got on. The second person was just there to mock the first person and say, "I'm your daddy." You know, that typical like childhood thing. Like, yeah, I'm your daddy. I'm getting with your mom. But the third person, he got on, so he started asking these different questions. And like basically I just went down the whole thing. Like you're basing everything that you live on, walk on, by everything up in the sky, and you can't do that. What's up in the sky is up in the sky, and what's underneath your feet is underneath your feet. And we were able to have that little conversation, and eventually, after about 20 minutes or so, they're like, "Okay, well, we're gonna go." I said, "Okay," and I left it at that. But I had to make sure that in the locker room, I was unable to let y'all know that I was unable to verify them. So if you open their microphone, prepare for the idea that they may try to steamroll the conversation, and then you'll have to meet them back up. But it would have been a waste of 30 seconds, in my opinion, when you could have talked to somebody else.
Yeah, I had to get rid of like 2 or 3 of the people that came in to do a check-in with me. The other half of them, I called them out. I called all these guys. I'm like,
you did. You called them out and called them in recording. You're like, here, let me show you why we record the conversation, so you can't lie.
I had a couple of them DM me like, hey, look, I'm sorry. You're right. I was just trolling. I'm a globe earther. Like, cool. That's totally fine.
Yeah.
Cirksy just joined as well. What's up, Cirks?
Sorry.
Bless you.
Thanks.
Is this your first time here, Cirksy? I see you just joined today.
Yes.
Bless you. All right. Well, if you want to get a chance, like a pass to speak here, pop in the VC check-in. We can hook you up with that.
Yeah.
Also, Aaron Yeager.
Aaron with A? No.
Been waiting for
Aaron
that
Yeager from the anime.
Attack on Titan in his house.
Yeah.
Mm.
What's up? Do you want to say hello, or do you want to come back with a VC pass? All right,
Yo,
VC
hello.
pass it is.
What's up?
Oh, hey,
Uh,
what's going
What's
on?
up?
Hey, what's up, Aaron?
Welcome.
I'm new to this community.
You like Attack on Titan?
Yeah, of course I do. Everyone loves it.
It's a great show.
Yeah,
I've been
of course.
talking about how Attack on Titan is a lot like a journey as a flat earther. It's like you know how they found the book, and the book says there's like oceans and deserts and woods and mountains all outside the walls. And
True.
sorry, what?
I said true. Like TRU.
True. Yeah. So like say Aaron, they went around to tell the people like, hey, did you know there's oceans and mountains outside? What do you think that they would say? No, this is it.
Right.
So it's like that's kind of what we're saying, that there's more to it than just the globe Earth. I would look at the globe Earth like the walls around Shingansuna or whatever. They put up walls for you. They said, look, we've explored everything. There's nothing outside, nowhere to go. But I think some of us realize there's more to it than that. So I think that's a great show. It's very analogous.
The Titans that are not like the ones that have the ability to change back, the ones that are just kind of roaming around and eating people, those could be your anti-flat earthers.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a great show. Go ahead, guys.
I was just gonna say, so like, just out of curiosity, Aaron, you're new to this whole thing. Like, you're new to this Discord server, obviously, but are you new to the topic of like what our Earth is, what the shape is, what we observe it as, and all of that?
I'll be honest with you guys. I never listened my 8th grade classes. I have no idea the Earth is round. Like till now. I'm being serious.
Yeah. So you've had no idea that the Earth is round?
No idea. Literally, yeah.
What do you think the shape of the Earth is?
According to the maps, it's flat, and according to Google and whatever, I don't know, it's round. I mean, I'm not sure, but I still think the Earth is flat, no matter what, or whoever talks to me. So yeah, I go with flat.
This is Gizbo. Like, what gave you the idea that it's flat, though? Like, what kind of observation would you do, or like, do you feel like you're spinning, or rotating, or anything like that?
I feel like we are steady. Like, I mean, I'm not sure, but I think we are steady.
Steady, like not moving.
Not moving. Yeah.
Okay. All right. What about outer space? What do you think about outer space?
It's just bullshit.
Why would you think that? We got all these pictures, right?
I mean, only the guys who went there know that's outer space. Like, you are in Earth. How do you know how space looks? It might be a graphical image. Who knows?
Good answer, buddy. Good answer.
Yeah, exactly.
How old are you, if you don't mind me asking? You sound like you're about 15 or 16.
I'm 16.
16. Okay. All right. Well, glad to have you in here. Definitely, there's a lot to learn down below. I don't know, is anybody giving them a DC verify?
I'm down for it.
There's a bunch of channels at the bottom of our server that people post and people post in there, and I mean, a lot of information. I probably got caught up on 10 years worth of information in probably about a 6-month period. So a lot of
It's very good.
Yeah, I'll check it out for sure.
You got good English. Where are you from?
Oh, I'm from India, as you guys know. I guess you guessed it from my accent. I'm not sure if that's right.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm going to tell you right now, we welcome everybody all over the world. I mean, we got a lot of people from Australia are in here. A lot of people from Europe are in here. And so, like, to expand more and more. There's one dude that comes in here once in a while. He's from Nepal, so his name's SD. I can't remember what
But
the
I
rest of his
still
name
don't know
is.
how people believe that there's a thing called space.
Well,
Like you will
what would
never
make
know
you
until
think? What would make you think that there's no such thing as a vacuum of space?
because I never been there. Because I never been there.
Because you've
I
never
haven't
been
seen it.
there.
Yeah, I haven't seen it with my physical eyes. So
Do you know
how come I
anything
can?
about like scientific laws,
No idea. No idea.
like physics? Like, do you know
Far
about the
from it.
law of motion?
Because
Do you know about the law of motion? Object in
I mean,
motion will stay in motion until something acts
no.
upon it. No, you haven't learned about that yet?
Yep.
Well, what about, so we have also this law called laws of thermodynamics. You know, energy can either be
I'll check it
created or
out.
destroyed. It can only be transferred. And then there's a second law of thermodynamics that says, you know, if you have a high pressure system next to a low pressure system and you remove the barrier, it immediately has to fill the available space and it has to equal itself out. So the idea that there is a vacuum of emptiness next to a pressure system of Earth, it would immediately suck all the air off of it and fill the available space of vacuum space. And
Well, I
so you
mean,
can't
this
have
gas
gas pressure
itself would
without a
disperse
container.
in all directions. Yeah, entropy would take place. Just like
Right.
your hot cup of tea or your hot cup of coffee, you leave it somewhere, it'll get cold.
It eventually cool
It's
off through
entropy.
convection. That's entropy. Yep. So little
Right.
things like that, little nuances like that. We have these laws in physics that there's no evidence or violation of these laws. There's a reason why they're called laws because there's no violation of them. Like as soon as it's violated, it's no longer a law. So until proven otherwise, we have to abide by the law of physics and how certain things work in that. Do you have any ideas on that, or do you have any like perspective on that? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Kind of, but no, I don't know.
That's okay. You'll learn. You're still young. As you, like, take more science classes and engineering classes. Do you have anything that you want to do after you graduate from school?
Maybe. Let's see.
Like as far as a career?
Yep.
Or a lifestyle? Like, do you want to be an engineer, or
I haven't
doctor,
planned it yet.
lawyer?
Haven't planned it yet.
Okay.
So we still got years, right? I can still figure it out. Just for 1 more year. Of course. Anyways, good server.
Do you know
I'll read
Xerxes?
all the other channels. What?
Do you know Xerxes?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
The person right above me, Cerxie. You guys came in together. Do you know him?
No, nope.
Okay. Do you know anyone on the server?
Yeah, I know Levi.
Sorry?
He's with me. The Levi Poggerman guy. He's with me though. I know him.
Levi Parkerman. Okay, let's
Yep.
say hello.
Alright then. I'll leave the server and I'll leave this
No,
VC
don't
and
leave the
check out
server.
the other channels.
You can
Yeah, I
stay
know.
here and listen.
Let me check out the other channels first, like since I'm new to the server.
Yeah. No, stay in the server. Just you can go to the
And
other.
I'm not gonna leave. Sorry.
Well, it's good talking to you, buddy. I hope you have a good visit, and we hope to hear from you again. Okay, Aaron. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask.
Yes, sir. Sure do.
Stay
Around
tuned Sunday.
So, Levi, are you still with us?
Yeah.
You guys some top Gs?
I mean, I like Andrew. Not guy. He's pretty lit.
Do you guys know each other in person, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
We study in the same school.
Sounds good.
I'm not sure if the Bro, nah, I mean, I learned up learning about the globe, hidden.
Oh, okay. So what do you know about flat Earth?
I mean, bro, when I look into it, I just see straight stuff, bro. Like there's no curves and shit, you know.
My front yard has hills in it.
What?
Yeah, my front yard is really hilly, and the backyard has some curves. So what do you mean you see straight?
Like there's no curves, bro. You call it round, but there's no curves. You know what I mean?
Oh, but haven't you been in an airplane?
No.
Have you ever been to the ocean?
Yeah.
You never saw like any boats going over the horizon or anything like that?
No, bro. Trust me, I didn't see any stuff like that.
No.
You've never seen a boat on the ocean?
Yeah.
You have or you haven't?
I have seen it.
Okay. Well, they say boats go over the curves.
Yeah, they go out far enough, and then you can't see them no more.
Yeah.
So, what's going on? Is it going over the curve or?
I feel like it's just out of my sight. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like it's just too far away to. Yeah.
Fair enough. All right. What about the building that you live in? Is that moving currently?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Well,
It's
there's a
just
lot of people
there.
who do think so. Actually, you'd probably be made fun of for saying that it doesn't move.
Right. Like the ground under you isn't spinning.
I mean, bro, I'm unsure whether it's round or flat. You know, like I like to hear the opinions of all people. Like I respect people's opinion, right? So
Yeah, we
I'm
respect
still
yours, too.
learning, and you know, I like to know the truth behind it.
No problem.
Oh
Yeah, so people will tell you that your house is moving. I posted
Oh.
in the chat. Let me give you permission so you can see it.
We
Wait, our house is moving. What?
like the Earth is spinning. So if the Earth is spinning, that means your house is spinning too.
Can you elaborate it? Like,
Yeah.
can't understand.
I'll make it. I got a really good example. Hopefully, you'll understand. But it involves a treadmill. Are you familiar with the idea of like a treadmill?
Oh,
Like at a
yes,
gym?
yes.
Yeah.
All right, so
Yeah.
we've got a treadmill, and you turn it on.
Had back day.
Right, the treadmill's on, and you've got a little plastic Monopoly toy house. Okay, we put that house on the treadmill. Would you say that house is moving? No.
It's on the
Yeah,
I mean,
treadmill.
basically
it is
the
on treadmill,
house
it
is
is
not
moving.
moving, right? The platform it stays on is moving. So,
There you go. There you go. So objectively, I would
Okay,
say
I understand it now. Yeah.
the house isn't running on the treadmill, but it is moving with the treadmill.
Yeah.
So in the same way, the house is on Earth. They're not tiptoeing down the block, but if the Earth is spinning, then all these buildings that we live in are moving. So what do you think? Does your house move?
Maybe.
What would give you the idea that it was moving?
Like, it would collapse, right? At some point, if it's spinning.
You know what? That's a very
how
logical
far can you go, bro?
answer.
Like there's gotta be an end, right?
That's
Yeah,
a very
just
logical
like a
answer,
treadmill.
though. Like
Just
if
like
you
a treadmill.
understand centrifugal forces, and like you spin a ball, whatever's on top of that ball is going to fall over
Of
and
course,
collapse.
yes.
So that's
Yeah.
a very logical answer. I like that answer. Good job.
All right. Well, we've covered two of our three critical points here.
We can get into the third and more technical one, I suppose. But do you have a car or a bicycle, Levi?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, like, have you ever got a flat tire before?
Yeah.
So, what did you have to do? Did you have to replace the tire, or did you have to plug it up, or what did you have to do to fix that?
I had to plug it up.
Plug. Okay.
That's
So
the whole,
can you
right?
think of any example where you have gas pressure like that, right? The gas pressure inside your tire. Can you think of any example where you don't need a tire or a container or a seal to hold the gas? Can you think of any example where
Yeah,
you
I
don't
mean, you're
need
right.
anything?
I know where you're going. Yeah. Yeah. I get it. Yeah.
Like, I mean, like,
How is the Earth holding on to that much air?
bingo.
Yeah, without
That's what you're saying, right?
Mm-hmm. They're saying that the tire is just so big that you don't even need the tire. They're saying the wheel is so big that you don't even need to put a tire on it.
Called mass. Mass attracts mass. That's what they say.
But don't you need to like reduce the friction? No.
You're talking about like the outer friction. I know what you're talking about. Like you're talking about like convection.
No, like
You have to.
he was talking about the tire thing, right?
I'm not sure. No, we were talking about like they're saying that with the Earth, the tire is so big that you don't need a rubber surrounding around the outside to hold all that gas pressure in. The mass is keeping the gas pressure in itself. Because it's so massive and just attracts everything.
So basically, if you were to leave this call, you should be able to say, if someone asks you, what do the flat earthers say? 1, your house isn't moving. Okay. 2, boats don't go over curved water or hills of water. Like you said, they're just going away from you. And then
I have a question. Can you guys answer me?
Yep, sure.
Like, I don't understand gravitation. Like, how does it work? Like, I'm on the North Pole. Okay, I'm living. Imagine I'm in the North Pole. Okay, I'm doing stuff around, and I'm not falling off. But how the fuck do people in Antarctica don't fall off, bro? Like, it's literally under the. I don't understand how.
What if that's
how
not the case, though? What if?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the world is flat, bro.
Welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Well, let's just go with your example. If you and I both raise our arm up to the sky, and we're pointing at the same direction, what do you need? What do you need anything to hold you onto the ground for? Nothing's holding me down. This isn't Charlie in the Chocolate Factory. You're not. Your body is not trying to fly away.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's no need for gravity, especially if you and I are standing like on the same level, essentially. We're not upside down from each other.
Yeah.
Then if we're not upside down, then what do you need gravity to do? You're saying, well, we would need gravity to hold you upside down. But if you're not upside down, what do you need gravity for?
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, is anything pulling you down right now?
I get the point, like.
No, but is anything pulling you currently?
It's
pulling
just
on
flat,
you?
bro. Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I wouldn't
is
say
anything
that there's
pulling you
anything
down?
holding-
Yeah, I feel some force is pulling me down. Of
You
course.
do?
Yeah, like
I don't.
You feel
or else
something
I would be
pulling you
flying,
down?
right? Or else I would be flying, right?
I don't go down until I jump up.
Wait.
Right.
So how do you?
Yeah, I
how
mean
do you feel
something's pulling down when you jump, right?
Well, you're just not black enough. No, you're not. And remember, this isn't Charlie in the Chocolate Factory. You weren't born to fly. You don't have that ability. So your lack of ability to fly doesn't mean something's pulling me down.
Have you ever heard
nothing's
of
pulling on you? Lift up your leg. Is your leg trying to be
So you're
sucked back
saying
down
like
to the ground? It's not.
The flea, you know about the flea theory, right? Like if you put a ounce of flea into a jar and they just fly around it, and after some generation they still. Can you hear me, by the way? Hello.
Yeah. No, we can't hear you.
You keep
Yeah.
cutting out.
So after some generation, house flies just they don't fly above the container. You know what I mean? You guys
What do
know
we
it?
have here?
No.
Like I feel like we're getting brainwashed.
Do you know what buoyancy is? Have you ever heard of buoyancy? I just want to ask you this real quick. You know what buoyancy is?
Yeah.
So buoyancy is the ability for something to hover in its position because the
Because you
thing
should have
that's
let him answer. You should have let him answer. If you asked him if he knows what buoyancy is, you should have let him answer because he said yeah. So I wanted to hear if he knew what it was before you gave him the answer. Like he
we
doesn't.
can do that.
He said yeah, but he didn't explain what he knew about it.
We could do that. What do you know about buoyancy? I didn't finish my thought, so tell me what you think about buoyancy.
Like when the pressure exerted by the water or any fluid is more than if it's more than a I don't know, bro. Just tell me.
You don't know, but you said yeah whenever he said that. So see, people I know, Levi. It's okay. People are quick to answer, and it sounds like they know what you're saying, but in all reality, they don't know. So it's a rebuttal to just giving you an answer for what you're saying. So I think we need to know what they know first, and then address the issues and their lack of understanding. That's what we got to do in here. So hit the high points when it comes to like their understanding. So when you ask for buoyancy, they have to tell you what buoyancy is without any answers coming from the audience. I mean, of course, they might have some Glover friends in here, but like at the same time, what we need is to know what people know, and so we're getting to the bottom of that here. I have another question. Why is Circe muted? Was he being belligerent?
I gave him the chance to open his mic to speak, and if not, I told him he can get a VC pass. So that's why he hasn't spoke here yet.
Oh, okay. I thought he was belligerent or something. All right, carry on. But Creation, I wanted you to, or Gizmo, finish your thoughts on Levi.
Can I know what?
But you said you didn't know, so I'm gonna let Gizmo or Creation kind of finish their points.
Yeah, I'll wrap it up real quick, and then we can move on to another topic of conversation, or if anybody else wants to talk. Because I mean, we kind of like nailed all the different things that we, for you to learn about for right now, Levi. Sounds like you still got a lot to learn, but we appreciate you coming here. So just to kind of wrap things up on the whole buoyancy thing. So buoyancy has to do with density. Like if you get a liquid or a gas that's more dense than another solid liquid or gas, it will float. Like the heavier stuff goes to the bottom, the lighter stuff goes to the top. And so that's why you can like float in water, or a big ship can float in water. It's really a big ship is very heavy. Why doesn't it sink? Well, because of density, because of buoyancy. And
so the density of the ship is larger than the water.
The density of the water is larger than the ship.
Yeah.
So just to give you an idea of what's going on, so the air has a density as well. And the reason why you fall through the air is because you are more
air resistant, right?
You are more dense than the air around you. Now, when you jump up, you create you create force against the ground, pushing yourself up, and for a moment, you're lighter than the air, but then you're going to return to that zero level of buoyancy. And the ground's more dense than you. That's why you don't sink through the ground. And that's pretty much what buoyancy is. Whether it's solid, liquid, or gas, whichever one is more dense, the denser one is going to go through the less denser one, and one's going to sink and one's going to rise. So I just wanted to kind of wrap that up.
Yeah, thank you.
So when you say, why do I fall down? Well,
Yeah, and also, what does this have to do with? What does this have to do with flat? I'm just curious.
You're asking about gravity. You said the force holding you down.
Yeah.
Yeah, the globe Earth paradigm, and the physics that work on it are tying gravity to the globe Earth, being that things that are falling towards the Earth are actually going towards the center of gravity. You understand, Levi? That is the reason why the idea behind it supports the physics on a globe. So the gravitational theory would tend towards the idea that the Earth is already a presupposed globe. And so we're showing people that you don't, like, if you don't have a globe, then the physics on that globe do not work. You can't have the physics on something that's presupposed that you're assuming that you haven't proven yet. You haven't proven that the Earth is a globe, but yet you think the physics of a globe are working on the Earth that you're standing on. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I get it.
Or you want me to break it down for you? Because I can.
Yeah, I'd like to hear you.
Yeah, so it's the understanding of the world around you. And when you first were very young, as a young child, you're taught that the Earth is a globe, or told, I should say. You're told that the Earth is a globe, and everything in it is due to the fact that the physics and everything are working on this sphere, this oblate spheroid. And so you're being shown in everyday life that the Earth is what it is because of the fact that it's spinning and it's in the vacuum of space. And so your mind is wrapping every conceivable idea of physics around that. You're basically thinking that, well, this is happening because we live on a globe. Duh. Like, what else would be happening? And so when people start to investigate the shape of the Earth, and they're saying, well, it doesn't measure to be what they're saying it is because there is no measurable curvature, then we're finding out that the physics are still working. It's just not happening on the globe that they say. Are you following me so far?
Yeah.
That's the reason why everybody here is in a position that they are, because the idea that the Earth is a globe has already been proven that it isn't a globe. It doesn't measure globe.
So, like, the primary stuff they taught us in the school is pretty much a lie, right?
Well, it's not. It could be. You can understand that it's not. It's not the case. So it can't be substantiated in any way with empirical evidence. So if I was to tell you, I need a size 12 shoe for me, and you're like, well, have you measured your foot? And I was like, no, I'm just guessing. That's what I'm thinking I need. What would you tell me logically?
Yeah, I'd say you're a dumb guy. Right?
No, but what would you tell me to do though? What would you tell me to do if I didn't know the size of my foot?
Measure your foot size. Like.
It's pretty logical, right? Like a critical thinking person would be like, well, just why don't you just measure your foot and find out what size your foot is and find a shoe that would fit it? That would be the most obvious thing I think you could tell me that would point me in the right direction so I can get a shoe that fits my foot. That's not too hard, right? You're not asking me to do something that's like super hard or complicated, right? Like that's not. You're just measuring something. That's all you're doing.
Yeah.
So in the same way, every man and woman can do this. They can measure to see if the Earth doesn't conform to the curvature that they're telling the drop rate over the certain amount of distance from point A to point B on a specific portion of the Earth, any set sample that they want to use, right? 10, 15, 20 miles. And if there's any curvature, that curvature will be obstructing the viewer from seeing the thing in the far distance. So we have an understanding here that it's pretty simple to know if something is measured to have curvature or not on this Earth, because you can do it yourself. You can verify this, Levi. Like, it's no ifs, ands, or buts, no guesswork. No, it's not like, well, you got to do complicated, mathematics. You don't have to do any of that stuff. It's just simple geometry. It's knowing how big the Earth is, right? And if you can know that right now because the metrics are already put in place. So if you go onto Google right now, you can know the radius, the diameter, and the circumference of the geometric shape of the Earth that you live on. That is presented to you, me, and everyone. So it's public information. We all know this, or should know this anyway. You follow me so far, Levi?
Yeah.
Okay, so the information is. Go ahead. You go ahead.
Yeah. No, you go. It's all.
No, I was gonna say the information is presented to you, me, and everybody. So we can look up the geometric shape, and they say it's an oblate spheroid, according to the WGS 84 model, which is something you can look up. It's the smushed version of the globe. Looks pretty chubby in the middle. The way Neil deGrasse types and calls it, it's like pear-shaped, whatever. But this is what their claim is, right? The scientific rhetoric would claim that it's an oblate spheroid. Yet when you look at the Blue Marble 1972 photo, it looks like pretty damn spherical to me. Yet in that instance, when you start to compare it looking like, something like that in space, let's say, that it looks like a sphere, well, they start to tell you that it is an oblate spheroid, but it's just off by 1 pixel. And that's pretty much like the hocus pocus where they try to get you to think the Earth is something that it really isn't. So they get caught up in the tangled web of trying to deceive people into thinking that the Earth is something by way of like, photo indoctrination or manipulation, if you will. And also showing you videos and images and never getting to the crux of the matter, which is measurement, my friend. That's all we're asking for. If the Earth measures to be a globe, then it's a globe. For all intents and purposes, for practical use, for navigational use, you can actually move around this Earth knowing that it's a globe, 100%. If there's drop over distance and that drop will obstruct your view from something that you see in the far distance, then, my friend, you have yourself a globe. Do you understand how easy it would be for it to present itself to you, me, and everyone? We don't need to take a rocket ship and look down. All we have to do is measure some drop over distance. Yeah, do the math, and the math comports over to reality, which means you can simply do some simple geometric math on the paper or something, or work it out on a computer, whatever, and find out how big is the Earth due to the fact that they've already given us the metrics. You can, like I said, key in those numbers yourself, those values, and then figure out how much from point A to point B, what the drop rate would be between you and something you see in the far distance. And then get your eye line from wherever you're making your observation, depending on how tall you are, or maybe you want to lower an optic device like a camera or a lens or something of that. And then make your eye line to where you want it to be, whatever foot you want it to be, and then see how far you can see it to the distance. And then do your drop rate measurement curvature. I would call it a test, really, because it's not a scientific experiment, because a scientific experiment deals with cause and effect. And in this instance, we're not using cause and effect. So we're not doing science. All we're doing is doing a measurement. You don't do science when you go and measure your foot, right? You're just measuring your foot.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Right. So it's not a scientific experiment. A lot of people might call it an experiment, but it's not. All it is just a measurement. And
have you done this?
Go ahead.
Have you done this test? Like, you're telling me, right, to do this test, and what from your point of view, what did you observe?
The observations that you supposedly, when you make this observation, Levi, let's just say you have two known distances, right? Let's say point A, where you're standing on the beach, and point B is, let's say, a peninsula sticking out in the far distance, or something in the water that can be used as a demarcation line, like an oil rig, or let's say a boat that you know the distance that it's traveling. Something that you can say, I know this thing is at, 15 miles away from me, or 20 miles, or whatever, right? So we use something that you can actually make your observation from the point where you're at to the point where it's at. So line of sight, that's what we're doing here. Do you follow me so far, or is there something
Yeah.
confusing you in what I'm saying?
Like, can you explain me again?
So it's right. It's considered a line of sight test. So Levi, you can do this yourself now. When you do it, make sure that you have all the values that you need for the understanding. And if somebody wants to put up Walter Bislin's Earth Curve calculator, there's a few people that are considered to be in the scientific community as scientific communicators. One of them is Mick West. He came into the server one time. We had a conversation with him, and he was explaining to us about what he thinks from his standpoint of how to communicate science over to people. And of course, it got a little heated, but that's the nature of the beast. Hey, what's up, Jedi? Just saying hi to him real quick.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I'm just carrying on with Levi. I don't know where he stands at the moment. I jumped into conversation mid conversation, so I'm thinking he's just trying to get as much information as he can about how we do things and all that kind of stuff. So line of sight test, Levi. Basically, like I was telling you, you're going to make an observation. You get the Earth Curve calculator. You can look it up by Walter Bislin. You can type that in, Earth Curve calculator by Walter Bislin. Go ahead and type that. Bislin, yeah. Earth Curve calculator. And he's not a flat Earth proponent. He's just somebody that wants to see how we can get this measured. So he did it for basically the sake of like having something out there that Earth Curve can be measured and so forth. So
real quick, Mickey, just to kind of like interject and help him understand a little bit better. Everything that we use that involves the globe Earth are the information that we use from them. It's their information. They're not flat earthers by any means. Like we're taking what they're saying,
like
and
they're
we're
feeding us
going out
with the information. It can be wrong or it can be right. We don't know.
Well, here's the thing, though. The information that like Gizbo's saying, the metrics of the Earth, right? So the radius, diameter, circumference. No flat earther came up with that. You do know that, right, Levi?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's what they
might be lying about it,
Well, yeah, but that's not here or there. What I want you to do is either bring forth if there's any evidence for that case, you're going to find this out and what you're about to do. If you're going to do this, let's say, so you're going to put this to the test, right? That's why I call it a line of sight test. So when you see the metrics that they put out, it's what they would consider settled science. I know it's a bad way to put it, but that's what they say. That's how they exclaim it, and it's not, you can't say that it's science. So anyway, but they call it settled, as in this is the size of the Earth. It's not arguable. You can't say that it's not. So anybody saying that, they say don't listen to them or whatever. Anyway, so back to the idea that it's their information that we're taking, and we're just showing you that because they're saying this, and Walter Bislin, like I said, he's not a flat Earth proponent, so he's he wanted to give some information on how you can do the Earth curve math and all that. Did you see if you can find his calculator online while I've been talking? Walter Bislin's Earth curve calculator.
I mean, I couldn't find Walter's calculator, but I found some other.
Yeah, there is some other ones, man, and I think Mick West is another guy who made another one. I don't know how close and similar they are in the programming that they were created. But I do know that they still get the same job done as far as like when you're trying to figure this out.
Yeah, I'll look into it.
And I was only regarding you to Walter Bislin because that's the one that I feel like everybody really talks about and brings up. So it doesn't really matter. Like that's not the point. Anyway, all right. So you got Earth Curve calculator in hand. Then you go to a location, right? Go to a location, and you're gonna do some observations, right? And what I'd say is this: make sure that location is somewhere as accessible to you in different weather conditions. Go when it's hot, go when it's cold, go when it's misty, go in different weathers. Just many times as you can. What you want to do is compare the different line of sight tests that you do at the same elevation, everything. Try to keep the variables the same as far as like when you're making your observation. Okay. By
the way, I have a doubt.
What's that? Say again.
You ever heard about that? In some period of time, Antarctica never, there are no nights in Antarctica. You know that, right? And there are no days in Antarctica. In some, yeah.
Yeah, but we're not like for this sake, we're not going to the most extreme regions at the moment. We're going to use something that's available to you. So I mean, you sound like you have an accent that you're from India. Are you from India? I don't want to assume.
Yeah.
Okay, well, is there a body of water that's somewhere close to you?
Yeah. Like this, there's an ocean.
Well, use that body of water, and I think you'll be on your way to kind of getting this line of sight test worked out. And I want to make it as easily accessible to you so that you can do a lot of the investigating yourself. I don't need to have you. I don't want to say, well, I've got to first put you in a rocket, or I got to first put you on a boat to Antarctica. Like, I don't need to do that. That's not easily accessible to you. So we can't talk about things that are not.
How is it?
Logistically, that's not. Logistically, those are not accessible things that we can speak of. Although they can be. Like you can definitely get on a boat and go to Antarctica. Pay. It's pretty good sum of money anyway, to go see like a tour guide or whatever, take you there and all kinds of stuff. That's okay. You can do that. But we're not talking about that at the moment. What we're doing right now, Levi, is giving you information that's going to arm you with the best way to understand if the Earth isn't doing what they say that it's doing. It's curving at the set rate. So that's what we're most interested in. Everything else is secondary. It doesn't need to be brought into any conversation. The main focus is you figuring out whether it's curving like they say it is or not. And everything after that, once you find this out to be true, then everything is like you will talk about other things, but like you have to really put your nose to the grindstone when it comes to like figuring this out. If not, you're going to spin your wheels till infinity and never figure out if it is or not. And you'll be in a Discord chat advocating for a globe or whatever, and you'll be like, well, how do we ever know? We'll never know. And you'll keep saying that over and over again. But the fact of the matter is, if you don't figure it out, you'll never know. Ever, ever, ever. So you have to, at some point, buckle up, button up, knuckle down, or whatever you want to call it, and go and do it.
Yeah, for
you
science.
Just have to do it. Well, I mean, science, like I said, is a term used for the cause and effect relationship of investigating natural phenomena that's occurring. But like in this instance, we're doing a measurement test. We're checking to see. Yeah, so that's what we're doing right now, Levi. We're going to the beach and we're doing a measurement, a line of sight test to see if the Earth isn't curving like they say it is or not. Like that's what we're doing. Like everything else needs to get put on hold. So, and don't worry about anything else. Focus on this, like hyper focus on this. Like this has to be the number one top priority for you to figure this out. Once you figure it out, if it's curving like they say it is or not, then you can move on and you can do something else. But like, because you don't know this right now, it seems like some people on the internet are telling you things. And they're trying to convince you about something, and that's not the point of this. It's a challenge for you, Levi. Whether you pick up the challenge and take it or not, that's up to you. And so, like right now, that's what we're showing you. The keys to understanding how to do it.
I can't do it right now, bro. It's
no. Listen.
He's young. He's young.
Yeah, what
also,
I'm saying,
Mickey. He's in high school.
Huh? What's that?
He's in high school also.
No, but what would you say before that?
He's young. He's a young gentleman.
He's on?
Young.
No, it's okay. I'll take it as a challenge,
Yeah, but like every inquisitive person can actually.
We need to find the truth,
If you listen, it doesn't matter if you're young. Yeah, so Levi, check this out. To me, it doesn't matter if you're young or not because you can ask a parent to go with you and you can do it together with your parent. So being young is not an excuse. Being inquisitive is most important. Asking the question. So what you have to do is like once you learn how like the method and by which you can do this, get a friend, find a parent or whatever it is. If you're that young and you need to be taken by somebody, And then
where it lacks, bro. I can't find a friend. Do you have any?
No. Listen. So here's.
I really need some.
We can sit here and advocate for excuses all day. I don't want to do that either. I just want to tell you the method, and if you want to do it, it's up to you to figure a way how to go and do this. Like I said, I'm not saying if you have friends or not, I don't know. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is, if there's a will, there's a way. So find a way to do this, right? And then once you do, you'll discover for yourself that it's not what they're telling you it is. But until then, you're going to keep asking a bunch of questions that are leading, and you're going to be like, yeah, but I don't think that's the way. And you always be, you can't, your mind won't settle until you actually go and do this.
Miggy, can I have a quick word?
With him, or what we're talking about, or is it something else? Because I really want to get him to the method.
It's what you're talking about.
All right, go on.
What he said a little while ago, because Levi, you said that you wanted to do it for science or something like that, right? But I think it's also important to emphasize that the goal why you're doing this is for yourself and maybe for your family, in particular, because if you see with your own eyes, for yourself, right? Not necessarily for scientists or stuff out there, just for yourself. If you will know that it's flat, you're gonna be like, oh shit, well, they actually lied. And you will know for yourself who's on your side, let's say. Are the teachers on your side? Is the government on your side? That will be something that's going to be of use to you in particular. And it's not going to give you a benefit either if you're not going to put it to use. It will just be a thing of awareness. But I think it will be pretty important because, if you go to school, right? I mean, the government does play a pretty big role in your life. They take maybe something like 6 hours every day from your time, right? So knowing if that's worth it or not. I mean, suppose you'd be working at a McDonald's for 6 hours a day, right? Or something. You would want to get paid, right? You would want to see something for it, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So that's an attitude you got to have in business, right? If you put hours into something, you want to see it come to fruition, or you want to know why it didn't. But that's basically what you're doing. You're checking if the time that you put into school is worth it. That's important, right? That's your own investment. You didn't put your parents' time into it. You're putting your own life and time into it. So that's why you should check it for yourself in particular. And, keep that attitude in general. That's it.
Yeah, thank you, Ocean. It doesn't matter how, honestly, logistically, how you get it done, that's totally up to you and your method of how you're going to be able to do that. The transportation to get there, the people you need to ask, if you need to ask a guardian or a parent or someone. But the fact of the matter will remain, you will know the method. All it would take then afterwards, after knowing the method, is going to do it and checking and verifying for yourself. Because what we do in here is we want to arm the next generation of critical thinkers, which is the young generation, your generation, right? So if you're still in high school, we want to give you the tools to be able to investigate and learn and be curious and do all the things that it needs to so that you can challenge any question. But you can't do that if you're just being told to, look at what it says in the book and that's all you need to do. That's not a way to think. It's going to be something they just want to keep you boxed into certain information. So being this person who goes and does this will then start putting whatever they're saying to the test. Right? And that's most important for every young person, even someone as young as you going to high school. You have to know that you can do things for yourself and figure out the world around you. And I put it this way.
Yeah, I'm doing this for myself because I want to know,
Yeah, well, I mean, yourself for sure, but the information, it's either true or false. The information they're telling you about the Earth and the shape and so on. So it is what it is, or it is not what they're saying. So all you're doing is checking. You're just checking, right? You're just verifying if it's what it is or if it's not. And if it's not, then it's not. I don't care if they show you images from satellites and rockets and people that are in a rocket saying, "Hey, man, look at the Earth from up here. It looks so round, man. That thing is round." Because of the fact that it doesn't measure to be a globe, everything else is just a distraction to get you off the idea that you didn't measure any globe. So they're going to continue to use what I consider as propaganda for the globe to kind of indoctrinate you that it is one without having any evidence for it. The evidence isn't just a photo, because I could tell you, I could show you a photo of a giant gorilla on a building. That's not evidence that a giant gorilla exists. Or even show you a movie that a gorilla is climbing a building. But that doesn't mean the gorilla exists. I can show you all kinds of things. But if you can empirically figure out, falsify the information that I'm showing you, then you'll never know. You'll always just believe. Right? And that's what we're trying to get people out of the belief system and more worked into like how they can do things for themselves. And that's all we're doing, Levi. Give me the tools. So back to the line of sight test. I just want to finish up. Did you understand like what you need to do? If you could just maybe walk it through back to me and see if you picked up anything with it. Yeah. So what do you have to do once you go to the beach?
To go somewhere like to the ocean and observe, you know. And
okay, what
I
do you
get a calculator.
Yeah, go ahead. Go on.
I need to get the Earth curve calculator and thingy, and you know. Wait,
what are the distances that we need to work with? Well, you might be using kilometers over there in India. So okay, so you can make the conversion. We say somewhere between 10, 15, or 20 miles away. Use a known distance. Let's do that. From where you're standing, wherever you're staying on the beach, to let's say a location that you can see in the far distance, maybe over water. So like I was saying, if there's an oil rig out in the water, or there's something out there like a boat that's you know the distance from where you're at to where it's at, or a peninsula, it's like a piece of land that sticks out over the water. You can see it from where you're standing on the beach. Like, and you know the distance, so you can look up the known distance. You know how many miles it is to that place. So you get like, oh, I know from me to that place over there is like 20 miles or 30 miles or whatever, and I can still see it. And then what you do is, you're going to work it into the eye height where your eyes are seeing that thing, or, if you have a camera or something. And then you're going to work out the Earth curve calculator. You got to figure out some variables here. Also take in consideration the temperature variance. So it could be really hot, and it's going to cause the distortion in the air. You know how things look really wavy and distorted when it's really hot? So you got to always factor in there's going to be a certain level of like temperature variance distortion. Remember that, okay, when you make your observation. But definitely remember that if you see something in the far distance, you are actually seeing the thing that you're supposed to be seeing. Now, they're going to tell you that that thing that you're seeing, because it's too far away to see, is going to be refracted over the curvature. And that doesn't ever happen in reality. That's just something that they tell you so that you can believe that the thing that you're seeing is being loomed up over the curvature of the Earth. So remember, what you have to do, putting this to the test, is do a line of sight test. Remember, it's not science. Science has to deal with natural phenomena, cause and effect relationships. Are you with me so far, Levi?
Yeah.
Okay, line of sight test. Remember, 10, 15, 20 miles, and you can convert that over to kilometers, and whatever distance you're going to use, I mean. And then so once you see that, you're going to see how much curvature there should be between you and the thing you should see in that distance. And then in the Earth curve calculator, you're going to punch in the variables and then know how much curvature there should be between you and there. And if there's not the curvature obstructing your view from the thing that you see, and if the Earth isn't curving like they tell you it is, then what is
lying?
Right. And it's simply put, it's all about the evidence. You don't care about what they are saying. It's all about them presenting the correct evidence that gives you the information that what you're like. The math needs to fit reality, right? That's all I'm saying. What we're telling you is when somebody gives you some kind of math or metrics, like they say the Earth is this big or whatever, then those metrics and the math have to match the reality in which you and I live. It means that we can both go somewhere and measure to see if the drop rate from point A to point B is going to measure the curvature. And that's all we're doing. And none of us in here have ever measured any curvature. No one. Not even persons who's
point A and observe point B and calculate the curvature to point B, and if I see those curves, then what they're saying is true. If I don't see it, they're lying. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's really simple, Levi. So it's like if the curvature is there, it will be obstructing your view. So if if the Earth is in the way, you cannot see the thing in the far distance. You won't be able to. You can't see it. It's like, think of it like this: like a friend of yours walks over a mound of dirt, like a hill. Your friend walks over a hill, and then you can't see your friend anymore because he's behind the hill on the other side, right? So the Earth is in the way. You can't see your friend because your friend walked over the hill. So he's now over that hill, and he's on the other side of that hill. So the Earth is literally in the way from you seeing your friend. Okay, in the same way, they say that the Earth's curvature is obstructing your view from a boat that goes over the curvature. You can't see the boat anymore, and it disappears from the bottom up because it's going over the curve of the Earth, and now you cannot see it any longer.
So they're just finding out ways to hide the truth.
Well, what we do, Levi, is we're presenting evidence for our case. So it's not about saying, no, you're wrong. It's about showing them why they're wrong.
Yeah.
Like anyone, I would say, you becoming a critical thinker means that you arm yourself with the ways to look at this and be able to say, okay, because math is a language. It's not reality itself. It describes, you can use it to describe reality, but it's not reality in and of itself. So math is a very powerful tool that can be used as a language. So you can describe something like you can say the Earth is curving at a set rate or whatever using simple geometry, and then figure out how much curvature there should be, and then apply that to the Earth and so on, and then you'll figure it out. So line of sight test. Just remember that bit right there, and then, like I said, take that Earth curve calculator with you. Do your measurements, and if it's absolutely possible, do it as many times as you can possible. Like different weather conditions, maybe a different time of day, and that way you can get, you can use different results with use the same variables, the same eye height, does everything the same, and just keep like what you understand. Like you can't keep the temperature the same, but that's going to be different. But then see how far you can see. So anyway, I'll leave you with, it's pretty simple, so I don't think it's too complicated, but everybody can do this. You can actually teach once after you do this, you can teach somebody else, Levi, how to do this yourself. And just show them, hey,
and I'll try this out.
Yeah, no worries.
Sounds interesting too.
It absolutely is. And what it does, it gives us a better understanding that every man and woman can figure this out for themselves. Because we can. It's that simple. But they're trying to make it sound like it's super complicated. And by that, they don't want you to know that the information that you're getting is not valid. You can't. There's no evidence for it. And so that's all we're telling people when they come in here. And so, okay, and furthermore, if the Earth isn't curving and it's not like a globe like they're telling us, right? Because I remember I said you need the globe for the physics to work on the globe, like gravity and Coriolis and all the other things that work on the globe that they say how it's working, because it's spinning. So if it's not a globe, then what is the gravitational understanding then if it's not a globe? And that's what Gizmo was talking to you about, like the understanding of like a buoyancy, density.
Yeah, I get the whole point. Like, what you're trying to say is there's no such thing as gravity, right?
Well, it's the idea can be used as in little g, which is they call it the gravitational constant, which is the effect of something falling down. But it's not a constant in all reality. It's an average, because different elements will fall at different rates in a vacuum. I have a GIF of that I could show you. If somebody has that GIF, please post it up before I find it. But yeah, there's different elements that fall at different rates. So it's basically what we consider just an average. But the way they use it is they call it a constant, and it's mathematically they can use it. It's something practical that can be used. and it's considered little g. Big G is the gravitational theory, and that has to deal with the current rhetoric of the Einsteinian gravitational theory. And you can look up what that is. So big G would be like the cause. The little g is the effect, and big G is the cause of the effect. Well, why do things fall down and we see things happening? The effect? Well, because the cause is that the Earth is so big and its mass is huge that it's bending and warping the fabric of space-time. Yeah, you can type it in and check it out for yourself. So yeah, Einstein's gravitational theory. And then once you look that up, you'll start to understand big G and little g. There's a difference. And a lot of people that say the word gravity, they don't understand or they don't separate or differentiate between the two. So what happens is people are like, gravity doesn't exist. And you're like, yeah, but I see things falling. What is that? So we have to separate the idea from little g and big G. Because gravity, well, in the way that we're saying the effect, everybody recognizes things falling down, right? We all recognize that. But the cause of that gravity, or is the big G, which is a theory. Is that making sense to you, Levi? Or you can even look it up too. Don't take my word for it. Look it up.
I can't understand what you're saying because I'm too dumb for this shit.
Well, I mean,
not too dumb.
Yeah, you're just.
But I'll learn. I'll learn.
All right,
but that's why we're all here. We're all here because we want to learn.
Yeah, I'm just separating the ideas. When people say gravity, Levi, the idea that they don't separate that in this conversation, it gets swept away. Gravity doesn't exist, dude. It's buoyancy. Like they're missing the fact that the effect is called gravity, also, and the theory is called gravity, also, but it's not differentiated when we start talking about it. So I think we need to separate the two and then start qualifying each one by what they're supposed to be about, and then say, well, that one's the effect, and it's used mathematically. You can use one, and then the other one is just the idea that the Earth is so big that it's bending and warping the fabric of space-time. You follow me so far? Like big G, little g, and I use it in that way so you can kind of separate it. So
there's a third G though. There's a third G though. I just want to say real quick. There's a third G, Miggy, that a lot of people forget about when they're talking about the globe, and that's geometry.
Yeah, I know, but I don't want
to. Not to be rude or anything.
Yeah.
I really gotta go now.
All right, Levi. Yeah, but thanks for hanging around, man. And come ask your questions again. But just remember what I told you about the line of sight test, bro.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Okay.
Geometry.
Hey, cool, dude.
All right, bro. It was fun. Thank you, guys. I'll meet you guys later.
Yeah,
Bye.
Levi.
Yeah, come back.
Yeah, absolutely. It was fun. Thank you for the fun and all. Thank you, guys.
Yes, sir. Hey, Miggy, how you doing, dude? You came in on a different microphone. I didn't even recognize your voice. I was like,
yeah.
Oh, it's Miggy.
Yeah, I'm using my good mic.
Your good mic.
Yeah,
I got a new mic myself.
How's it going, everyone? We got Jedi in the house, Indio, CB,
oh man,
Diesel. Everyone's here. Kim's here.
Yeah, Kim's here.
What up, y'all? What up, fam?
There's a guy in the chat who something's wrong. He hasn't got any troubles. Have you spoken to him?
No.
Sorry?
What up, guys? Yeah, something wrong. What is wrong, Wong?
Something wrong. I just unmuted your mic. You have the ability to speak. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. What brings you by, buddy? Something wrong. Are you there? You can unmute your mic if you want.
You can say hi, something wrong.
Last thing he typed was, he said in the lobby, "I believe now." I asked him, "Believe what?" He never answered. What do you believe, dude? You believe you can fly?
Interesting.
Do you believe you can touch the sky?
I believe I can fly.
I think about it every night and day.
Yeah, one of the things that I will say, Gizbo, like with these guys, and I recognize it in their voice when you said, when you're talking about buoyancy, you know what buoyancy is, right? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, no, let's take it a little bit slower because he doesn't know. It doesn't sound like that. Yeah. I was like, yeah, let me tell you what buoyancy is. It was just something to agree with you so that he doesn't have to say anything. But really, when you give him the floor and be like, okay, well, what is it? What's buoyancy? And then you have them like talk to you about it, and they're like they don't know. Then you can bring in the information and help them understand.
Yeah, I get you. Take the time with them. They're here. Take some time with them.
And it does like it's good that they're young. Yeah, I think that's what you said. If I heard you right, I think you said, "Hold on, he's young." It doesn't matter. Yeah. Like I want to speak to the young crowd. That's who I want to talk to, so I can at least help them understand. Because those people are the ones that are going to be taking over. Wouldn't you want them to be in this server learning more about how to be a critical thinker? And then they're the ones who will soon be the ones to take over our positions and, the ones who, kind of, I would say, pave the way.
Absolutely.
I do.
Yeah.
I sure do.
I was going to say something and I forgot.
Why do Goldberg still lies, man? Blows me away. So go ahead, sorry. Fucking reading the lobby text. Irritating. There are hundreds of photos of people in every corner of Antarctica.
Yeah.
Fucking just utter bullshit. No, that's an utter bullshit statement, dude. It's just so bullshit.
They've looked underneath every snowball, have they? Okay.
Jedi, you didn't trademark that, man. That's why they stole it. It's just it's just, open source.
Just
man.
Call it my free. Call it my free gift to everyone. You're fine.
It's open source.
You've definitely got permission to use it, mate. You're fine.
What else we got in here? Something Wong don't want to answer. We got some lobby warriors, do we, Indio?
Irritating, dude. What the fuck? Where's the edge of the earth?
Yeah, that dude probably hasn't explored his own 8-mile radius around his house.
Well, CB, all you got to do is walk south, bro.
I know, right? Just start walking.
You want to grind CB's gears? Just tell him to walk south.
Yeah,
that's all.
These goofballs. Everything's a hypothetical.
I was laughing the time that they told you that. And you're like, what are you? Am I supposed to phase through my walls? And freaking. That was funny.
Either you're going to have the ability to walk on water, phase through trees and buildings, or you're not going to. How are you walking straight? If I leave my front door, there's a house in the way, there's a bunch of trees. So we'll just go around. Then you're not going straight then.
I'm guessing like in real life, people really can't bullshit around you, like trying to sell you something.
Hell no.
You're like, okay, let's knock it off. Like what?
I was telling Gizbo the last 5 check-ins, the grill was hot. So like the bouncer, at the club,
yeah.
Hey dog, you're not getting in tonight.
It sounds like this weekend we're getting
that noise to Tartaria, man.
Right. Sounds like this weekend though we're getting a bunch of youngins, like you said, Miggy. I want to talk to the young crowd.
I do too. Well, I mean, some of them, but then it's a double-edged sword because the really young ones they're just too rambunctious.
Yeah.
They don't know how to settle. They'll be in there just thinking everything's a meme. That's all right though. I mean, it comes with the territory. You got to just be someone who's willing to, teach them.
I'm willing to, as long as they can sit down. I'm willing to have the conversation with them too.
I mean, it makes me happy, dude. Like the last time these two gentlemen came in here, they were in high school. One of them was like in sophomore, I think. The other one was a senior. And they were speaking kind of like, like they were going to look into it and stuff. Whether they did or not, I mean, who knows? But still, that moment in time that you have to speak to them, it's like, gotta make it count, man.
Yeah. I hope to hear from my Irish surfer friend. There was an Irish guy that came in here a couple months ago, and I haven't seen him in here since. I told him, I was like, haven't you ever gone out in the ocean while you're waiting for a wave and looked out there and said, man, that sure is flat out there? And the last thing he said was, yeah, wait, man, I gotta go. All right, I'll be back. And then that was it. So I'm wondering what he's up to, man. Yeah, just go out there and make some observations. Open your eyes. If you're ever fortunate enough to go up into higher altitudes, like take a real look out there this time. Don't just take it for granted.
So that guy Quark yesterday was spiraling when I left Indio. Wow, who was speaking to him when I left? Did you guys?
I think he was. I think
was it you?
Indio was. I think Indio was.
He spiraled, huh? Because I feel like when I left, I know he was just primed. Like he was looking for something because his mind was already starting to like hit that wall.
No, I think he was speaking, and then I went up to the check-ins to try to get another person, and I ended up talking to Delta. You saw in the other chat, I explained what was going on. So I don't know everything that happened to Quark, but I know Indio was talking to him for a little while.
Yeah, Kim was saying that he spiraled after I left. Yeah, something wrong. Is something wrong? Because you didn't open your mic yet.
No.
Yeah, like those. I'll tell you what, man. Like these lurkers, sometimes they're in here sitting, and then all of a sudden, they pop in after like a week later, and they spiral like out of control.
Yeah.
They use that one shot to open up their mic to like just
blow all their load up.
Yeah, blow up and leave. It's like, dude, you waited here this whole time for that.
And then it's even funnier when they stick around afterwards and they listen and listen and listen. And then they stay here for like 2 or 3 years and they're still listening.
So, hey, Andy, hold my beer.
Yo, dude.
What you up to, man?
Not much.
You up to no good? You're causing trouble in your neighborhood?
You know, it's so funny you say that because I was going to go to a casino tonight and I changed my mind at the last minute because I looked online and it were open 24 hours and I thought, oh. And then I set off driving and then I turned around and I was like, you know what? And it's so weird because I just realized that left to my own devices, I would be up to no good. I'm a bit of a rascal. I just am. But, you know, having that awareness about yourself, that really helps. It really helps. And I just have to watch myself because I would have probably started drinking as well. You know, just a couple of shandies and then driving home, lose my license, etc., etc. These things snowball.
Right.
That is not is that a real news reel? Look at the Asian Flight 214 pilot's names. Captain Something Wong.
Yeah, so that was a real thing. Someone called in and said that there was a pilot going down,
And
too low. Look at that.
Yeah.
Holy. I gotta say the last word because it's
and the
F-bomb.
lady read it live on the news.
Damn. Bang ding out. Dude, that's so bad, bro.
That can't be real.
Oh no, man, that can't be.
No,
That's what I was thinking. It's a
That's
like
real. That happened.
It happened. She got pranked
Seriously.
bad on live TV.
Guys, I'm pretty sure the people in charge of the teleprompter put that in there.
Could be.
Is that how bad it gets with teleprompters? That you just read off that and just like read it like a robot? Like they don't be like, we're gonna take a commercial break. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
remember Anchorman with Ron Burgundy?
when
If you put anything on the teleprompter,
the guy's like,
he'll read it.
it
Go
was
fuck
so
yourself,
funny.
San Diego.
That's pretty funny. Captain something Wong, dude, that's so funny.
Who was I talking to this morning? I forgot. What were we talking about?
I wasn't there for
Glover? Was it a Glover?
Yeah, what were we talking? What was the subject matter? I totally forget, man, because I had just woken up. Like, I can't remember things that I do like right after I wake up for some reason. It's a good time to rob a bank, and then I can just plead ignorance.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
Shit.
maybe I did. I don't know.
Oh no, PMAC was in here. Who else? Bong. There was another person.
Probably Ether Grass was probably in here.
Bong was
Ether
in there.
Grass, yeah.
Probably a good time.
RE.
Oh, that was a good talk we had last night, though, Indio.
What was it about though? Like, you remember the context of it? What are you guys talking about?
Everything and anything. A philosophical debate, I think it was.
You know, Tim might have been here, the North guy. He probably was here earlier, too, because he was here in the morning when I woke up.
It's like, dude said this. I'm losing brain cells just by seeing flat earthers say infinite does not exist. So I told him, prove infinity exists, start counting, and come back when he's done.
That's like the what's that idiot test? Flip this thing over, and then idiot test flip this thing over. Like you just keep flipping it over.
Which the one with the vending machine? I think it says intelligence test, insert $100 or something.
Dude. I was gonna add a clip to my soundboard today. I should have done it because India, you just had the perfect opportunity after you set him up with the start counting. There's I forget the guy's name, kind of a heavy set, light skinned guy. He goes, "We got him. We fucking got him."
Oh yeah, yeah. Add that. Add that. Definitely.
Count to infinity and let me know when you're done.
I'm gonna ask him if he's done yet. Oh, he quit the server.
He quit the server? What a guy.
Yeah. He quit the server to count to infinity. Then he's gonna come back. He's gonna rejoin the server when he's done.
Infinity. That's just nuts.
I should have used
Infinity
the
is
card.
it's utter bullshit. The concept of infinity is utter nonsense. And it's not just me. Like, there's mathematicians that think the same thing, that it's just utter nonsense. Because you can use numbers that are so large, right? So, like, I'll give you an example. 10 to the 10th 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 to the 10th. That number's so big you could never write it down. And it's not even close to infinity. It's infinitely far away from infinity. You understand? That is an infinitely small number in the infinite set of numbers. That is almost effectively zero. That's how ridiculous of a concept it is. no matter where you are on the number line of infinity, dude, you're either close to one end or close to the other, depending on what way you look at it.
Is that like saying the sun is local and close? Close to what? Infinity? Like,
Yeah. Exactly. Close to what?
that's what I was like. Every time, like, I remember, it used to be like at the beginning of the argument, like having, it's not 93 million miles away. It's closer. It's just close and local sun. Yeah, I know that, but close and local to what? Like, we never even said what it was. Yeah, not what they're saying for sure. The hell.
Am I being loud?
Yeah.
That's too loud.
I'm just kidding.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be hot micing that.
What'd you say?
I thought I was going to hear Lemonbird's voice, because Lemonbird, whenever he jumps in, like the first 3 words are always like crackly.
Oh, Lemon. Where's Lemon?
I don't know, man. Like someone was wondering that a couple days ago, but now I'm like,
we're just hoping he stays busy wherever he is and happy, busy and happy.
Yeah.
Because when he was in here, dude, it was Lemon. Why?
Well, listen, it's always speculation Sunday for Lemonbird.
always. That thing never turns off, man. It's like,
hey, I bet you any money if you say Lemonbird 3 times, he'll be here.
hell no, man.
We've been saying it for weeks.
Oh no, if you say Zanuck 3 times, Zanuck was the one that would appear. A wild Zanuck appears, like Pokemon and shit. Like it.
Yeah, just like certain people it works for. Like Stellium, that dude, he's always listening to what we have going on here. He's a cool
He's on the live stream, isn't he?
I mean, he's in the YouTube chat sometimes, but yeah, but
somebody said Helio 3 times there, but
I was going to say, I think Helio's definitely up
no.
Enter the dimly lit room. There are stairs going down. There's an angry Zanuck staring at you menacingly.
Yeah.
Do you guys want Zanuck to come in?
Hell no.
It depends. It depends on.
No.
I mean,
Yeah,
there's
no.
always some action going on when no one's
No.
in.
Zanuck. Yeah, I got a gift for Zanuck right here. Every time he comes in the chat, I feel like this is what happens to everybody's brains.
Yeah, every time.
Like,
Falling down the
dude.
stairs.
So, hey, I just want to hip you guys to something. There's some French guy. He's like, quote unquote sailed around the world multiple times. His name is Hebert something. He's French. And Taboo Conspiracy. Well, Taboo Conspiracy did a video. He put up a video. I put it in. It's in the new release videos. So that's like the first couple channels in the list of channels. Anyway, this guy, he basically goes over how they hide the distances in the globe. Apparently, they have 19 time zones in the northern part of the Earth and 32 in the southern part. Yeah, dude, that's craziness. There's supposed to be 24, right? Because 24 hours, one time zone is supposed to be an hour, right?
Yeah.
So it's supposed to be 24. But there's 19 in the north. Basically, it's missing 3 time zones, and they took one out like in a couple places, and he goes over it. Now, this guy's a sailor. This guy's like, he's been sailing his whole life. He said he sailed over 100,000 nautical miles. He participated in sailing races. There's one sailing race that's like around the world. So the guy knows what he's like talking about, because you need to use time in order to know your position.
Interesting.
Right? And he goes over how they basically hide everything. Right? They're basically fiddling with the distances and fiddling with the time, right? The sunrise and sunset times. And he goes over like when he said something like, it's translated, so it's got translated text, but he's speaking in French. He said that when he's in the north, like if he's at like 50 latitude north, when the sun sets, he can still see the light of the sun like beyond the horizon. Right, he can still see like the brightness of it, a central like hotspot. But he says he's never seen the same thing in the south. He's sailed below 60 degrees. right? 60 degrees south. I mean,
Well,
you just
kind
have
of boat.
to be
His boat is not one that you know.
it's like a racing yacht.
Yeah, but they aren't they like cleared because like using those like when they do something like that.
Well,
they're
it's part of he
pretty
did it
much
as part
cleared,
of a
right?
race. Yeah, so he did it as part of a race. Yeah, they got
clearance to get. I mean, they're not going to be stopped by somebody like, oh, well, what are you doing in my waters right now? Like, they're pretty much like everybody knows that they're heading in a direction that.
I actually think it's 66 degrees south. I hate to tell you, I don't think it's 60.
Dude.
No, dude, I'm telling you, it's 66.6 degrees south, man.
Oh no, dude!
Listen,
come on,
100%. That's what it is.
Well,
because the tilt of the Earth, man. Because the tilt of the Earth, right? It has to be 23.3 degrees, so it has to be 66.6. Because you have to have that remainder from 90, right? So 66.6, right, from 90 is the tilt of the Earth. So the Arctic Circle starts at 66.6.
It's crazy, dude.
And the Antarctic Circle, they have to start at 66.6. I think they just say 60 degrees. It's just like a round number, and like so no one catches on.
Not make it as like
obvious,
evil and obvious. Like be like the church lady from Saturday Night Live. Oh, you mean Satan? Like
Satan?
Yeah, it's like, dude, everything. Like, come on, man. Like everything. You're like, yeah, dude, hell yeah. It's all like witchcraft, devils, and like, damn, dude, can we get away from this? Nope, it's in everything. Everything.
Yeah, dude, Arctic Circle latitude, 66.6 north, man.
Yeah, see how that's.
See, I knew it.
Oh shit,
dude! I blocked it out of myself, man, by just thinking it was 60, man. 66.6, man.
Yeah,
it's just every single time that number comes up. Sorry, Miggy.
And it's usually when Indio's looking into stuff, dude, and we're always talking about stuff, and he's like, "Oh shit, nah, I don't want to look at this." You're like, "Well, it's the truth, so you can't not look at it."
Another coincidence?
I don't know, man.
Yeah. Just another one to add to the box of huge coincidences.
So many.
Well, how many coincidences equal to like this is actually an ancient, an ancient war that's been waged.
66.6 coincidences.
Yeah.
I'm 93% sure of that, Miggy. I just want you to know that.
No, 93%. Yeah, look at what cut off the knees is put in there, right? Like 8 inches per mile squared. Come on, man. Like this. There's way too many coincidences. But okay, so just saying that this is what it is, right? The deception that everybody's fallen under. Let's just say that for the biblical text, it was speaking of this number equating itself to the number of a man, and there's a lot of Bible studies on this to say like what it actually means, the context, and all that kind of stuff. But itself being the thing that deceives people, like the number that's being used here. Why is it so prevalent in almost everything that the globe has to deal with? Like just everything, and the tilt, and the speed, and the latitudes. Like why is it integrated in everywhere? If it's not speaking to the, like it's just not coincidence, man. It just isn't. Like at this point, it's not. It's intentional, and it's actually put there. It's a hallmark. It's meant so that people can understand that this is the thing that was like, it's like, I don't know, Satan's fingerprint, footprint, or whatever.
Signature.
So,
yeah.
When it comes to like angles and measurements and things like that, I think those numbers have like a sacredness to them and everything like that. And you're right, like they're there in like the number 6, like the numerology portion of it. 13, 31, 57, 93, 369, those kind of things. I think that they all have a significant role in reality. But you're right. Like I think that they're like it's been usurped by.
Okay, so we're at Gizmo. Like today is like Speculation Sunday. Like, what do you guys think that the meaning behind all of this, keeping it being that it's completely saturated in the globe the globalist mind. Like, of course, they're not going to look at it this way. They always twist it to where it's just like one little number off, so it doesn't sound like it. Nah, you guys are nuts. It's not 666. It's 66.5. Come on, like the vector symbol, like all of this. Like, I mean, why can't we speak to like what's really there? Like, I know we shy away from it a little bit, but being that Speculation Sunday, what do you guys think? And you think that there's an agenda that's overlaid over all the information that we're learning about the globe, that has to do with an agenda that Satan is trying to control the minds of people with the idea that the earth is what, people are thinking it is? Because why does it have this numbers so prevalent, Like, I'm just kind of bringing that up. It's like, what do you guys think?
You have to think there's an agenda at some point, because like you try to get back down to the motive. We always shy away from what the motive is, and being Speculation Sunday, the whole, like, when you talk about like what would be their motive, like, I mean, there's only one agenda. It's control, right? Like, to sit there and control someone's mind to make them think that all they're here for is to eat and drink and work, and that's it. There's nothing else you can do.
Do whatever makes you happy on this earth, because you're just a roach, and at some point you're going to get squashed.
Well, I mean, you're going to live and you're going to die, right?
Well,
the only thing we're promised in this world is death.
But so, like, the whole deception, why? And you guys think, I'm just throwing something out here, it's to go against the Creator with this ancient war, so that you will be taken away from the eternity that could be yours, but because of the fact that you've been indoctrinated with because, like, okay, the truth has always been there, always. There's always been people speaking of the truth, but there's always the rejection of the truth, right? People that just would, but like, it's so integrated in like every little thing that like, you go from like wizards to like lab coats, and what is the meaning behind that? Like, why did they do that? Like, what was the whole purpose of the idea behind using those, these mystery school religions and then inserting them into like how mainstream science is using? Like, we're so similar to the Kabbalah, like what Michio Kaku was saying. Remember? You guys remember that little tidbit? He was talking about how the globe Earth, heliocentric belief is the same as the Kabbalah was actually exclaiming.
I've heard that before. I don't know necessarily if I've like heard saw any video that you've seen or heard any audio that you've seen.
Mitchell Kaku saying that. I don't know, we could probably find an audio clip of him saying that, but he does exclaim that. And it's like,
I've heard of it before. I've heard that it was in the Kabbalah, that's Kabbalah teaching, the globe Earth.
Right.
Like, I've heard that. I heard, what did I hear? I heard there was a book found in the 13th century, 12th century that, like, laid out like everything that is now considered like modern astrophysics and sciences, or something like that, something along those lines. It like laid the foundation for it.
What was the gentleman's name in the Catholic Church who, you guys were saying that was the founder of like the heliocentric?
The Big Bang?
No. Yeah, what was his name again? Somebody just said it.
Lemaitre.
Is it Lemaitre?
Yep.
He's the father of heliocentrism? Or, well, I would say this much from the Catholic version's perspective. Like, it's much older. I think it's just a name, though. It's much older. The idea is much older.
Yeah, I think it's George Lemaitre, but he was only
Cardinal Nicholas of Cusa.
Yeah, he was only.
Yeah, but where did he get it from? You know what I mean? Like, it didn't just start from him. Like, he borrowed it from some other thing. So who's he reading from? And who were those guys reading from?
I didn't know Copernicus was a friar.
That's right.
Did you know Copernicus was a friar?
Copernicus? No, I didn't know it. But hey, I'm not surprised by it. But I didn't know he was a friar.
Do they like to fry stuff?
So you're saying the founder of heliocentrism or the founder of the Big Bang?
Yeah, no, the theory of expansion of the. I'm reading what Miguel Sosa put in there, that little bit of Georges Lemaitre.
Yeah, he's
No, that's
there's another one.
the expansion of the universe in 1927. I mean, that's more of the idea why the universe is expanding into nothingness. That idiotic idea. But even if he was the one that kind of came with that understanding. Oh, is that it? Oh, Jedi found it. Can we play that clip, or is that like, will you get struck, Helio, if we play that clip? I don't want you to get a strike, bro. No, you might get.
Bro, I'm looking up about this cabal because I was just watching this video by Michio Kaku. He's talking about the America's secret weapon, but it's the world's secret weapon. He's talking about how they're a conglomeration of people coming to America to learn shit and then taking the technology and information back to their home countries. That's kind of what we're saying. Yeah.
That's been going on for like the last 30 or 40 years.
Yeah, the more numerology. It's only 33 seconds. Can I play this clip? If it's that long? I had to say that because I know 30. It's 34 now.
Yeah, because you were talking about Michio Kaku talking about the cabal.
33 is 1/3 of
video you were talking about. Go ahead.
Yeah, just let me play real quick. Just and I just kind of elucidates what I was saying. So, let me see here. All right, here we go. No, it's not doing it.
I'm not sure the one.
How do you grab the? I'm trying to grab the clip. Do I have to actually go to YouTube and?
Yeah. No, you should be able to just. I don't know if you're on your phone or you're on your computer. You should be able to right click on it, or where is it at? Let me see. I'll put it on there.
Here's the video I was listening to.
Is it? Yeah. Here, I get it.
All right. Gizmo.
I got it right. Oh, did Miguel try to play it? It didn't play.
The boot is in
you know why?
live stream.
Because I hit pause earlier.
Oh, the bot's not here.
Oh yeah, reset the bot. Yeah, just
reset the bot.
M play and stop.
Oh, there it is. Go.
I'm a theoretical physicist, and I like to say that I walk in the footsteps of giants like Albert Einstein and Niels Bohr. I'm not a philosopher. However, I am rather dazzled by the fact that many of the basic mysteries that we find in string theory and the theory of everything seem to be mirrored in the Zohar and in the Kabbalah.
As a scholar, the most amazing thing of all is the degree to which modern astrophysics sounds like a Kabbalistic text.
Yeah.
Wowzer.
Yeah, no surprise, bro. Yeah, no surprise.
Let me guess, Terrence McKenna.
I'm just saying, dude. Like we talk about this a lot, but these guys who know about it, like they always keep saying that it's look at this. What a coincidence! It's mirrored in the Kabbalah. You know,
do they just talk about it on accident sometimes, or do they leak it out? You know, like a little bit.
I think it's kind of like they're intentionally doing it. Why wouldn't they not? Like they're speaking about it in a public forum. I'm thinking they're doing that
because it doesn't work if you don't just let a little bit out.
Yeah. It's like that's how the magic happens.
So here's what I've read a lot of different things, and I've come to this conclusion on reading because the answer isn't out there. But like a few people that I've come across have the same agreement just in the conversation. So like it makes sense for me. The reason why they have to tell you the truth and they have to show you everything in plain sight is because it has to do with like the laws of nature and the laws of things, kind of like how karma works and everything like that. Like if you're agreeing to allow them to continue to do what they do, then silence is giving permission still. Like if you're not standing up against it, you're giving permission.
So
The
that
law
I
of
think that's
attraction.
how it works in that aspect.
They need your consent.
Right. They need your consent to continue doing what they're doing. It's not illegal if you consent to it. And so that's what I've gathered in the whole process. Now, whether or not that's the absolute truth, I don't know. I mean, that's just my speculation on it. But I understand that because I understand how the court of law works. And like when you're standing before a judge, if you don't object, then you're consenting. Does that make sense to anybody?
Yeah, that's what I've been saying that here and there.
So like in the court of law, when it comes to God, like if you're not objecting, you're consenting.
Yeah, I like what you're saying there, Gizbo, because it's true though. Because like that's we're talking about it being most obvious with the numbers, 666, and if that has like a lot of relations to the Zohar and the Kabbalah, and like the way Michio Kaku is saying, then people can draw that, like Helio Skeptic was saying, you could draw similarities to it and be like, well, look, it's a little bit like this, and they're leaking it out a little bit to kind of like say it's so similar, and somebody looking into this will have to admit the truth that it is, and they can't be like, nah, that's just a coincidence, because they're basically saying no, it draws like similarities from these texts. Yeah. So what's going to happen after that is you're held to that. As in, you already know that it was like speaking the same language as the other one was, the same context.
Yeah,
so
you were
why
told.
would you? Yeah, why would you? Because you were informed already. So that's what's going to stand against people, is that they already had the knowledge that it was similar to these other mystery religions.
That's how I feel when I talk to, especially like my close friends, and I talk to them about the Earth being flat and everything, and they get mad at me and they want to like, I've already debunked all that, and they sit there and they spiral just like everybody else that ever comes into the conversation, and it's like, well, I'm just telling you so you're told, and what you do with that afterwards, that's on you, but I'm telling you the truth now, so when you are presented with the case later, you can't say, oh well, nobody ever told me. No, somebody told you, and you refuse to listen. You close your mind.
You presented them with a case. They just didn't use their eyes properly. They chose not to use their eyes properly. That's the problem. You can't show them anything that'll change their mind if they're choosing to not use their eyes.
Right. And that's why they do like a trial by jury, right? You get a jury of, let's say, 12 of your peers. And, like if everybody convicts this person because of whatever stipulation they had going on, well, they were presented the case. The person may have been innocent, but you still convicted them. Like you were presented the case. You can't say you weren't presented the case. Or if they find them innocent despite overwhelming evidence of the crime that was committed, and you say no, they're not guilty, and then like even more evidence comes out later that shows that they were guilty, you can't go back and say they were guilty. That's why the double jeopardy gets invoked. That's why that's such a big deal.
It's weird.
Go ahead.
When people start to look at like and it's Speculation Sunday, guys, so we're continuing in the same conversation. If you just joined in just right now, if you're listening to us just at the moment, we can talk a little bit about our speculations and a little bit of like why we would go in this direction. So anyway, of what we're talking about. So like when I talk to people about like how the biblical text is looked at, it's almost like a supernatural court case that's happening. And right. So like it all, because you hear of the words like judgment, you hear of things like trial, you hear of things like truth being spoken as a testimony. So these terms were derived from, like, I would say, biblical context. They were given understanding in the court of law how truth is handled. And so, I mean, like, you have the law of the land in that, but you have like these understandings, right, that take place. So when I see like things happening, like how this can be held against you in Gizmo, it's like what you were saying. It's like people were given the knowledge about it, and you make a conscious, willful decision to choose something about it. Like, well, I guess I'm going to continue to go this way. You know, like it's a consent. You consented to it, and after that, you consented. You can't like renege on it and be like, no, I didn't mean that. No, you actually went ahead and did it. You know.
Yeah, it's like when you sign the agreement to your new iPhone that you got, and you consent to all those things without reading every single little thing on there.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? You consented to it.
Data mining and all. Yeah. So it's So I mean, with that being said, though, like it being like a supernatural court case, so people are held accountable. Like that's the whole thing. We were talking about how uncomfortable that makes, people feel like in this life, knowing that there's a creator, is that you're held accountable to the things that you do and your actions and your words and everything that's being done here. So everything can and will be used against you. You know what I mean? Like because of the fact that you're consenting, you're giving over your mind to things that are not the truth and so forth. And so what we're doing in here, however, I just want to put it in perspective, like from what this whole conversation has been about. What we're doing in here is kind of elucidating those facts to people, showing them that the evidence doesn't point to what they think that it's pointing to. So where does that leave us, right? That leaves us either with truth or not. And so, and like I said this one time, and Gregory was in here. I see him typing in text, but he was in here before when I mentioned the scripture in the Bible when it was talking about Yeshua and the scene with Pontius Pilate. He was taken in front of Pilate, and they put him up against Barabbas, which was another individual who was to be set free. He was a murderer. He was an actual criminal, and they were asking who to set free, and Pilate didn't know why the people were having such this terrible disagreement about like who he was and such, and he was asking him, well, who are you? He's like, well, they say you are. He's like, who do you think I am? And so his response was like what he understood. Well, they say you are King of the Jews, and like that's what they're railing accusations against you. So him understanding what truth is or trying to figure it out, he didn't know. Right. So he didn't want to have anything to deal with that situation. He wanted to wash his hands with it, like so he wouldn't have his blood on his hands, like let's say.
Yeah.
But
you put the trial to the people. I said, who would y'all rather release, me or Jesus or Barnabas?
But who does the fault in? Yeah. So who does like when truth? Okay. So and the thing about Yeshua and like what he was saying when he came here, people, and I asked them the question, what do you think his purpose was when he came here to Earth? Like what was his mission? What was he here to do? And I get a lot of different answers, of course. But there's something that he said he was here to do. He spoke these words. He said them himself. I'm here to testify to the truth. And so it didn't say exactly what, but he was saying the truth, like in that particular paragraph. And of course, the paragraphs before that, we can understand context. But the exact thing that he was speaking of was the truth. So everything he says was going to be the truth. It was going to be something that when he speaks, he used the double emphatic, truly, truly, I say unto you, like other things like that. But he used double emphatic to kind of solidify the fact that it wasn't just truth he was speaking. He was absolutely meaning what he was saying is for sure truth. And so testifying means you're in front of like people that are disagreeing. They don't understand. So you're on a like a stand, like in a court case, and people in the audience are probably the jury or railing accusations. No, that's a lie, but they have to hear him out, his side, and then choose this day whom you will serve, right? Because that was even spoken of in the earlier context in the biblical matter. Choose this day whom you will serve, and so there is a specific choice. Like, here's the thing: people will say, "Well, I choose option 3." No one, right? I don't want to choose to follow anyone. Just how about that? Right. But the problem is that in whatever case you think of this situation, there's always a master whom you will serve. It doesn't matter if you say you don't serve anyone; you still are under a specific rule. It's just that's just the way it is. If
the law is the law.
Yeah, I've heard this before, though, guys. Like people say, "Well, I'm going to be a sovereign citizen. I'm going to opt out." Opt out of what? That's not going to excuse you from going down the highway at 100 miles per hour on a 55 mile per hour zone, and the cop's going to stop you, and you say like, "Well, sorry, but these laws don't apply to me." Excuse me? You're cruising down a highway where there are laws that are governing this highway are said to be put in place. Doesn't matter if you agree with them or not. You're going to jail if you know what I mean? Like,
well, here's the thing, Mickey. When they're cruising down the highway at 100 miles an hour, they're not cruising down the highway that they made. They're cruising down the highway that the government made.
Well, like so. There's a lot of things.
There's a lot of stuff involved in that.
So what I'm saying though is I'm tying this all back into like how people want to understand truth for their own. Like, it's not. Yeah, you can say that's truth or whatever. People, governments, but that's what it means to them, not to me. I'm cruising at my own altitude. I'm doing what I want, and screw those guys. Yeah, you can say that in your own mind, but you don't live in your own mind. You live in a world that's collectively a part of like everything else. That means everyone else's opinions and decisions are governed by a body that you're governed by. So you're going to realize really quickly that you can't do much of what you think you can do freely, because you're always held by some sort of, body or entity that's over you. Do you know what I mean?
In that context and in retrospection, it's an analogy of the world will always stand on the sword of truth rather walk over it than acknowledge it.
Yeah. So PMAC, that's right. Like, so we can't just say, I don't believe in government. I'm going to do what I want. Like, that's what option 3 is. It's like, no, you can't. You can't do that. So, owlishness is newish. Jedi. Yeah, I think we've spoken to owlishness, and she is fairly new with the topic. I just want to let me just wrap up here, and I can.
But like you said, Mickey, like you're going to abide by a law. You're under some sort of a law.
Right. So truth. So yeah, we're going back to truth, and I'm just bringing it back to the final. I guess the whole point of everything of what I'm saying about testifying and being like a court case. What do you think we're doing in here when we're speaking about creation in the way that we know? What are we doing?
We're testifying.
Testifying to the truth, right?
To the truth. That's all we're doing.
And so what is truth?
Truth is objective. It's
what else is it?
Like when you say truth is, what's true for me may not be true for you. That's not objective. That's.
Can I tell you what truth is?
Sure.
What's up?
What was, what is, and what is to be.
Unchanging.
Always is. Right. So I was looking for self-evident, which is kind of like, it's obvious, right? It's self-evident. Like you don't need to defend truth. Truth is like a lion. You unlock the cage, it defends itself. You just show people the truth when you unlock the cage. Here's truth. The lion eats him. But like the thing is, when you talk about truth, it's not something that you gotta be like, no, you're not listening to me. It's something that's like, you know what? There it is. If you say that not for me, that's fine. Skip along then. I must continue the path of telling people the truth. And whether you're gonna say that, because it's obvious to everyone, and even the Globers say that it's locally flat. So what I mean is like, when we talk about things in here, so all we're doing is testifying to that truth. So, and it's definitely, and I hate it when people say that it's not like a court case, because it is. It's exactly like it. We're testifying to the truth, and like how many times that you want to say that it's not, it's different, but in a specific, like if you were held to it, like there's a judge, which is a creator, right? The creator's the judge. He's watching how we are advocates, for the truth. Ambassadors, if you will. How do you handle this truth? Are you handling it in a way where people, or are you, are you mishandling it, or how's it going? But like, I'm thinking like that's what we're doing. We're testifying to the truth. We're getting people to realize that it's always been the truth. It's the only thing that's changed is some snake oil salesman that has sold you the globe somehow.
It's kind of like the talents. The truth is kind of like the talents. So you got the 10 talents, the 5 talents, and the 1 talent. Was it the 10 talents, the 2 talents, and the 1 talent? The person with the 1 talent went and buried the truth out in the field and saved it, so that way it could be the same. Like how are you dealing with your truths? Are you going out there and exploring the truth and trying to expand the truth to have more truth? Or are you just taking the truth and be like, oh yeah, that's the truth, and then just putting it off into the corner and forgetting about it?
So that's why we are here doing that. And I just want to end it with that, and then maybe get to some new people and see if the new ones in here want to chime in. Like Jedi was saying, Owlishness is pretty new. Owlishness, welcome back. I know we've spoken here before. But yeah, you can chime in if you want.
Hey, what's up?
Going on. We have Owlishness. Oh, Richie's in here. Let's see. We have Shad with the Shad W. I don't know. Let me unmute Shad W. Shad W, you have control of your mic. If you want to talk, you can do so. You're in this VC right now with us. You're on the call with us. But we're on about the topic of the shape of the Earth, and this today is usually what we consider Speculation Sunday. So we talk about our speculations, if there's no conversation, that is. But we do want to. We'll put that aside for any new person that wants to talk about the shape of the Earth conversation. Yeah, absolutely.
That's the priority here.
Yeah. So, are you guys? Do you have any questions, comments, concerns? I don't know.
I'm just here listening.
How about you, Shad W? Shad W, nothing to say? Okay. All good.
Who's Owlishness?
Quark is back.
They're just here to listen to those tones of my voice.
You just want to hear PMAC talking, that's all.
I think a lot of people like to listen to our voices.
Oh, you put on your special voice when you said that, didn't you? You just went.
I go to the deep. I go to the deep, dark voice.
People just want to hear us speaking. It's a midnight
talk all day long.
It's a midnight love hour with Helio Skeptic.
Yeah, maybe I should do some ASM. What is it called? Where people
ASMR.
Hey, Shad person.
Just like
that Shad person. I think I know what their name is. I think it's Shadow King or Shadow Lock.
Now for some Barry.
We got Quark in here. Quark is, he's in the live stream voice text, but he's not in the voice call. What's that all about?
Yeah, I mean, he came back. He said ingenious. Was he responding to my tennis ball thing there?
I would say. You spark a lot of controversy with your tennis ball flinging water off of it. Helio Skeptic.
Yeah, it's ingenious, but I mean, it's just a simple argument. It doesn't.
Well, they got gravity holding everything together, Helio. Come on.
Yeah, I know.
That's why water doesn't fly off, right, guys? Who else thinks the Earth's a globe in here? Aren't you guys saying the same thing? You got gravity, man. It's holding all that water in. Tell Jedi he'll like to hear the story.
Yep, it's coming up 10 p.m. here in the UK.
Things fall down, so I must be on a
I mean, he. If you could tell Jedi how water sticks to a ball that's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, I think he'd be most appreciative to hear your story.
Well, you got to freeze it first.
Let's get the physical evidence that gravity exists.
Let's get physical.
I want to get physical. Let's get into physical. Let me hear your body talk.
Oh, you got to make it globe talk. Helio,
let me hear your globe talk.
Yeah, you got to do a parody now.
That was pretty bad.
I know. I did it on purpose.
So did I.
Look at that, man. What is wrong with? I mean, I know what's wrong with people. It's because they're like me, and they don't realize it.
Something's wrong with the world today. Light bulbs getting dim.
Something's wrong with her eyes.
They're seeing things in a different way, and God knows it ain't his. Sure ain't no surprise.
Because we're living on the itch.
What's up?
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I like that.
Where's the edge?
I mean, come on.
We're living on it.
You think you know me?
Hey, that's the new answer.
I need to add that.
That's an Aerosmith song right there.
That's what I was talking about.
When they say, "Well, where's the edge?" You're living on it.
But check it out, man. It says, if Chicken Little told you that the sky is falling, even if it wasn't, would you still come crawling back again? I bet you would, my friend. You know, like what it's again and again. But why does it say that though? Like, isn't like the dome the idea, like the firmament? You know, like because that's the sky falling, and like you try to get away from that and go back to the globe because you don't want to think about it. So it's like. You keep coming back to the. That's what I was.
Did you guys ever watch that Chicken Little movie? You know, whether I mean, we're talking about Chicken Little, right? And it ends up being like this. The sky actually is falling because their matrix is kind of. That's the way I saw it when I watched the.
What about the original Chicken Little, like the old cartoon?
Yeah, it came out in mid 2000s, I think.
Not the Disney version of it, like the Pixar or whatever version. I'm talking about the old one.
Oh, okay. No, I haven't seen that old one. But yeah,
where the wolf tries to trick one of the little chicks into thinking that the sky is falling and makes all the hens run out so that the wolf can feed on them. He does.
I've never seen that version.
No, I haven't seen
that. Yeah, it's messed up.
That's pretty gory for a kid to watch.
Yeah.
Maybe an '80s kid, not a kid from today, where everybody's a winner. They couldn't show a kid like that.
I'm try to find it.
Curious now, Kim. Yeah, if you can find it, send it to me.
'80s kids were watching all kinds of stuff too. Like we had Thundercats, where that mummy Mum-Ra was saying some pretty evil kind of satanic things like first. Because I remember when
that Chicken Little movie came out in the 2000s, it reminds me of the Truman Show.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you can
people
find
used to mention the Truman Show a lot, bro, in the beginning of Flat Earth. Like a lot.
And also,
it's like a Truman Show, man.
Good evening and good night.
Hunger Games is kind of the same thing, you know. They have this freaking dome, and
but they would even say it like to explain it to new people. Well, think of it like this: it's like the Truman Show. I'm like, oh, here's the Truman Show analogy again. It's like,
well, it's like, what else could it be? You know, with their stupid globe thing that they talk about all the time that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
What they tell them? They always told them that it was too dangerous to go out selling and everything was already explored.
Yep.
Sounds familiar.
It's in there in the voice text.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you guys have a meeting, TB?
Yeah, we're gonna have a
CK
meeting.
wanted to put a meeting together just before the month comes to a close here. So yeah, folks, just the top of the hour, just a few minutes. If you're a ranked member of the server, join the Ranked Roles VC. Bring a notepad.
That's awesome. I like it.
Yeah, we're just there's a whole lot of roles that can be added or whatever. I think that's what we're going to talk about.
There's a whole lot of roles, and Helio, you got the butter.
Well, I'm actually curious about how this is going to be. This is going to be fun. But anyway, yes, I'm definitely going to check that one out, Kim.
Oh yeah, it's really
is that a full,
it's synonymous with the way that the world works. What?
Is that the full video on YouTube?
I believe so, yes.
All right, cool. I'm gonna check it out.
Globers, where you at? Come out and play.
Globers.
I need to summon one or two of them.
Well, if you say
Bong Sao has arrived.
We're fucked.
What's up, Bong? Where you hiding, son?
Bong Sao.
Walt Disney's name.
You know he's always about that. He's coming in here with that China ditchweed.
China ditchweed.
He's pretty good.
Mexican ditchweed.
Last dance with
That's when
Mary
you're
Jane.
trying to.
One more time to heal the pain.
That's when you're shrugging your shoulders, like, "Oh well, it's better than nothing." Right, Bong Sao? You should hear once in a while. You should hear Bong Sao's testimony how he came to Flat Earth. Pretty crazy, dude. He was tripping.
Crazy. I mean, he grew up in Samoa, and then he joined the Navy.
The guy said he was tripping balls for like 2 weeks, man. He was just like, damn. He was like going crazy. He said, like 2 weeks.
Well, in my experience taking acid of it, you can't necessarily trip for 2 weeks unless you take a shitload of acid.
Well, I don't know if that. I just think that he was like, you know how it is when you come to like the knowledge that it's not what they told you. You're kind of like,
you get disassociative.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, disassociated for sure. Because like nothing makes sense anymore. You're like, oh, what do you mean gravity's not what? No, like.
Why am I not floating into space?
Yeah, it's a bunch of shit.
Bovers are coming here and like, if there's no such thing as if gravity's fake, how come I'm not floating in space?
Yeah, they do that.
It's like, do you think about like what you're saying before you say it?
Hell no.
Hey, if we're gonna do this meeting, does it mean the live streams?
It's a ranked roles meeting. You don't have to be there. It's a meeting. It's for the. It's just like I don't even know what it's about, quite honestly. But I have to go down there to make sure the temp admin is doing his temp admin duties.
All right, cool. Well, I'm definitely gonna have to check it out. I mean, doubt about that. But anyway.
You got this, Helio.
No, you got this, because I'm gonna go listen in on the meeting.
Yeah, just leave it all up to me, man. I got you. I got you, bro. All
right, brother. Peace.
Yeah, we be hanging out with Jedi up in here. Not anymore. Where did he go? He's gone too. Shit. He gone too.
We don't need those posers.
We don't need anybody. Just me and you, Indio. Let's go. Let's freaking go.
All right, just one more quick announcement. The meeting has begun. We're going to give it a few minutes for people to pile in. So if you're a silver, gold, pop in the...
Where's the copper?
Copper?
Where's the copper? Yeah.
I think there is a bronze, but I haven't seen anybody with it. But yeah, if you guys are valued, whatever, keep the conversation going. We'll be back.
You know it, man.
That reminded me of the original Mad Max. We know who you are, Franz. Anybody remembers the original Mad Max?
The original what?
Yes.
The original Mad Max.
Oh,
They
hell
call
yeah,
they
dude.
call the, they call the cops the bronze because of their shield, the bronze shield. But there's a scene
sounds like
where
a
he
really
gets
low
let out,
tier.
where he gets let out of like one of the motorcycle gang gets let out of jail on a technicality, and one of the cops is like, "No, that's not justice." Jacks his jaw. He says, "We know who you are, bronze." Then they like start hunting down each one of them. End up killing Mad Max's wife and baby. And then goes Mad Max on them.
That was a good show, man, for sure. A lot of good stuff in the 80s.
Make movies like that anymore.
Nope. Everything's CGI.
Yeah, Marvel movies.
Yeah,
Look,
you think that
I could get into Marvel movies if they were like the comics, but there's nothing like the comics, so like I can't get.
Oh yeah, they're not like the comics. Well, there's got to be some Glober out there wondering.
Well, Mickey, when are you starting your little podcast?
Oh, bro, dude, I'm thinking about this next week. I have some I go to work at like 5 in the afternoon, so I usually have mostly all day to do something.
You have to start a new channel?
I did already. Here, let me show you.
Do you got enough people to live stream?
I don't have like a panel, if that's what you mean.
No, don't you have to have so many hours like in subs to live stream? Or can you live stream right away?
I think I have to apply for the live stream deal. Let me see. Go live. Let me just check to see my channel real quick. I have to request access to streaming. Once requested, it may take up 24 hours to get access. Let me request. Oh, I gotta verify my phone number. Damn.
Man, to get all technical.
Yeah, you got. Let me put my phone number in. I forgot I had to do this step. Now you just reminded me. Get my code. This number is associated with too many channels. Only 2 channels can be verified per phone number. Damn. I thought I verified it with this one.
Did you delete the other channels?
Yeah. I'm using the same email account, but it's not the channel that I used originally is not there anymore. The original one. I'm thinking that's one that was used that number too. I have a Google phone number though. Let me try that.
Yeah, like I've seriously been thinking for probably almost a year about doing a channel and doing like non-flat Earth stuff. There's a lot of stuff I'm into a lot of stuff.
Yes, I like that too, man. To be honest, it's just an open forum to kind of like get some interesting people to talk to and kind of just do something.
Well, it'll be like I guess called. I don't know. Because I have a lot of I have like this running list of shit I want to talk about. This isn't like really the appropriate chat to do. You know, it's just a flat Earth chat. I want it to stay that way. And it's bad enough I always go off on rants and tangents about all sorts of other topics.
Yeah. Yep.
Not a good example.
Topics like, I don't believe the story of Archimedes. I mean, really? Took that long? You know what I mean? The whole sitting in the bathtub type of thing? Like,
well, I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff. There's JFK, because I think there's like a lot of these topics like wars, politics, whatever. The way people think about them is very
linear.
Chomsky talked about it, how like they limit they bookends the what's allowable debate. Nobody thinks like outside the box, for lack of a better term. But the box is artificially created So a lot of people, they come up with their opinions of, let's say, the JFK assassination or 9/11. They come up with their opinions based upon stuff media they've consumed all over the internet, right? But those people that they've consumed, those people only like take they think about it in very, I don't know how to describe it. Just like for instance, this morning, or maybe it was yesterday, we were talking about 9/11. Like, they're like, yeah, we know what's going on. Like, no, you don't. We have no idea what happened. Nobody has any clue. We just know one thing. The official story is bullshit. Other than that, we don't know anything. We don't know who did it. We don't know how it was done. We don't know anything. Right? So, like, it's like people don't want to be honest about certain things. Like JFK. You know, we know the official story is bullshit. We don't know how it happened, how it was done. We don't know anything, and the people aren't being held accountable. But people like think they've achieved something because they've debunked the official story. It's like, you've achieved nothing. You know what I mean? Like, people need to start keeping it real. Like, you achieved nothing. The people that did it, they're still running around. People that did 9/11, they're still running around. They're like, they didn't get punished. They didn't get caught. Like, we're still arguing about planes versus no planes. You know, we've done nothing. But this is what I'm talking about. It's like the debate is that bookended. Like, this is the edge of the debate on the left. This is the edge of the debate on the right. Right? You're not allowed to think. You're only allowed to think about it in certain terms or debate it in certain terms. And like, the discussion is very constrained without anybody, you know, looking at it like maybe in a different way. Because like, I look at some of this stuff just like in a different way because it's weird, maybe. But like topics like that, like things like, you know, like there's a lot of stuff I want to cover. Red pill, manosphere, frickin', you know, history, legal shit. Like, it's so many different things. I just want to make a lot of like, but I want to cover like little individual topics. I don't want to cover like, I don't want to make like 4-hour long videos. I just want to make like very specific individual topics that are like very specific.
Yeah, I have like a Discord to go with it.
Well, that's maybe somewhere down the road. But just an issue, like, so like one particular topic I want to cover is sovereignty. Right? What is sovereignty? What is it like? Like, what does it actually mean? Like, legally speaking, not like people's stupid fucking opinions of what it means. Like, what it means according to like the law. What does the law say? What does it mean? People have huge misconceptions about what it is, and like, but it's something I've thoroughly researched. And then there's like money. Remember how I was talking about the Federal Reserve and like money creation and like how that works, and then there's debt, and then like there's so many, like there's like hundreds of things I want to talk about, but I don't want to talk about like, I don't want to sit there and go on like a 3-hour freaking rant, because you like, I want to break it down into like bite-sized chunks that people can actually just like absorb, because a lot of these things, like there's fundamental principles, and all this stuff has to be like built on top of each other, right? So like, especially in the legal system, there's like the fundamental principles of the legal system. So like, one thing that people, when they have a beef with the government, I'll give you an example. They'll have a beef with the government, and they just think that them just going and saying, well, the fucking government official did XYZ. They think that just doing that's enough. But the thing is, the law presumes that a government official did what they were supposed to do, right? So if like they have something that they're supposed to do that's part of their job, part of the office of, say I'm like Secretary of State or something, and I'm supposed to like fill out, like give somebody like say I'm the Register of Vital Records, and I'm supposed to like fill out someone's birth certificate, and they come in and get one, and then there's like something someone is mad because there's something different on it. If I take them to court, the courts assume that whatever that person did, they did the right thing. And I have to prove that absolutely that person did not do the right thing and they didn't have power. They had no discretion to do it. They had an absolute duty to do it the way I said. That's pretty fucking hard to prove in court. But people just think they can go and complain, and that's just good enough, right? So people have these misconceptions about way things work, and I kind of want to dispel some of them because that's why people fail, right? So a perfect example of why people fail is, right, the cops do something to somebody, right, and they break the law, right? So they're basically criminals. Right. So if a cop does something that he's not allowed to do, like he doesn't have the legal authority to do, given by legislature, whatever, and he does it outside it, he's actually not acting as a police officer anymore. Right. But people don't understand this. So they try to sue the cop. They try to sue the state. They try to sue the municipality. But you have to sue the cop in like his personal capacity. You have to sue him as an individual because they have like, okay, check it out. See, this is why I want to do an episode about it. They have the office, so there's an office, right? So the governor of Massachusetts is an office. The Secretary of State of Massachusetts is an office. The characters that are in that office, they change, right? So one time it's John Doe, next time it's Jane Doe. One time it's, so-and-so, and next time it's so-and-so, right? So that whoever individual is occupying that office, right? Executing that office, they can only do what they're supposed to do, like what is prescribed. Like, the Secretary of State can, issue this, issue that, issue this, make a ruling that, sign this, sign that, blah, 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 blah. And that's just all they can do. They can only do exactly what is prescribed. Once that person starts doing things outside of that, they're just an individual doing it. They don't have the protection of the state anymore. So the way this goes to cops, right? I'm a police officer, so I'm occupying the office of a peace officer. But once I do things that a peace officer isn't allowed to do, right, then I'm not a police officer anymore. I'm just an individual. I'm just a renegade, a rogue person. I have an office of a police officer, but I'm not doing that, right? It's just like, I can't go home, to the family and just like start arresting members of my family because I'm a police officer. I have to I can arrest people specifically as prescribed by the law. And if I do things outside of that, right, it's not, arrest, it's kidnapping and unlawful restraint and like all those things. But people try to sue the police officer, right, because they're looking for that payday. They're trying to I'm going to, they'll caption the case, officer blah, blah, John Doe, employee for the city of, Memphis. And then they try to sue the city because they're looking for a big fucking payday. And then they lose and they wonder why they lost because they were suing the person in his official capacity and he can't do things outside of his official capacity. Right. So you're like suing like a persona, but that persona didn't do the unlawful act. The actual individual did. And people don't understand that this is how the law operates. And they make mistakes when they try to get justice against people that have an official title, but are doing things outside of that official title. Right. So these are kind of this is just one example of something, a little teeny, snapshot, right? Just that information alone, right? So if someone has a bad interaction with a police officer and the police officer, walks up to the car, says, whatever, but then he goes and steals your cigarettes and your lighter, right? That isn't authorized by the law. He can't confiscate stuff for no reason, right? So it's just some guy named John Doe. You got to sue John Doe with small claims court, whatever, for whatever harm he did. You don't sue the police officer. You sue John Doe, not Officer John Doe. And like I said, it's these little things that people make mistakes when they try to get justice. That's just like one tiny example of something. I have lots of other examples of different little aspects of things that people I don't know. Like a fine detail is something that people overlook, and that's why they fail. It's because they just don't see something. Right? I see some of these things. I guess.
I guess it's usually maybe an all or nothing fallacy. I don't know, because like when people see people doing things, they link them to the system and the regulations that person is like.
Exactly. They do it completely in their head. They go, "Oh, I see that shiny badge on his chest. Oh, it's a police officer." Like, no, it's just a human being. And like, if that human being does things as a police officer, fine and dandy, then he has to do it as the law prescribes. But if he does things outside as the law says police officers can do, they're just some dude doing things. They're not anybody special. And it's just like someone that wasn't wearing the shiny little badge. If they made you do things you don't want to do and they caused an injury, you would just sue them in court. You wouldn't sue them as a police officer. You just have to sue them as a private person. And the point is that that's just like one little, cubicle of shit I want to talk about. But there's other things that aren't related to the legal system that are like, get with relationships, the fucking birth rate, birth control pill. Like there's a whole fucking slew of shit I want to do stuff on that. Fucking plummeting fucking birth rate. Here's another good example. Abortion. A lot of people think abortion is legal, or was legal, or was a right. And they think that, Roe v. Wade ruled that abortion was okay. They didn't rule anything of the sort. What the Supreme Court ruled is that there's a time which the law says, yes, you are a recognizable legal person and we're going to protect you. Right? And they said that time is when you can survive outside the womb without help. So what they said is that you don't have a legal identity until a certain point in time that the law recognizes. So if the law doesn't recognize a baby that's in the womb at like 5.5 months, they don't recognize that as a quote unquote legal identity, then there's nothing they can do about it, right? It has no legal identity that they can protect. But they've decided that what they ruled was it has to be viable outside the womb. So basically, if there's a point in time, and the states decide when that is, right, viability outside the womb, that's when you have a legal identity the law recognizes, right? Because you got to have this distinction, right? You can't just have sex and the sperm fertilizes the egg and be like, okay, this has a legal identity. We're going to call it John. We're going to give it rights. We're going to give it the right to vote in 18 years. And all the legal rights people have under the legal system, you have to set a time when that, arbitrary time when that starts. And what they set, and basically that's what they did. They set an arbitrary time when those legal rights start. They didn't make abortion illegal. They didn't say fucking anything about abortion. I mean, yeah, the case was about abortion, but that wasn't what the decision was based upon. And so this is like a little factoid, a little detail that people don't know about. And why don't they know about it? It's because the media told them, Roe v. Wade, that's about abortion, right? This is about abortion rights, a woman's right to choose, all this shit. It had nothing to do with a woman's right to choose. It was strictly a legal ruling on what the law is. It had nothing to do with the facts of the case. Fucking literally nothing. And that's another sub thing, right? So courts make two rulings. They rule on the facts and they rule on the law. And those two things are separate. They're two separate considerations, right? So they're absolutely the facts are the testimony, the evidence, the exhibits, right? The videotape, the photographs, the frickin' paperwork. Those are the facts. But what the law is, that's a whole separate consideration. And they don't base, they might refer the law to the fact, But they decide the law independent of the facts of the case. And then when they decide what the law is, then they take that law and they apply it to the facts. But those are two separate legal things. So Roe v. Wade, that was what they call an issue of law versus an issue of fact. You see things like these little things, right? These are just little pieces of minutia that get people all twisted in their fucking head about like what's actually going on, right? What's actually happening. Because in school we're taught a whole different freaking narrative of how things are. Anyway, sorry about the fucking rant. Just tell me to shut the fuck up, man. That's all you have to do. They shut the fuck up.
No, man, you're good. Number one, it looks
I
like
think I put Mickey to sleep. Sorry.
it looks like speculation.
No, I was talking about like I might start a YouTube channel that's. I've been thinking about this for a while. That's not flat Earth, but I was trying to describe to Miggy like what I want to.
Yeah.
What I want it to be, like little teeny, like little encapsulated blurbs that are like 10 or 20 minutes, basically saying what I just said, right? But with a little more, right? A little more detail, a little more references, so people just don't think it's just some fucking person talking shit, right? Because I can actually back my shit up.
Well, usually, Indio, if you're going to start, I think it's good to start with, like, I don't want to say team, but a group of people that are like-minded and, you know, want to do something that's going to help create content. Because content creation is not as, it sounds great on the onset, but it is very tedious when you get down right to it.
I know that. That's why I haven't started yet.
And there's a lot of energy input into it, and time and thinking and structure, and like it seems like some people just get on there and you know, they just say what they want, and that's in and of itself, it can be exhausting because people depend on you. They're like, hey, I wonder what Indio's doing today, because even if you were just some person who came on and blurbed about everything and, you know, stuck the camera in your face, say, hey, you know what, today I went to Dairy Queen, I got a banana split or what, you know what I mean, just talking about just menial stuff. I think it's still.
Well, I'm gonna make videos. I'm not gonna like. Eventually, I might do like live streams or whatever. But I'm just talking about making like 10-minute videos about one particular subject, making playlists that cover them, like law, relationships, fucking battle of the sexes, fucking conspiracies, fucking just like but little teeny sections of them. Like not, like I don't want to go into like the entire JFK thing. I would like to do like analyze one piece of evidence and making a video about like one piece of evidence, right? And make a bunch of videos that analyze one piece of evidence, like one at a time, like the Zapruder film, like the Magic Bullet, or like, you know, just deal with one thing, because the shit just gets, you know how it is, man. These topics get lost in the weeds, and the conversations end up very disorganized. And
well, not to mention the false dichotomies that get propped up.
Yeah.
You got like people that say, well, then you must be, you know, a right wing. You know, you must be left wing. Like you're falling into some category that doesn't even fit what you're describing. It's like what you're even talking about. So I think
I'm an anarchist. Like I don't even call myself an anarchist. I'm a no stater. Okay, that means I don't think the state should exist. I don't think there should be a government, but I don't also like. I'm not like an anarchy in the way they think about it, right? The total chaos. I'm a no rulers kind of guy, no state.
Yeah.
For a simple reason, because of the principle, like the idea that like you can pick someone that's competent to rule you, but you're not competent to rule yourself. That's idiotic.
Well, yeah.
You're incompetent, but you're just competent enough to pick somebody to tell you what to do. Like,
well, that's how this wagon train works, man.
Yeah, think about it like this: I can't babysit myself, but I'm good enough to pick my babysitter.
Yeah.
Like, no, if you can't babysit yourself, you're also incompetent to pick your babysitter. That's just simple fucking logic.
And it's obviously true based on everyone's awareness. despite participating, or whatever they think participating is.
Yeah, there's just a lot of topics I want to cover that are not appropriate really for this. And I've been thinking about this for quite a long time. And like,
dude, I'm with you, man. If you want to start up a panel, I would love to be on the discussion, like having some people, and there's some people that would be against.
Oh, what I'm probably gonna do, this is how I thought. This is how I thought of starting. I'm gonna probably make 20 videos and put them all up at the same time, right? And then try and ride that wave, right? So make a whole bunch of content to kick it off, right? And then I make content regularly. But I know how hard it, like you said, it's hard to make content.
Oh yeah.
Listen, I've edited videos. I've done all the crap, dude. You've seen it, dude. I've made plenty of videos. Some of the videos on my channel, they're 2 minutes long. It took 8 hours to make.
It's okay. So I'll put it this way: it's even difficult in this place. Like if you're gonna churn up content within the 24/7, because okay, so this would be kind of like a practicing place here. You can practice how you can start doing it. Jump on here. You're live streaming 24/7. You could generate content by how you speak in here. See if there's anybody interested in a topic, and if not, then start talking about certain provocative things and churning up some listeners. That hey, listener, if you're listening right now, come on in here. We'll have a chat with you. The lines are open. Yada yada, and have the person come in here and be like, okay, so what do you think about this topic? And just you have to generate that content because you know that no one else is going to do it. Or I think the reason why it's difficult, you come in 1:30 in the morning and you find some really off the wall conversation about something nothing to do even remotely close to flat Earth. You're talking about well, did you like the color red today? It was just I don't know. I've been thinking, and it's dude, why are we into this weird kind of it has nothing, and not even a speculation. It's just something else. It has nothing to do. And I find out that it's the difficulty in trying to continuously think of new ways to churn up things. But it's just being creative. That's all it is, and being animated. So when you're on here, you become a personality because of the energy you put into the. So I would say the ones who are outspoken the most in here that do talking, like myself, yourself. Elijah, Gemzy, but look at some people here in the chat. But if you're in here and you know that, and Levelist, you're coming up, bro. So there's people in here that would step foot in here and start talking, and direct conversations. Making sure that everything is in flow. So yeah, the dynamic of being in a part of a larger group helps us kind of understand what it would be like to have a panel. And then on the panel have certain topics, a format, all kinds of stuff. So yeah, it's great, but it's not easy.
Well, yeah, I do want to do some live shit. I definitely do. I want to do panels, but but for that, I really just want to do flat Earth stuff for that. I mean, I don't know. I want to kind of separate the two. I mean, I like I said, I wouldn't mind doing a panel with other topics because I think one good way for people to because I just want to give out the information. I'm not trying to be fucking goddamn Tom Cruise or Tom Selleck or famous or anything like that. I could be that if I wanted to be. I don't want to be that. But the point is that I'd like to have panels, right? So maybe I make a video about say just what I talked about, and then but I want and then someone that's not familiar, a total fucking noob that doesn't understand something, ask questions, right? And they're asking questions, they're probably going to ask the same questions that people are listening have, right? And so, you know what I mean? I can't anticipate, you know what I mean? I know the information, but when I when I spit it out, I don't know what other people don't understand or what wasn't clear or what I didn't communicate because I'm not a perfect person. I don't communicate perfectly. There's what you say, right? And what I think I meant, but then there's people interpret what you say in different ways. So I like to have feedback. I'd like to get that feedback to flesh stuff out.
You know what I realize? you've been saying the same thing since I got here. I only heard it differently the more I became aware of certain things. So I'm saying in my journey to becoming aware of certain things had nothing to do with you. You just happened to be here when I began to understand a little better. If we can figure out how to engage,
the devil's in the details, Elijah. That's where it always is. The devil's always in the details, man. And and when you have a broad view, right? Like when someone comes in this topic, they have a broad view of flat Earth. But then as they start learning details, things just like falling into place. You're like, oh shit, that makes sense. Oh, this makes sense. You know what I mean? It's like
everything's disconnected when you're actually talking about the conversation. It's like they don't see the relationship between why, certain, esoteric aspects of like things that tie into like, older, things in antiquity from, what we're dealing with today. Like there's no correlation. It's just like what we're dealing with now. And so there's no, people's minds are just like, well, what is NASA doing? Or what are we talking about now? Like, yeah, they don't know the origin. They don't know the history. There's nothing in the way of like information that they're going to be able to get a better foothold of what they understand. They don't. I often like talking to these people. I'm starting to learn something even more every single time. They don't know what they don't know, man. They're coming into this like punching air, swinging blindly. There's no
punching air.
Yeah, there's
exactly
real no
what
enemy.
it is.
And it's like, who are you fighting, bro? Like, especially not against anybody in the flat Earth community, because like I would say like Dave Farina, Professor Dave, but he's talking about an 8 inches per mile squared is only being seen by con men. It's like, dude, who are you saying that to, man? Like, flat earthers didn't come up with this shit. Like, that's number one. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
he's calling Vsauce a con man because that's the first place I ever heard it was Vsauce.
And anyone else who was talking about it.
Thank you. I think that and that's true, Miggy. What Indio said about like when you come into a topic with like a general kind of thing, yeah, that's what it is. Like, because that general knowledge that you don't actually know. You just picked up bits and pieces from what people said, and you put that all together, and you've created this kind of view on that thing generally, which is typically wrong. And it's like,
agreed.
How many times are you going to learn in here that the more you learn, the more there aren't categories, there aren't sides, there aren't this, there isn't that. When you get down to the nitty gritty, it's somebody's lying or somebody's telling the truth. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah. The general, it's a low resolution image of the topic. And then as you're in it more, you get more and more detail. And the picture becomes blazingly clear on what the hell is going on.
What I would say is bandwagon flat earthers are the ones that return back to the globe. These are the guys or girls, that come in here and listen to what somebody has to say, and they're like, "Oh, Earth's flat." They didn't do any research in the time, and so just.
Well, they're here for social reasons or whatever. They're just trying to look for friends or something.
Well, what's his face, man? That did the camera observations, Ranty, I think his name was. Yeah, whatever reason.
He was just for money. Like, I'm 100% sure he was just for money.
Well, whatever reasons that supported him to be doing the thing that he was doing, it's like people that would say that they were flat Earth and they left, or they're not interested, or whatever the case, or the level of why they're not doing this is totally not why we're doing it. I mean, if anybody was here for the length of time that any one of us have been doing this, like there isn't any way back to what, because a lot of things that people would say too is like, okay, if somebody was to show me that the Earth is actually a globe, I would go back to it. I hear this or it's been said before. It's been said, and I'm the energy that puts out is like there isn't anything but truth. So what are we saying? Is truth malleable? Are we wanting it to be malleable? Like, is that the kind of energy we're gonna like? Can somebody show me the curve somewhere so I can go back to the globe? Like that's bad energy. Like if something is true, then it's not moved, and that's all it is. And so that's the only place you can go is that, like, unless you're saying you're 99% sure that what you're saying is true, then we got something to deal with as far as like what you understand reality to be. And then it's just a whole other thing from that point forward. It's like, now we're going to dive into why that's the case for you in every aspect. Like, you can't ever settle on an understanding as collectively, like we all do, like,
Oh, funny when they say that, though, man. When they say that, if someone proved to you the Earth is a globe, would you go back to it? Like, dude, what makes you think that's even possible?
Exactly.
Like, dude, you're just like spouting like your religious belief that the Earth's a globe and that somehow someone just has to show it to me so I can go back to it. But the evidence is there. But you've never seen that evidence yourself. Because you would be presenting it to me if you did, instead of freaking coming up with these hypotheticals that are never going to happen.
Because we're dealing with that endlessly in here, so I can understand the.
If you go into space and saw the Earth as a ball, would you believe it? Do you know what my answer to that is? Every day you see a flat Earth and you don't believe that.
Hell yeah, dude.
But I got to go to space, someplace you've never been, to believe in your idea. But you experience my idea every day of the week, but you don't believe that? Who's being unreasonable here?
That's my new one. That's gonna be my response to that question forever now. I love it.
Yeah, dude. Like, listen, whenever Glover speaks, just like flip it upside down, man, because they invert everything.
If I took you outside to a field of daisies, would you believe?
Yeah, would you believe the Earth is flat? Like, if I took you to Hampton Beach, would you believe the Earth is flat? I mean, Jesus Christ.
Probably not. As a matter of fact, oh gosh, we were doing so well when we were asking the guys like, what percentage are you sure? So I kind of made an argument towards Matthew. Maybe it was you. I can't remember exactly who did it, but one day. Oh no, it was Wolf. Now I really can't remember. But anyway, somebody asked Matthew, well, what is the maximum? It was Gospel Bearer. Yes, it was Gospel Bearer. He asked, what is the maximum limit to the horizon, or the maximum that you could see that you would be like, okay, anything beyond that is just too far. So then he said like something like 2,000 miles, and then Gospel Bearer is like, okay, and then he showed him like something that was like 3,000 or 4,000 miles, and then Matthew was like, you know what, you're right. There's probably no distance that I would accept.
Oh, what a weasel, dude! I hate this guy.
Yo, that reminded me of something that goes with the Mr. Sensible. I'm gonna start asking them like, since you can't be 100% sure, what is the surest you can ever be about something? 99.9. How many decimal places?
You don't want to know the answers to that.
How close to 100 can we get?
You don't want to know the answers to that. I went with somebody to the 10th decimal place.
The 10th decimal?
Yes, dude.
Oh God. He's
So it might even get weirder than that, but like, as far as I know, that's as far as like, dude, are you serious? He's like, yeah, because that's like close to being sure as you can possible, but just not actually being sure. Just because he's like, because that's how science works. And I'm just like, bull shit, dude. Like, oh, man, it rubs me the wrong way when they always say that. That's how science works.
That's supposed to be like the mic drop. You just say, that's how science works, mic drop.
Yeah, that's it. What are you going to do after that? Because that's how science works.
Debate over. Roll credits. I said it. I said the one who said that's how science works. Roll the credits.
Shit, bro. I mean, that's what we're dealing with usually when they come in here.
Fucking clown world, man. Total clown world.
Where's that stupid clip? Oh yeah, here it is. Let me play this one clip real quick. Sometimes I have to play it for posterity, man.
Before you play it, like, how can someone who really believe that they live on a ball geometric shape like kind of thing. Like how is there no distance that you would accept? Like, I know that it's supposedly 25,000 miles in circumference around or whatever, but if I saw like 50,000, it's still a globe. Like, for real? It's like...
Yeah, the ambiguous gray area is the place they want to live at. That's comfortable there because you're not held accountable. Here, let me play this one clip. Watch this. Really? Clip? Hang on. Just when you think you got something down. Where's it at?
Unknown file format.
Yeah. I guess I have to copy it exactly like the way it is. All right, this will work.
Yeah, you copied message link. Open.
There you go.
Okay, can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
Yeah, you can.
No, so I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached.
No,
if that makes sense.
We get that. We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
Bam.
Then why are you wasting our fucking time? Go be unsure somewhere else. Why do I want to talk to someone that doesn't know what they're not even sure what they're talking about? Go away.
I'm telling you. I've been skewering these guys with this information, man. Their head is on a spike, bro, metaphorically, like with their argument. And it's on display, so I'm going to keep, like, these guys, iterations like them, are going to be the same thing. I'm going to keep running them through the same way.
Listen, it's like, okay, let's debate. Okay, so before I start this debate, I just want to concede that I've lost because I don't actually know anything 100%. So.
Yeah, that's how it goes. That's exactly how it goes.
I don't know why I'm trying to convince you of anything because I don't know anything.
Yeah, let me show you the one-hitter quitter, man. Like, just ask them if they know reality's real, and then after that, just all right, sick of forking them. They're done, baby. Let's go home. Like, wrap it up. Like, what's this microwave fight bullshit? People are gonna be. They're so dissatisfied with it. The idea that you could knock somebody out completely out of this whole realm of like even. How could you sit there and argue with somebody? Like, you really...
No, Miggy.
I don't
when
know,
you start your channel, this is I kind of want to do the same thing, dude. I really want to, like... I think, like, one of the major flaws in, like, probably this topic and a lot of topics on YouTube is that, like, they're not very focused. I'd like to just, like, do something, like, just on that. Just on, like, this, solipsis, I don't know anything, brains in a fucking jar... Just an episode just on that, man. And we'll just, like, you could just do, like, with a panel, of course, right? So just do a panel, like, we'll just talk about that one thing. And we'll just break it down, like, logically, like, their viewpoint and why it's so freaking retarded, for lack of a better word. It's irrational. That viewpoint is completely irrational.
Can we do this now? Like, okay, maybe not
let's
now,
do it now.
but what I'm saying is, like, maybe March-ish, like, but like, I mean, listen, reason I'm so excited is because nothing else exists like that. Nathan Urkel. Nathan is
Urkel. Did I do
Nathan
that?
Is already doing the
Did you say, did I do that with a British accent?
No, I can't even.
Somebody's... Jedi, you're in here, man.
Just chill. All right. So he's doing that, and that's kind of like what QE has already been doing. But this panel and focus on like, you know, shit like what you just said.
Yeah,
I don't think
like this
and we got-
particular argument where nothing is real. This subjectivist craziness, man.
Bro, it's a program that's running
and
right
just
now.
expose it, right? So we just talk about it on a panel and just expose it for just like how intellectually dishonest it is. To even be debating with somebody, and that's your viewpoint. Why are you debating? You don't know anything. Like, what the fuck, dude? Why are you wasting my time? Do you know anybody that knows something? Well, I guess you don't even know that. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, dude.
Like they can't even refer you to somebody that knows anybody because they're not even sure that they know somebody that does that, right? They're only 99.99% sure. They might know somebody that knows something.
Maybe. He's got to remember, he doesn't work in absolute facts. It's a high probability that he works in. That's it. High probability. I don't know, man, if people actually know that this is what they're coming in here talking about. Honestly, like, whoever we're speaking to in whatever capacity in the globe earth, whatever globalist that's in here that's having the conversation with us, we don't know that that's what's actually the fire that burns their information. Like, we don't know it. We're thinking that they're common sense, critically thinking humans. And so we're talking to them in a way like, hey, that's not right. Like, it's this way. And we're like trying to reason with someone who cannot be reasoned with. How are you going to reason with somebody like that? And you ask him, have you eaten before? Remember that question you asked him, Indio? Have you eaten before? I'm not sure. Can you imagine when he said that? I'm like, this is nuts, bro. How are we talking to this person right now? And why? Like, shouldn't this guy be figuring out if he can actually survive because he doesn't even know if he's eaten or not?
Look, it's the same thing that we were talking about, that Indio was trying to elucidate about, like, you know, the difference between, you know, a position and the person themselves. Like, because, like, this is why these people hate, you know, the government or whatever else. I don't know. They love the government, but cry about it. I'm not really even sure now that I think about it, because they hate it, but they love it. I don't really know. But the only way that they could really be that fucked up is because they think like this. So when somebody tells them, I went to the store, didn't go to the store, they don't go, wait, huh? They just go, oh, okay. So what's that mean? And then the person goes, yeah, just sign right here. And they're like, oh, okay, sure. Like, that's like, that's what it is. Like, it's fucking crazy, man.
So, I mean, I'm always like now going back to what I call the reality check. And when I do that, I find out every single time the person is saying dumb shit like this. It's like most of the time. Very seldomly they'll stand on all 10 toes and be like, nope, Earth's the globe 100%. Which is good for me either way, but the latter is like having to like listen to someone who doesn't know shit. And I'm over here like, oh yeah, sure, buddy. You know, like it's. Oh, is this another one? Yeah, I found another clip. Let's see. I forgot what this one was. Let me see.
Sun moving across the sky every day.
Look, when you stay in here, yes, it's moving. It's moving. The sun is moving. The sun is moving.
Oh,
wait, what the fuck?
I thought you said it wasn't moving. I thought you said it was.
Right. Hold on. So if the sun is moving,
yes.
Hold on. If the sun is the thing moving.
Oh, here's Indio's favorite. Hang on, let me play this one.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
we have everything. The people just haven't heard this. You can't tell me your grandma heard this. They hear you trying to explain flat Earth, but they haven't heard us just talking to people who do care, because they don't care. But they don't care because they think they know. If they heard this shit, if we really, you know, package this into some kind of, you know, I don't know, weekly thing or bi-daily thing or whatever it would be, Like, come on, Sam. You can't hear us breaking down sex robots and somebody just go, maybe context. Like there's just no way around it.
Yeah, let me bring this other clip. This is Indio's favorite.
Did you or is that numbnuts?
Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
No, you can be Here's the problem. You can hold a claim that you're not absolutely certain of, and you can leave room for that claim to change in the future.
Good stuff. Good stuff. I'll be right back.
You could dare someone to say that we took them out of context, because then all you'd have to do is just have a new conversation. Ask them the same question. Okay, so can you 100% sure know anything, or can you with 100% certainty know anything? Because they're either going to double down to try to justify it, or they're going to double down and justify it. That's just
Miggy, here's another thing I'd like to do, just like a panel on the burden of proof. Just cover that one thing. Who has the burden of proof? Globe versus flat Earth versus globe.
Yeah, that's another excellent idea. Like, we should just focus on all of the fallacies that people commit where there's an assumption, and just show them, hey, no, that's not the case. No, I don't need to prove to you anything. I didn't wake up claiming, the knowledge of the cosmos.
Yeah.
No, I don't have to tell you why sunset happens. No, I don't. Like, I'm not the one with the claim.
Another one I want to dude. I have lots of ideas. It's stuff we cover all the time. Stuff we've heard in here thousands of times, and just break up each individual little thing that they come in here with, right? So another one is, I have a model that makes predictions that are accurate, therefore my model is real. You can bust that down, right? Models are reality, or math is reality. Just do a panel just busting that down, right? Breaking it down critically, logically, analytically, breaking it down. Turning it inside out. Then when some goofball comes in here saying that shit, you're just go watch the shit on Miggy's channel. We fucking took the corkscrew to that and pulled its guts out. And that's that logical fallacy is the appeal to pragmatism. My model works, therefore my model is reality, which is logically flawed because like I said, it's an appeal to pragmatism fallacy. Working mathematical model that simulates reality, right? It simulates, does some math, does some calculations, and then it'll spit out an observable, right? It'll spit out a prediction for an observable. That doesn't mean the calculations, the guts, right? The machinery is actually physically real. It doesn't necessitate that. And there's examples of where this is not true. There's plenty of examples, hundreds of examples. Quantum mechanics is the perfect example, right? The idea that a particle is in two places at the same time, yeah, that's what it says in the mathematics, but it's not actually in two places at the same time, right? It's not two things.
Yep.
But that's what the math says. Like, if you look at the math, that's what it's inside the mathematics, but that's not what's happening in the real world, right? But that's just the only way we can describe it. Like, it's the only way we can describe it with mathematics and make a prediction is to presuppose in the mathematics that you're describing something that's in two places in time at the same time. But we know in the physical world, things are in two places at the same time, that is not possible, right? So there's a model, makes predictions, they're accurate, it's not physically real. Nobody can say what happens between, like in the double slit, between the slits in the detector. We can predict what we're going to see in the detector, and we can but we can't say what actually happens at the double slit, and we can't say what's happening in between the slits and the detector, like the screen that the frickin' photons, electrons, or whatever is hitting. We can't say. We can make the predictions of what the result on the screen will be, but we can't say for certain what's happening between the screen, the double slit, and the screen. We don't know. We have a mathematical model that makes predictions, but that model is not reality because that model is probability waves. And probability isn't a physical thing. Probability is a mental construct of human beings.
Like God. Two places at once.
God is the place. Right? He isn't in two places at once. He is the place. Like, it's like,
I can't fathom that, right? Like I can't even fathom God being in two places at once. Like,
the best answer to, like, can God make a rock that even he can't pick up? The best answer I ever heard is God is outside of the rules of logic. They don't apply to God. He made man that made the rules of logic. Those rules don't apply to him. You're judging him. It's like this. You're inside of it trying to measure it, right? It's like trying to measure a ruler with the ruler that you're trying to measure, right? You can't do that, right?
man, that's exactly what a dumbass I would do.
Well said.
You're a robot and
Do I have to wait for
yeah, you sound good now. Start over because I didn't hear anything.
Oh no, just saying that only a dumbass AI or a dumbass machine that was programmed to do that would do that. Like the machine that kept mopping up until it was like, till it finally died, trying to mop up its inner juices, aka like the engine oil or whatever the hell it was.
Yeah. It's like, measure that ruler. Oh, I don't have anything to measure it with. Use the ruler. Like, what? Can't measure a ruler with the ruler you're trying to measure. That's not possible. So how long is the ruler? I don't know. The length of the ruler. when people are like try to use logic and reason and apply it to God, like, dude, you're trying to like talk about the whole, but when you only have parts, right? But you don't have all the parts. You only have some of the parts. And I don't mean SUM sum, I mean SOME sum. Right? Trying to just, tell somebody what the entire picture looks like, but you only have like a few pieces of the jigsaw puzzle. And you can never have all the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle in the same place at the same time to describe, the whole. And then atheists go, whoa, like they ascribe are the human limitations of our conception of the creator with the creator's flaws, right? They assign our flaws to the creator and say, look, there can't be a creator. He's flawed. You claimed he's omnipotent. You claimed he's all powerful, but he's flawed. No, the way you think about it is flawed. That's the flaw. Your mental construct of what you'd imagined it to be. That's the flaw.
Yep.
And they do the same thing to flat Earth, right? They do the same thing to flat Earth. Well, this wouldn't work on a flat Earth. Yeah, you're right. Not in your conception of a flat Earth. You're right. It won't work.
It's like Mario's trying to figure out what the real world is like, right? What the developer is like.
It's crazy because I don't know how you get someone to see that that's what's going on. Like I'm able to assess that that's what's going on. You're able to assess that that's what's going on. But half of the the people in here, some of them.
Yeah, but we didn't start here. You know what I mean? Like when I got into this topic, I didn't start at where I am now. Compared to now, I was a fucking idiot. I'll admit it. Like I was an idiot, and if you compare your knowledge now to like when you started, I'm sure you'd call yourself an idiot, and everybody in here. So we were all idiots at one point, and when we got to look at these people as like they're idiots, and they're not idiots because they want to be idiots, just because they're ignorant. The only thing we can do is like, here's the tools to analyze the information and critically think and determine the truth. And as Bong said in one of a long time ago, take the journey, dude. You got to take that journey. You got to frickin', they have to do it. They have to frickin' climb that mountain themselves. We could just say, oh, the top of the mountain is in that general direction. We don't care how you get up there. There's lots of trails to the top. Fucking, just take one of them. Oh, but don't worry, there's a troll over on that cliff as they fight the flat Earth. Try to avoid that. He's halfway up the northwest face. Don't go to that troll side.
But could you imagine? Listen, just if we had a skilled animator, just going, behind like this conversation, just what you said, like a 60-second clip. Like, and you're just saying everything you're saying, but the animation is of like a flat earther, like an adventurer role, where he has like a beginner's like armor and wooden sword or some shit like that, and you're explaining to him to bypass the troll on the hill. I just wish we had so much more. Oh man, my brain, like my capability is far less than what my imagination is.
Are you saying we should make a flat Earth RPG where, like, to win the game, you have to discover the flat Earth, but you have to see it from on top of a mountain, but you have to fight your way past trolls to get.
Hey, that's a good idea.
Troll jumps in your face, and it's like, the only thing he tries to beat you, and he just says, "Gravity, gravity."
Guys, how do I beat gravity? The gravity bus.
All right.
Go through a lot of wizards.
You fall to the ground if you don't have the correct answer, but you can always carry like a get out of jail free contingency, like a balloon with helium in it or some shit.
Gonna do it.
Oh man.
Well, if you want to defeat the gravity boss, you gotta learn about gravity.
Yes, I am defeating you with the force of gravity. Wait, isn't it the bending and warping of space time?
Gravity apple attack.
When you get to the top of the Troll Mountain, like you hear Neil deGrasse Tyson's voice going, "That stuff is flat."
Oh, yeah.
The curvature of the earth.
Oh man, that would be an amazing. Oh man, the dream. Yeah, one could dream, huh? Oh, that'd be so great.
Yo, man, we got to have fun with this, man. Can't be serious all the time. I mean, we're serious, but we're not serious, right? It's like, I don't know. It's just, just this battle, because that's what it's been. It's just been a battle with Globers and trolls and whatever. But like we need to kind of we know what they do, right? So we know. I think we all know what we have to do to tie this bow, wrap this present, put a bow on it, and mail it.
Yeah, we
just take that. We just. Well, we know listen, we know everything they do. We know all their gimmicks, all their tricks, all their little silly arguments, their fallacies. Let's just freaking package them, right? Take them each one by one, right? Just like with the 10 proofs that the Earth is Earth is round, right? And you know how we used to go through them one by one on the stream and knock them all down. Just fucking super comprehensive. Just knock everything down one by one, even if it takes a fucking year, or 2 years, or 10 years. I mean, Elijah, you're on Facebook, dude. Facebook is like going back into time. I literally feel like I've been posting there regularly on the flat or on this Discord Facebook page, and you get the Globers come in there and they make posts. It's like, holy shit, dude! This was posted in the lobby in 2018. What the fuck, dude? They're really they're behind everything. I don't think this level of discourse has spread. I mean, of course, it's spread to Nathan Oakley and some of the YouTube channels, but in the other on Twitter and Facebook and these other social media platforms, they're still stuck in the past.
You're right. And it's hard to speculate. Well, it's easy to speculate, but it's hard to really pinpoint what's actually happening when you're in it. So I experienced the same thing. And it's when I go in there, it's a whole bunch of, I don't know, low level, whatever, just fighting on the battlefield. And I just come in as the I don't fuck the headless horseman or something. And I just throw a couple potions down and it's half the battlefield is gone. And it's the what do you call those moderators? They pick and choose when they engage me. And if I engage people on a post where the moderators don't really see because they can't keep up with everything, those dudes are trash. They're wasted because they'll say some shit and I'll just Google some shit and I'll post it and they'll go, oh yeah, well, what makes you think it's flat? It's you're done, son. Take a seat. It's I don't know if that's on purpose. If they just have to ignore where we're coming from, so they just have to play the game and just keep inundating people with that level of discourse. Because I don't understand why the conversation hasn't advanced over the years, except for places like this and other servers, shit like that.
Maybe it's maybe it's advanced on Discord because of the ease of communication compared to Facebook, right? So Facebook is kind of like a back and forth. Someone posts and someone posts like 2 hours later, and then someone posts like 2 hours after that. Whereas here, right, the chat's like a frickin' stream, and then we got the frickin' voice chat, right? So we can go through you can have a conversation, and the conversation progresses, right? And the ideas are fleshed out and more thoroughly and quicker, right? Like they're like think about it like this. There's like latency in the intellectual progression of Facebook, right? There's still because their posts are 2 hours apart and ours are like seconds apart. They need to post 1.5 million more times until they catch up to this level.
It's like snail mail. It's like still snail mail days, eh?
Yeah, exactly. They're arguing by snail mail. They're freaking sending stamped mail to each other.
It's true. You know what? See, so I'm leaning towards it's that because every time I go on there to debate, I don't do it often because it's not funny. It's like you're in an RPG, but
you don't want. Yeah, you don't want. Elijah, I know where you're at. I don't even want to take the effort to prove them wrong. I don't even because I have to teach them so much shit just to tell them how they're wrong. I don't even want to take the effort. It's too much. Nah, forget it. Believe what you want to believe. I don't give a fuck.
That's where I'm at. Yeah. It's because based on, like you said, based on the answer that they gave, it's like, oh wow, I'm gonna have to go through this and then this and then this. And then this, and this is how deep they're buried. I can't help them, or at least I don't feel like it. Plus, yeah, you're 100% right. And again, that just that points back to it being that there's just this latency thing going on. It's not really they're pretending to be that dumb, because at the end of those conversations, when I do have them, they always say, "Man, I have to admit, you're probably the most knowledgeable flat earther I've ever talked to. I really, I appreciate this conversation." After cursing me out, telling me I was dumb, telling me I was wrong, then saying, "Man, you're a hard person to overcome." Well, you just kind of just didn't overcome it, but I'll take that.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, stop. Yeah, don't break your arm trying to pat yourself on the back, buddy. I love Goldberg, so just declare victory, then rage quit. It's hilarious. You wouldn't answer my question about nothing. I asked you how revolving doors work on a flat Earth. You couldn't answer my question. Earth's a globe. Bye. Stupid idiot. Morons losing brain cells. Blah, blah, blah. So we had a guy, he came in. Dude, he wouldn't get off it. Where's the edge? The edge of this, the edge of that. You don't know where the edge is. The Earth's not flat, blah, blah, blah. So okay, so where's the edge of the universe? The universe is supposed to be flat. If you don't know where the edge of the universe is, the universe don't exist. He quit the server. Because you could just take their logic, right? Because that's their logic. Oh, if the flat Earth doesn't have an edge, then it's a globe. Right? So, okay, if the universe doesn't have an edge, then, the universe doesn't exist either.
Well, it sounds more like one of those panic reactions. You know what I mean? Where they can't think straight, and all they can think is, well, "You need an edge, or else it's not." You know what I mean? They're not thinking of all. They're not thinking of all the what's. You know what I mean? They're just it's a panic reaction. I think because my dad does that. My friend at work did that. You know what I mean? They don't know what else to do.
It's the space thing, though.
It's either friends who did see the YouTube video, or they saw a video or two on YouTube.
Yeah.
Because that's how news works too. Somebody will tell you, "Oh, I hate politics. I'm not into that." Because you'll try to go in actual details, but to make you feel like, hey, I'm privy to the same stuff. They'll have seen a headline or some quick, 2-second segment, and they'll go, "Man, did you know that the Republicans are trying to abolish income tax?" And it's okay, what do you know about it? I'm just saying. Yeah, okay. That's
Like,
interesting.
like, no, I didn't know that, and neither do you. you read ahead. Yeah, well, I mean, like the people that come in with like their religion is space. So when they start with when they like latch on to the where's the edge, the foregone conclusion is there's outer space, and Earth is something in outer space. So if it's a thing in outer space and it's not a ball, then it has to have an edge. Not thinking that the entire surface of a ball would be the edge of the ball, but whatever. Let's never mind that, right? But their fundamental premise is there is an outer space vacuum. This is like their God, right? This is like the holy text. There is an Big Bang outer space vacuum. We're all floating around in a big fucking void. This to them is some a divine truth. That's the only way you can think of it. Is it's a divine truth ordained from on high that this thing called space, the thing they've never experienced or seen or anything like that, this 100% has to exist. They're as sure as that existing as the ocean is full of water, right? They're that sure.
Well, they need somewhere to put their ball, right?
Yeah. Yeah, man, because in geometry class, you had a piece of paper, man. And that piece of paper had edges, man. And if you drew a line, eventually you'd reach the edge, and then you draw on the desk, man. So because geometry isn't done on paper, then there has to be an edge because that's how everything is. Everything has an edge. And they just get into this fucking spiral because the way they think about it, right, this abstraction, when they were in geometry class in first, second grade, whatever it was, when you first learned shapes, right, there has to be an edge because the paper has an edge. And I'm doing geometry on paper. And if I take that abstract geometry into the real world, then there must be edges in the real world. So if I took a straight line and drew it across the universe, I'd eventually hit an edge. And what's the desk then?
What's outside of the universe?
Yeah, what's after the paper at the edge of the universe? And what's the desk made out of? And then what's after the desk? What's that? So this is this infinite regression fallacy that it's like they never think it through, because you can't think it through. Because no matter where you say there's an edge to reality, you can always say, what's after that? Oh yeah, the edge is 55 million light years that way because of the speed of light and the Big Bang, blah, 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 blah. Okay, what's after that? What's after that? And then if they say anything they say, you can go, okay, so what's after that? What's after that? And what's after that? On and on and on and on and on. And they never asked themselves this question before they started asking you, where's the edge of the Earth? Yep. Right? Because of this. It's because of the space. There's a big fucking vacuum and there's shit floating in it. And that's a divine truth. That can't be questioned. That cannot be questioned. It never enters their mind that it's questionable.
They had a program on Discovery Channel called Journey to the Edge of the Universe. I actually saw it before Flat Earth. It's about Greek gods, the Greek mythology. Yeah, it's weird, eh?
They didn't live in heaven. I thought they just lived above the earth in Mount Olympus or something.
But after watching them describe, it's because they've got this they take you on this tour. You know what I mean? Outwards. You know what I mean? And then they explain all these constellations. All their models. Then when you get to the end of it, it's like some kind of space odyssey thing. I don't know. It gets all esoteric. So it's like, oh, this is somebody's imagination. You know what I mean? That's the edge of the universe.
Have you ever wondered why none of the stuff in the sky is named after Christian people?
Right.
Isn't that's not the constellation of John or Planet Mark or yeah, exactly. So none of the celestial bodies are all pagan gods, deities, half gods, half humans, freaking all this stuff in the pantheon of Greek and Roman, Babylonian, like you pick the pagan religion, right? Everybody's in the sky, every single one of them.
And the people that study those pagan gods, right, and control the knowledge of those pagan gods are Catholic Church. Because the Roman
this
Catholic.
has to be another topic. This one right here has to be another segment for sure.
I know we're hitting on all cylinders today, man. The Pagan Sky. That'll be the name of the episode. The Pagan Sky.
The pagan days of our lives.
The only pagan stuff on Earth is the Pillar of Hercules. Like that's all we get. But Hercules was a man, so technically that might not be pagan. But his dad was a god, so that makes him a demigod, semi-god, half-god, or something. But it's like, I know the Carolingian, like the South Pacific Islanders, their constellations were like animals. They weren't like anthropomorphized gods, right? So they were like birds and like, animals and shit.
Yeah, marine life type of navigating type of also had their their gods are work like each family has a god, like in a village, or a village would have a god too. Like, so there's many gods, like gods of the families and the god of the village, gods of the village, and then that's just one island. You know what I mean? You go to another island, they've got their own it's almost like Hinduism and Greek, mythology, like type of religion mixed.
Yeah, but it's really just like anthropomorphizing like forces of nature, or yeah.
Right.
I mean, that's just like the reason that happens isn't because. I mean, we call it a religion, but it's not like. It's not a religion as in like, at least in my conception, it's not a religion like a deity, right? I think it's kind of like a what they call a mnemonic device, right? It's to help you remember things, right? So you give it but it's easier for people. I'll give you for it. So when a baby is born, the first thing it knows how to do is recognize faces. It is literally the very first ability a baby has is to recognize faces, and it can do it very accurately, even like within 6 weeks. It's recognizing the face of its mother, siblings, father, right? It's recognizing people's faces. So it's kind of like built into human beings to like remember people. So if you have like a force of nature and then you anthropomorphize it and give it a name and a person, right? It's easy to remember. It makes it easier to remember that, like, whatever it is. Maybe it's the wind, right? And the wind always blows from the east, but you anthropomorphize it into like, freaking some name, and then you give it like human characteristics, and those human characteristics are what actually happens in nature, right? So it makes it just easier to remember it. Right, because they don't have the conception of materialist science, right? Where we have to like give it forces and like equations and like, you know what I mean? It's like you're thinking about the same thing in a different way, right? You're using a different symbolism than mathematical symbols, right? You're using human characteristics as the correlatory symbolism, as opposed to mathematical symbols as the correlatory symbolism. And it's basically the same thing. It's describing the exact same thing. It's a pet peeve of mine that whenever they fucking dig something up, they're like, these are their gods. Like, no matter what they dig up, man, they were worshiping whatever was dug up. Like that's all human beings ever did in the past was make things to worship. That's all they did. They didn't like that's not a doll the kids played with. They were worshiping that.
Yeah. And it's where the culture. It's where culture and the family unit also, in my opinion, comes from, because in Samoa and all the other cultures I studied, it's always what they believe to be the creator, or the gods, which also comes from, their experience working with, farming and hunting and the seasons, and then their way of life starts revolving around what they think, is happening, is causing, all this, and they call them the gods. And then, so the culture comes from the belief in God, in a creator, or in what's causing the life, basically.
Yeah,
and honoring them, as either being grateful or out of fear, depends on the region, the ecosystem, the area you live in.
Yeah, well, you always got to have this, like, because you have like there's human beings, and then there's like nature, but our survival's completely predicated on what nature does, right? Like nature can fuck us up in a second, or it can make our lives great, right? So the randomness of nature can do these things. So you need this kind of like intermediary concept, right? Almost like a medium in between you and nature in order to just like deal with it, right? Otherwise, you're just going to be like frozen in fear. Nature's fickle, man. It could be a tidal wave and kill us all any second. Like you can't run around like that. So you have to kind of like, it's almost like a psychological refuge you have to take, in order to like, integrate yourself and feel comfortable in such a state of chaos.
Yeah, and because when people just do things and you recognize, like you said, how babies recognize faces is built into them. I think as people, as we grow older and gain more experience, we recognize the face of a creator or the hand of a creator in all these systems. That you know what I mean. And then that's what I mean. Like it's like and that's what I think. Science is, and what. Well, now they're trying to separate, this recognition, from actually. You know what I mean? The evolution.
Yeah, listen, I know exactly what you're talking about. It takes like age, experience, and wisdom to see the pattern of life, right? It takes a long time to it becomes clear to you, and then it's probably as soon as it does, you fucking drop dead. Like, oh yeah, I figured it out, and you die. Like, fuck, that's the joke. As soon as you figure it out, you die. You're like, motherfucker.
But you ever see the people, like, you ever like in like just a random person who has the most amazing shrug face, like, well, could you imagine dying and then like some like the being of all beings are there, and he just has that one face that makes you understand it all. You're just like, yeah, well, that's like fuck.
Like, I just got the sword that does 100 times damage. Oh, and I just fell off the cliff and died. Fuck. Game over. Insert coin.
Oh my god! So you want to start this thing over again or what? Fuck you!
Yeah, exactly.
I'm running all the way back.
Better not reincarnate me. Like, I'm not doing that again. You're just gonna do the same thing. It's like Lucy in the football, right? You're just gonna do the same thing to me. I'm gonna figure it out and I'm gonna drop dead again. I'm not falling for that. Like Charlie Brown, where Charlie Brown keeps trying to kick the football, and every single time Lucy pulls that shit, and he just keeps trying to kick that football.
Like I said, how the elders are usually the leaders, and they have all the knowledge, all the experience to share, with the next generation. And if you look at how the Catholic, how this system kind of came out, they would first remove the leaders, from the actual population, and then bring in alcohol and these kinds of vices to get the dads that are left, addicted to certain, vices, and now you can show the whole population. You can tell them any story now, because the people who have that knowledge are gone. You've taken them out of the picture. It did this to Samoa, to Hawaii, to the Native Americans. I mean, pretty much anywhere you go, you move the religion part first, replace it, and then bring in vices to control that, and to get that.
In upstate New York, one of the things they did was they made it, and I'm talking like Albany, New York, Rensselaer County, like from there, basically the Hudson River Valley, going from maybe about Poughkeepsie, New York, north. They made it so that it was illegal to sell anyone of the Indian tribe a gun, right? No white man or any store could sell them a gun, but they could sell them alcohol.
Exactly.
But that's the funny thing is their justification for not selling them a gun is because they couldn't handle their liquor. That was their fucking justification. We're going to give them a bunch of alcohol and then claim they're irresponsible with firearms. Because what would happen is they would get drunk and shoot each other. I mean, it's not like it wasn't happening. They weren't like shooting other white people. They were shooting each other, right? You'd get three, natives. They'd fucking start drinking. They'd talk shit to each other. One would get butt hurt, pull out the fucking, the flintlock and blast another one.
Yeah, but what's funny? I only recognize this now that I'm older. Now that I've kind of had to go back and learn things. I'm seeing like this pattern that happened in Samoa, happened in other cultures too. Especially after researching Flat Earth and researching all these other cultures. It's like if you're part of that ruling family, right? It's like the game, what the game is, what the strategy is already. You know what I mean? Where everybody is just, we're spreading the good news of the Lord. Teach that we're doing the good work of the Lord. And here's a gun, and here's a Bible, and some alcohol.
Oh yeah, and you can look at the places like where they failed, right? The places they failed, like colonialists, where they failed, is where they couldn't get to the knowledge keepers.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, where it was either too far to travel, their military couldn't get to them, they were successfully defended, or they ran away and spread out. And then what the colonists tried to do is that they couldn't kill them, they would try to bribe them, right? So they would try to create division among that particular society by offering one person whores, whatever, money, whores, we'll give you a trip to England, we'll give you a trip to they would try to bribe them and then create a division, right? They would try to the same thing they do now, right? A color revolution. They've been creating color revolutions for 500 years. This is old hat, dude.
So think about it, because I've been watching. I don't know what y'all think about Jim Rohn, but I've been watching a lot of Jim Rohn, trying to do some self-help. And one of the things he said was that, we're all born here. We all, unless you're retarded, he didn't say this part, but unless you're retarded or something like that, some kind of mental disability, we all have the same shit happen to us, generally. We all have the same, the weather shines on us the same or rains on us the same, all this, all that. And the difference is the choice a person makes. And I think that these government officials or whoever the fuck they are, I think they know that. So you can't, it doesn't really work to force a person into servitude, but what you can do is dumb them down so that they do that themselves. That's the best you can do, is make somebody stop thinking. Because if a person is thinking, you kind of can't. There's nothing you can really do.
Alcohol. Yep. You guys remember that movie Boys in the Hood? You guys remember that movie? Yeah. Where Trey's dad took them to show them this billboard sign, and explain to them, every black neighborhood, right, has a liquor store and a gun store. When we go to those upper, rich neighborhoods, you don't see any of that. I mean, that's the classic example. You know what I mean? These ghettos that they create. That's an old movie too, eh?
Yeah, that's crazy. And then when you look at like the oh gosh, when you look at the wealthiest, not actual wealthy. Well, let me not say not actual wealthy. When you look at the wealthiest entertainers, Jay Z and P Diddy, as far as black people are concerned, they did that selling liquor. That's where that money came from. It wasn't selling CDs. It wasn't doing any fucking thing else. It damn sure wasn't educating anybody about anything. It was selling cheap ass liquor. Diddy with his cheap ass grapes and shit.
Alcohol is the problem. I think that's that's what you hook the dad on. But before they do all that, they take the knowledge first. You know what I mean? Like the knowledge of the world. Their version, what they understand about the stars, what they understand about the seasons, the area. All this. Then they incorporate that into whatever their science and move on to the next. But who really got rich off of the off of alcohol, like in the early 1900s? All the criminals, yeah. all the politicians and the they even banned alcohol.
Man, it's actually so easy to see. Like the crack epidemic is like, oh my god. Like how do
Yeah.
you not see how they play games? Just get us to focus on other shit. I tell you what, hoes and money, that's a huge distraction. That's as big as it gets, let me tell you. Like, like women and money. And not women and money specific, like not women and money as the things not well, women are things. But but the idea of women and money packaged by the entertainment industry. Like how you attain, how you attain respect and renown with these kinds of individuals, with the women that you want, and what kind of lifestyle do you need to lead? Because you can't go to school. Not that I really, but you can't do that. You can't be lame. You got to be damn near killing each other and spending all your money on material things. That you got to do that first. Then you could get the women. Yeah, like
I think you got it backwards. It's money and women. Because first you get the money, then you get the power.
That's true.
After you get the power, then you get the woman. Yeah. And I think it's getting the woman is what it's really all about. Hope you guys get the right woman. Good luck. God bless. I mean, what's a man without a woman, right? So
high heels are red flag.
Yeah.
Why would you do that to yourself just to make your ass push up?
The price of, I don't know, man. I think it's part of the whole, the fashion industry. Now they make makeup, lipstick, all these ways for women to attract a mate.
Well, I mean, people didn't used to dress like that, right? That probably comes from, right, people. So, like, the royalty would have balls, right? Formal balls, and they dance around, and like the commoners wanted to, be like the royalty, and they would dress in their fashion, and people still do it now, right? So rich people dress in a fashion, and as soon as the poor people start wearing it, the rich people start wearing something else.
Yeah. But now, like brands like Gucci, now they've got this like line, you know what I mean, for poor people. You know what I mean? And that's why. Have you noticed that they make what's going on?
Somebody's freaking out. Trying to figure out who's freaking.
Somebody hear that?
Yeah, I'm trying to see what. So, which slug would it be in?
It was Emil.
Emil guy?
Yeah, I don't. Emill. 3 L's in Emil.
You can never have too many L's.
100% is not a sock account. I guarantee it. Gotta make a username. Just hit the L a bunch of times.
Hold it down for a bit. Like, oh. Yeah, there are a couple people. Yeah, so like how celestial navigation. Yeah, they're reviving that skill in the South Pacific, but those are one of the skills that kind of that made it out to us. I mean, there are some things that we still do in this world, right? Like leveling things. That's not going to change. Oh, Indio, you know what I was thinking of? If you could add to your is the difference between a curved line and a straight line. You know what I mean? You reckon that's a good one, or just want to throw that out?
Yeah, it's a good one. I mean, we have to go a little further. I mean, do we really need to explain that?
Yeah, just highlight the ridiculousness, right, of level, being curved.
yeah, the level of being curved.
It should be a quick one. Then face palm, and then next.
Level is curved.
You had missed, or maybe you didn't miss it. You just didn't participate. The bong was here. You were in a little bit. There's this other black guy. It's crazy when you got to say other black guys. It's not a lot of us guys. Come on. But
I thought you were white.
The whitest black guy.
That's crazy. It's crazy. That's crazy when not just your black friends are saying it. You know what I'm saying?
All my friends are black. How come you're not black? What about your other black friends? Why are all your other friends black? That's like the other planets, right? Like, why are the other planets round and not the Earth? Why are your other friends black but not you?
Well, what do they say?
That's crazy. Could you imagine like though going to one of the white kids in like a ghetto spot, and you're just like you're black. It's like, yo, bro, what are you talking about? He's like, no, like all your friends are black. So
yes, you got to be black. Right? Why would he be different?
Oh my gosh, man! But
Next
what
time
I was
someone
going
says
to say,
that round stuff, I'm going to say they're racist.
the guy, right? Like what we do is we have a sort of like for a long time I've seen flat earthers take the position of, oh well, that's what the globe earthers say and they've defined it this way, so we kind of can't go for that argument. And one of those things was level, because flat earthers would just say, yeah, but then they say, well, level is, that's just like, the same altitude around the ball. And I'm like, yeah, but why are you accepting that shit? Level practically is defined based on its practical like usage. Like where is that at for whatever definition of level they're trying to use? Then you come to find out that their definition of level that they're using is cherry picked from one dictionary. It's like, oh shit. But this is what the other guy was reminding me of by saying, yeah, but then wouldn't they Google it and just say, who gives a fuck? We need to be educating people on the correct way of thinking and the incorrect ways of thinking. I don't even know. That's hard. That's a hard sell, because just saying that can turn people off. Like, you know what I mean? I can see them looking at me as like arrogant. Like, who the fuck do you think? You think you're God or something? You made up language, like, which is dumb in itself, because it's like, no, we all determine, like a word based on our same shared experience of something, and we decide together, okay, this is what we're calling that. That's different from, oh, I have this thought in my mind that I'm going to give to you, and we're going to call it this, and it's real. Like, anyway.
Well, I mean, horizontal line, even in geodetic surveying, is defined as 90 degrees from plumb, right? So if the horizontal line is curving, it can't be 90 degrees from plumb, because as soon as it starts curving, it's not 90 degrees anymore. It's some other degrees. It has to be a straight line from plumb. It can't be curving. And how do you set plumb in a theodolite? You use a fucking bubble level. In the theodolites, 3 little freaking bubbles. You look through a little microscope thing at the bubbles and you put them in the center of a bullseye, and then it's level. And then horizontal from that level is a horizontal line that's 90 degrees from that bubble, that orientation of the bubble. It can't be curved. That curved shit is, when I first got into this topic, there was no reference that said horizontal is curved. That stuff is recent. See, it's bad when you have to like redefine, like your argument is, I'm going to define something as my claim and then say my claim is true because by definition, right? Earth is round because planets are round, and I'm going to define Earth as a planet. So the Earth is round. That's weak sauce, man.
Now, Indio, you like, okay, so I got this whack ass there's this dude that he's kind of like your Simon Dan in the area that I'm in, where he just like, he seems like he's smart to his viewership, or the average individual, because he's calling people out on fallacies and stuff. And here's the thing: he's doing it wrong. He's not calling anybody out on like the things that he's calling out. They're not like legitimately logical fallacies. He just keeps on, just like people use the word science, scientific, science, blah 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 blah. Like now they're using like stuff like logical fallacies and oh man, that's logically fallacious. But they're not identifying they're not identifying the logical fallacies.
Yeah.
So they're watering down the tool that we use to, like, the one thing that we're trying to educate people on, they're like watering it down.
Yeah, we like it was probably like maybe 2 months ago. It was a little ways back. We had a person come in the lobby, and everything they said, they would just say, "That's a logical fallacy." Okay, what logical fallacy? They would just like pick a random one and say it's that. Okay, so how does that logical fallacy apply to that statement? It just does. Or they'd say that you asking them that question was also a logical fallacy. So that's what they tried to do, is just like water down us calling out logical fallacies by just like throwing a temper tantrum and saying that anything that somebody says is a logical fallacy.
Yeah, they're just saying, no, you.
Yeah, exactly. No, you.
It's you. Stop. Like, grow up. Next.
And you know,
exactly.
like that. See, now that's how they slow down that thing we're talking about. This slow internet speed, whatever y'all was talking about earlier about the information, because it like people will just disengage you because they think they're right and that you're wrong. It takes till you get in front of like a family member or somebody in a setting where they can't. There's no escaping for either one of you. Y'all are having dinner or some shit. And once they engage you, like, oh, this is stupid because of this. Like, that's the only moment that you have them locked in long enough to actually demonstrate that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about and you know what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? And the internet, the powers that be are doing that on purpose.
Oh, no doubt, man. No doubt.
That's the other thing. Hey, it's gotten everybody so busy. You know, not only that, distracted with their phones that they don't even have 10 minutes to hang out, you know, with a loved one. You know what I mean? Just to talk about stuff. Hang out.
Yeah, and not look at the phone.
Exactly.
But listen, people have they've decided that they don't need to know anything because the information that they should memorize or know is on their phone. So they can't even have a conversation with you without the phone being present because they need to be told what to think by Google.
Yeah. So they think they don't have to remember anything. Therefore, they don't have to really know anything because I can just look it up. But then how are you going to think? I mean, you're kind of missing the point of learning and knowing things. You know what I mean? Like to hold it in your mind and not on a phone. You know, it's like, huh?
Google is my surrogate brain.
my symbiotic.
I remember telling one of my ex's sons that I was a flat earther, and at that time he was like, "Yo, man, you reached a new level of wokeness. We all thought you were super smart, but damn, Eli, like you're on some other shit now." Like that was years. I was like when I first got into it, I didn't even really tell him anything, but kind of like just like they're not dumb. They're just ignorant. Like they don't. Yeah, that's the best way to describe it. So,
well, like you said, you don't know what you don't know, right?
Yeah, because I know they're pretty smart, but they don't care to know. Like that's what it is. Like, and they like when I come give them information. It's like, oh, dope. They can understand it, but they would have never have went and got it themselves to go, oh shit. So, but now I know that he was one of the first people I told, right? So I just like in the middle of conversation, like flat earth just like, you know, just name dropped it. And he was like, oh wait, flat earth. I was like, yeah, man, you don't remember you was the first person I told? Like the indoctrination somewhere got to him because he didn't even remember the conversation. Number one, and number two, he was like, "Yeah, but see, the one thing that's wrong about that is like it would need an edge, so it can't be flat." And I said, "Oh my fucking god! Oh my fucking god! Oh, like I don't because again, like how much do you have to undo? Do you have that? Do you have enough time to invest, or is it just like, yeah, okay, fuck it, whatever? You know what I mean?"
Is the end? What did he say? The only problem is the end.
Like there's no end, like edge. Like where would the water go? Like with,
Oh my god.
So I just assured him, I was like, first of all, you've been listening to me for like the past 2 weeks on this financial shit, and then I showed you some shit. You're like, okay, solid. Like I've always shown you. So I was like, why the fuck would you think I'm not right about flat Earth? I was like, but fair enough. Like you can challenge it, but I don't have time for that. I'm just letting you know that it's 100% flat. Like you just know that I'm who you think I am, and it's 100% true. So deal with that however you can, and then eventually one day we'll talk about it. He just accepted it because he knows. He's like, yeah.
Yeah, and I guess normies, you're fighting brainwashing from childhood, something they've been told since when they were little children, and like it's like the very first thing they're told. It's like, okay, like because before you go to school, like you might have an older sibling, they're in school, and then like there's the run up like, little Johnny, you're going to go to school for the first time. You're going to go to kindergarten. Everybody has to go to school. You're going to learn things. You're going to learn the alphabet, and you're going to learn numbers, and like you're going to be educated. They're going to tell you the truth. And you believe your parents, of course. Like my parents wouldn't send me to fucking some place where they told me a bunch of bullshit, right? That's what you think, little Johnny. That's what you think, little Johnny.
Parents would never do such thing. They love me.
Yeah.
This is the safest place.
No, but they're just as ignorant. They're just as ignorant because they were brainwashed like they're about to brainwash you into the cult. Like they're in the same spot you are. Like little Johnny would have to be woke and like on program his own parents. Like what the hell?
Also, Indio, you speaking of that, did you hear like Nathan Oakley's last? I think it was the last show or the show before last.
No, I no.
Oh, it's so good, man. We're highlighting because he's doing the treatments on that school teacher who was supposed to be having his students do like presentations. But
yeah, I didn't watch the whole thing. I saw the first episode where he kind of like reviewed the little girl's presentation.
Yeah.
Right. So she had a presentation and like he was talking about like he was talking about the assignment. Like, okay, so she got the assignment and her assignment was basically to give a presentation on something. And instead of saying good job, you did the presentation, he kind of like criticized it just because of the topic, because of the subject matter. He didn't like the topic.
Right.
Yeah.
And that there was like one of the best lives because we were just kind of pointing out how, like when it comes to if she would have said anything about the molten iron core, then it would have been totally fine. But because it went against like, the religion of today, it's like, oh no, let's go ahead and put a whole critique of my fucking student online because they believe that the fucking earth is flat.
Well, she could have did it on aliens or Bigfoot or fucking the Loch Ness Monster or Yeti, Snowman, anything. She could have she could have picked any fantasy character, any fantasy piece of fiction and presented that, and the guy would have never batted an eye.
Exactly. But the beautiful thing about it is this, right? So check it out. So she got a standing ovation by what? 50% of the class. He's crying about that too. But the point is,
I remember. Yeah, I heard that part. I did listen to it. I think I listened to a lot more than I thought I did.
I brought up the point that you can't put this shit back in the bag. You know what I mean? Like whereas before you could say, "Oh, it's dumb." We didn't have a choice. That's what it was about. It was about choices, right? With our indoctrination, it was successful. Why? Because we didn't know there was a choice to be had. There was no choice. It was just, it is what it is. And then we made choices from within the paradigm. These kids today have an actual choice. You can't put that back in the bag.
Yeah, that's a good that's a good insight, and that's a good point. That at least they have at least they can actually probe the other side, right? At least the other side's there at some level, even if it's being censored, even if it's being blocked out. They're still aware of its presence, and that's enough. You know, that's better than what we got. Better than what I got. I got Christopher Columbus fucking proved the Earth ain't flat. That's what I got.
And it was like, oh, okay. We didn't even. That was it.
They also didn't tell us that Christopher Columbus thought there was fucking gold on, Cuba and skinned the Indians alive and burned them alive and fucking did all sorts of nasty shit and wrote about it and bragged about it.
Well, you wouldn't need to have a choice, right? If you're teaching somebody something, you know what I mean? Like that's actually real, right? Like dad teaching son, right? Like there's no choice. You teach your son what's right. You know what I mean? What you teach the best to your best ability. You know what I mean? So there's not like a choice. But if you are lying to the person, or if you're teaching something that's false, I'm not saying the teachers are lying, but you know what I mean? Then it's not really about having a choice now. It's about lying or deceiving people. You know what I mean? So the cat that's out of the bag, I think, is we've been lied to. And not that we have choices. You know what I mean? That's my opinion.
Getting people alive, bragging about it.
Yeah. Because he wrote it down. So, he wrote it down in his log. So that's kind of like bragging about it. Like, why would you say, yeah, I skinned these guys alive?
Yeah, why would you do
that? Because saying you have a choice, right? You could choose to believe the flat Earth or the globe Earth or the concave Earth or a dinosaur Earth. It's kind of like, encouraging people.
My point is, when we were indoctrinated, there was no, it might be flat, it might be round, it might be triangle, it might be whatever. When we were coming up, it was just, we live in space on a globe. But today it's like we live in space, or do we? You know what I'm saying?
Because mom and dad assumed that we were being taught, real stuff. Yeah. So, of course, that's what I meant too. I agree.
And mom and dad didn't have an option either. And then their mom and dad. It stopped being an option, at least as far as I could tell, like in the 40s. Sometime in the 40s.
Yeah. And I think after the moon, the whole thing with the moon landing, that kind of shifted everybody towards the globe side, because that was supposed to be the proof.
I think that was, though, it was like the worldwide, right? So I'd say in the Western world, it stopped being thought about probably in America was probably a little later than, continental Europe, because they're a little flaky.
It helped. It helped a lot that the Cold War was happening, and this became an emotional thing rather than a science thing. We're going to the moon because it's hard. It's like, because we've got a bigger dick than Russia. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, my rocket's bigger than your rocket.
And then it becomes about that rather than, everybody misses, all these this is supposed to be proof that the Earth is a ball. You know what I mean?
Sputnik.
All the flat earthers, walked away with their heads down. Or maybe they start doing it's a hoax. Start scanning all the.
I mean, Bill Clinton said when the moon. Well, first of all, he claimed he saw it on TV, which wasn't on TV; it was on the radio. But they showed reruns on TV, like the recording. In his book, what was his book called? I can't remember the title.
How to make loads of money in fucking 10 or 1 year?
Now, whenever somebody runs for president, they fucking write a book, then they run for president. Except in being Trump and Biden, because Biden couldn't write a permission slip to like go to the bathroom. So like he didn't write anything.
How to play the saxophone while getting a bleep.
But he wrote in his book is that like he wrote in his book, some old timer said to him that the whole thing was fake at the time it happened, right? That he like, and he said his what he wrote in his book was that old man might have been onto something. He might have been before his time.
That's right.
Yeah.
That stands out.
That's a paraphrase. That isn't an exact quote, but he did say something to that effect.
Like when George Bush says, "When I seen the second, the first Starfall, the second." How do you see that?
Okay, I'll read it to you. I found it. Where is it?
Just as an aside, like with Joe Biden, it's like the fact that he's the president and he has at least 3 because he ran so many times, right? So he's always getting caught for some dumb shit. And one of the videos, like a montage of him saying, like debating with somebody, he's like, "I got this many degrees and I'm this smart and this, that, and the third." And then immediately after, you have like, he doesn't have these degrees.
He finished third in the bottom of his class.
Yeah, it's like, yo, the fuck?
He's lying.
He's been caught. Listen, Biden has run for president like, I don't know, 8 times. And like in the 80s, he got caught lying like a bunch of, like every time he ran for president, he got caught lying, didn't make it past the primary. That he was the top of his class and that he like, this, like he just told the ridiculous lies.
You ain't nothing but an Indian pointed out.
But hold on, I want to read this from Bill Clinton's autobiography, though. Go ahead.
This is why I respect Joe Biden. A man with that much will to win. Like, yo, he's lost so many times that he figured at some point, let me run with the strategy where I'm so old in this that I can't be called out for anything because I don't know anything. And that shit works. Yo, bro. Like, fuck. All right, I'm done. Like,
okay, just to follow up on what I said, then I'll drop it. Says Bill Clinton in his 2004 autobiography called My Life recounts how an old carpenter had told him he didn't believe in the moon landing for a minute and that them television fellers could make things look real that weren't. He said he wondered, once he'd been in power for 8 years in Washington, whether the old man hadn't been ahead of his time. So
he's a flat earther.
Bill Clinton's a flat earther?
No, the old man.
Oh, the old man.
Yeah, probably.
Nah,
yeah.
Bill Clinton is a flat earther. That's why.
I take umbrage with them saying like they're making things look real. How do you know they look real when you've never really experienced that? You've never seen the Earth from space. So how do you know that what they showed you looks real? You have nothing to compare it to.
Well, I think what he's saying looks real, like as in like you think that people are really floating, or you think that doing this.
No, it looks like what he imagined it should look like because there's no real, right? So if I imagine what the Sahara Desert looks like versus if I go to the Sahara Desert and I know what it looks like, and then someone makes a fake TV show about this and does a fake Sahara Desert on a movie set, right? I'll think, if I've never been there and I only imagine what it's like, I'll go, oh, that looks real. That looks just like the Sahara. Versus if I'd been there and now I have something to compare it against, they're like, oh, that looks fake, right? That looks nothing like the Sahara. Just a bunch of stand in a studio.
I think he means like, what people imagine it to be. and plus Kubrick's Space Odyssey and all, Jules Verne and all the all the
that's what they're comparing it to. Other science fiction movies. Like what they're really saying is this is the most realistic science fiction movie I've ever seen.
Right. That's the crazy part.
It looks just like the Arizona desert in black and white.
Just like I imagined it to be.
That's the craziest part of all this. It was all science fiction. Like, how did? Oh my god!
His old man said something one day that made him think. He basically told him it's fake.
Look, imagine this happened, right? Oh, we sent the rocket instead of like outer space. We sent the rocket to heaven, right? And then we got video, sending the video back from heaven. Oh man, that shit looks just like that. Like, how'd they make that look real, man? That really looks like heaven. How the fuck do you know what heaven looks like, dude? Like, you been to heaven before?
I think that's an angel, bro. It had wings.
Yeah, it looks so realistic. Doesn't look anything like the angel I've never seen before.
Angels don't have wings, bro. Like, what? Wait, they don't have wings. Like, that's Hollywood angel. Like, no. Yeah.
And they don't have a little halo over their head on the stick.
They don't look like little babies in diapers, and flying around with bows and arrows. No.
I thought like the only mention of angels taking a human form is Lot and Lot's wife, right? When they invite them into Lot invites them into the house, right? That's the only one. That's the only time they take a human form that I know of. Do you know of another? Do you know of another time?
Well, you mean actually? Yeah, you human like actually become with like flesh, right?
Yeah, they take a human form where they look like a human being. Because there's never descriptions of them like as a human being. Just they're described as like a bright light, right? Or an emanation. That's what they used to call like an emanation.
Yeah, but the form is still the likeness of a man. But it does also say that that's why you'd be nice to strangers and people, because you never know, you might have entertained an angel. So there are angels walking around like people. You know what I mean? And you don't even know. I'm not saying they're like having families and stuff.
I actually think I've seen one, but I'm not going to get into that.
So do I.
Right.
Well, their progeny are described, right?
I actually will get into that. Fuck it. I will get into that. I'm going there.
I imagine that's how these entities that these people commune with. You know what I mean? These so-called ruler elites commune with. I imagine that's how they also maybe, I don't know. There's a range, I guess. You could appear as an awesome angel of light, because that's what I hear. But then again, you could also meet a businessman, a lawyer. You know what I mean? Like on that Devil's Advocate movie, where they're taking the form of an actual person.
So I'll tell you right now, this woman that I'm dealing with, her son, she claims that he can like produce energy balls and move shit. Now I'll tell you this right now.
Harukin.
If this little boy does some Gohan shit and moves like some paper or a cup over on the like any distance away from him that he ain't physically touched, I'm gonna have some new questions. But then I would just confirm some shit in the Bible. So I mean, because it's already in there. Don't fuck with that shit. So like, I just don't believe it can happen.
Well, I'll tell you what I saw. Okay, so I live at this place, and so it's a street, pretty busy street, and across the street is a river, but it's not like a regular river. It's in a flood. Concrete flood storm thing, right? So the sides, right? So basically, it's like a concrete box, right? That the river goes through. It's because this area, when it floods, it used to flood all the time. So they built like what do they call it? A flood control sluice. So the walls are like 25 feet tall. So if you're like standing at the bottom, it's a 25-foot concrete wall until you get to like the road. There was a car accident in front of the house, and I heard it crash. And I look out the window, and this car is stopped right at the edge instead of like falling into the river 25 feet down. And I see somebody standing in between the river and the car, a guy, a man. But the only thing to stand on is like a little wall, right? And this happened like instantaneously. This happened like in 5 seconds. Like how, like, it's like the person stopped the car from falling into the river. It was like a 80-year-old lady that was driving the car. If she would have like went like another foot, she would have fell into the river, onto the roof, and been dead. It was fucking weirdest goddamn thing. So I ran downstairs. It's one flight of stairs, and the front door opens right to the car. That person was gone. And that street is a straightaway. You can see a quarter mile to your right and probably a half a mile to your left. And like the other side of the street, like I said, is this river. He would have had to either have jumped into the river, flew away, teleported, or he was just gone. Like it was the most. That's why I think that's my only rational explanation that lady had a guardian angel that fucking saved her life.
Yeah. How old were you at the time when you seen this?
I was not stoned either. I was 23, I think. 22 or 23.
Damn. Yeah.
I wasn't high. I wasn't on drugs. I wasn't drinking. I was completely sober. I just heard a bang, and like the window faced the street. I just walked to the window, looked outside, saw this person standing. Like there was like no like that. It was like the road. There's not even a sidewalk on that side. Road, a little bit of grass. Then you get to where the concrete flood control is. And there's like a little like 2-foot wall with a fence on top of it. So there's like a little 2-foot wall that sticks up out of the grass. Mm. He was like standing between the 2-foot wall and the car, but the car's like at an angle with its one wheel is like up on the wall, and the bumper had pushed the fence over, it had bent the fence over, it didn't knock it off. So she was like right, like if that wheel goes over, she goes over. But there's somebody standing in the space between the flood thing and the like the car door, like in like a 3-foot space, like on the driver's side, right? So it's the driver's side door, and like a 3-foot space before you're at the river. Then, like I said, when I went downstairs, that person was gone, just absolutely fucking gone. And the old lady was still in the car. None of the doors were open, right? Because if she would have opened the door and there was nowhere for her to go. Right? She couldn't even get her door open. Anyway, regardless, called the fire department. They came and fucking winched the car back. And yeah, she was perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with her. Just freaked out, man. She probably saw her life flash before in front of her eyes.
I wonder if she saw the man.
Yeah, I wonder. I didn't ask her.
Looks a little like her husband.
That particular town that I lived in, it has a large elderly population. Something like 75% of the people are 65 or older of the population. So you have a lot of like old people driving, doing crashes and stuff. So it's not unusual for like an old person to crash there. And they drive back then. They would drive this because this is like the 90s. This is like 92 or 93. And they would drive these giant fucking boats, right? Because that they bought back in the 70s, and they got to get every nickel out of it, right? I paid $3,000 for this. I'm going to get every freaking dollar I paid for it out of it. I'm going to drive it for 50 years. And they would like these old ladies trying to look over the dashboard of these giant cars, with their freaking Coke bottle glasses. So like pretty scary, just like moving around.
I bought my car off an old lady. It was like a 93 Ford Laser. It was like brand new. It was like barely any miles on it.
Yeah, they'd only drive it on Sunday to go to church.
Yeah, I still got it. I'm still using it. It's like 12 years ago I bought it off of her or something like that. Still good.
Yeah.
Very high, right? I was like, I'm gonna look next time we buy a car. Let's go look for old people.
Yeah, I mean, so there's only a couple possibilities. I hallucinated a human being talking to an old lady, or Like, because my first impression was like, how did fucking someone get there that fast? Like, and I was thinking, like, you know, if they were like on the sidewalk that my house was on, all they would have to do is like run across the street, and obviously they would have had to run there like fairly quickly, like fucking Usain Bolt. It's like 30 feet away, but you know, in the position he was in, like it would be hard to do that. Or maybe like
there.
The thing is that, but that's not the shocking part. The shocking part was just walking down a flight of stairs and the person's gone, and I can see a fucking at least a half a mile in one direction on the straightaway and a quarter mile in the other direction on the straightaway. They didn't run a quarter mile in 3 seconds.
You could see the person through the window, by the time we got down the stairs, gone.
It just looked like a man with black hair. That's all I like. I didn't think anything of it until I got downstairs, and I was like, "What the like?"
It looked like somebody was on the scene. Like it just looked like somebody that was on the scene.
Yeah, someone that saw the crash and like ran over to help whoever crashed. Right, just ask them if they're all right or whatever.
So you only realized this after you got downstairs. He was gone. Right? You can only realize that. Holy crap! Someone was there.
This is it's a small bedroom. You go out the door, the stairs are like right there in front of you, and you just take a left and go down them, and the front door is right there, right? So it's like the amount of you have to walk, probably the total amount of feet is probably like 24 feet, if that. So in the time I could walk down a flight of stairs, and the total amount being like 24 feet. That person somehow sprinted a quarter mile. Or he jumped in the river and frickin' floated away. Like, that's the only other option. He was just like, fuck it, I'll just kill myself, and jumped over the fence and just into the frickin' river.
I'll just save this little old lady, and then I'll kill myself. Nah.
Well, it couldn't have been a demon or an alien, right? So it must have been something like an angel or something like that.
I mean, maybe it was a demon. Maybe she sold her soul to the devil, and she was like, not yet. She was trying to kill herself. He was like, nope.
Or maybe it was a nice alien,
Yeah, maybe. Like, you can't kill yourself till we get those devices out of you. We'll be visiting tonight. We'll be beaming you up.
Could you imagine, like, if it was a demon? It's like contact.
Yeah, you can't quit this job.
You gotta pay that thing first. Remember?
If I die, I know I did that thing when I was young, and I'm supposed to be meeting my maker. No, well, not that, but I'm supposed to be coming to terms with this contractual agreement at 81. So technically, if I die, and then you got Matumbo to come between you and this wall. No.
What bothered me about it was like, why is an angel wasting his time on an old lady? She's almost dead anyway. Like, go save a child or something. Like, why are you wasting your shit on this lady?
She probably has a couple more tasks left.
Yeah.
So, loose ends to tie up.
Probably
remember that one guy that owes you money? Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe you can sign her will yet or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's my angel story. I got a Bigfoot story too. That one's even fucking weirder, man.
Yeah, no.
But I might have been stoned, so like that might. But
if anybody else wants to share a supernatural story, go right ahead.
It is Speculation Sunday, so we can just say whatever the hell we want.
We're actually moving into Monday now, but we may as well call it the same thing.
When you're in this Discord.
Sorry.
What was the Bigfoot story?
I'm in Monday. You're still on Speculation Sunday. My bad.
Bong is in Monday. Bong's been in Monday for a while.
Yeah, it's noon here. It's noon. Monday afternoon. But Sunday's cool. Sunday's cool.
Can we call it like speculation week?
Yes, speculation Monday here.
How about we call it week speculation?
1 week only.
Is your Bigfoot story maybe
Yeah, that's kind of like I was on the Charles River in a boat. It was like 3:30 in the morning, and we were smoking weed, and like all three of us saw this. We saw somebody. Now there's a path people jog on the other side of the Charles River. I've told this story before. I told it in the old server, and we heard "hut," like that yell, and because we're on the water, right? Like this path runs on the edge of the river. It runs all the way along the river, and it goes all the way I think it's like almost 7 miles long, but it runs along the Charles River. People run on it all the time. But this is like 3:30 in the morning. But so at night they have street lights. There's like a little bit of like grass. There's a playground and stuff, but it's like this river path, some like grass park, whatever in between, and then there's Sturrow Drive, which is like a 3-lane road, right? But there's lights. There's no lights in the along the river, but there's lights on Sturrow Drive. So anybody walking on that path is silhouetted, right? Because the lights are all behind them.
Yeah.
So we hear
no
this,
lights along the path. No lights.
No lights along the path. No.
Yeah.
So you hear
silhouette. Yeah.
Yeah, so we just see I see the silhouette, right? And we just hear hut, 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 and someone's running, and I just see the silhouette, and they looked fucking huge, and they were running so fast, like taking these giant strides. And it took them about 3.5 seconds to run maybe 800 yards. But they were taking like these strides that were like 30 feet long. Like that's why I say it's a Bigfoot, because whoever it was, they were like at least 7 feet tall or taller. But they were like tall people, they run slow because they can't. This person was like moving their legs at like the speed of like a regular, an average size runner. But they were huge, so the strides, like they were like fucking moving. I'm like, do you see that shit? All of us are just like staring, like with our jaws hanging open, like, what the hell was that? Nah, no cell phone footage, and I was stoned, so maybe that's the only caveat with that. But I've gone on Google Maps, and I can look at it, right, and I can measure the distance that they ran, and like the rough when it was fresher in my memory, like right after it happened, I guesstimated like the time was like 3.5 seconds it took them to run like halfway to something it's called the Longfellow Bridge. It's also called like the Salt and Pepper Bridge, but that distance is like 800 yards, and it took them I don't know, like 3.5 seconds to like run that far. They like ran that far, but only took like 10 strides. It was fucking whacked, dude. Like it's hard to like explain, dude. It's like, is that an ant or something? Like, a tree person? Because it wasn't like huge, like muscular, like Bigfoot. It was like this thin little fucking thing running. Like it was kind of just odd.
Did you buddies in the boat see the same thing?
Yeah.
What was it?
We all saw the same thing.
They heard the same
thing.
What did it
look like running towards?
Like you could run along the river. I mean, it's the Charles River. It freaking goes pretty far.
Yeah, but was it chasing something, or was it running?
It was on the Boston side of the Charles River. I'm in the river, right? So the Charles River on one side's Cambridge, the other side's Boston, right? But as you go up the river, it eventually changes, and like one side will be Cambridge, and the other side is Newton, I think, or Newton.
When you eventually birthed, did you and your two buddies look at each other and go, "What the fuck did we just see?"
Well, we were pretty stoned. Yeah, we were just like, we creeped out. We went in. Let's put it that way. It's enough to make us go back to shore.
Did they hear the same thing?
Yeah, we all saw the same thing. Listen, we're on a lake at we're on a river at 3:00 in the morning. This is a still river. You just sit there and float. It's not like the Charles River is not a fast moving river, right? The current is probably like maybe a freaking half a mile an hour or something.
Yeah, that happens.
You don't hear anything. It's dead quiet. Like you don't hear anything. Like if you talk and someone's on the other side of the river, they could hear you as clear as day. It's dead quiet in the middle at that time of night, and it's on the river itself. It's pitch black, right? You can barely see your hand in front of your face. We didn't have lights on in the dude's boat, so we're just sitting there like smoking weed, like we weren't doing anything. We just chilled out. We didn't even have music on, and we just hear this noise out of nowhere. Huh? Just like I don't know, man. Just
what was it?
Just weird. Huh. Huh. And they did that like 5 times, like they were doing like a cadence or something to themselves.
Yeah, no, I believe that. If 3 people seen it, that
Yeah. I mean, we maybe misinterpreted it. That's always a possibility because we didn't see it like we saw the silhouette of it. The silhouette of it running.
But you all heard it.
Yeah, all heard it. We all saw it. We all saw the silhouette. We just didn't get it's in it's backlit. So like the side you see is completely black. You know what I mean? Because like that side that's facing us is in the shadow at nighttime. Like you can't make out what it is. But I just remember it was like really tall, really thin. What the hell did they used to call it? It's like a tree person or a fucking ent or something, dude.
Yeah.
Not even like Bigfoot, like a fucking skinny little fucking twig running across the goddamn, our field of view.
Like Groot, but bigger.
Yeah, like Groot, man. But Groot, but skinnier, man. Groot on a fucking diet.
What's that SCP-096 we were yesterday? The Shy Guy. That's exactly what he looks like, and that's what he does. He runs, and he's skinny ass like that.
Really? Great. That's another coincidence.
If 3 bodies are on a lake and we all look at each other and go, "Let's get the fuck out of here." Did you hear what I was saying?
Yeah, it sounded like it was positioning itself to.
We didn't it was weird because we all kind of went silent. We didn't even talk about it. We were just like, "What the hell was that?"
Let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, and they're like, and this dude I was with, he's just like, well, I think it's time to go in. We just because he had a boat, but to get to the shore. He had a rowboat, like a dinghy boat, and we dinghy boat to the shore. Yeah,
that's scary shit, man. I heard, there's some good stories like that here.
I wasn't scared. Like that thing better know how to swim. Like because we're a good ways away. The Charles River is pretty wide. It's like if I would guess how wide it is, I'd say it's maybe 0.3 of a mile to 0.2 of a mile wide at that location.
Yeah,
so it's pretty and we were dead in the middle. Like that thing better walk on water and know how to swim. And believe me, if it jumped in the water, that boat would be getting started pretty freaking fast, and then be out of there. We would be taking a dinghy. Well, go ahead, sir.
There's things out there. There are things out there.
Or maybe government experiments gone wrong, or cryptids, cryptozoology.
Yeah.
What's your opinion on that?
On cryptids? Oh, I'm sure there's stuff out there no one's
possible.
Mm-hmm.
No one's seen. Yeah. We haven't discovered a lot of things, quite honestly. Dude, there was a have you ever heard this story? There was this fish, right? They thought it went extinct 450 million years ago. Have you heard about this, PMAC?
Sank, what do you call it? It was called off the east coast of Africa.
Yeah. The scientists thought it was extinct for 450 million years, and they found out Africans were eating it every day.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard that shit. Yep.
They were fishing and eating and catching it. It was the whole time, and these scientists we found these fossils. These were extinct 450 million years ago. And they're like, no, man, that's my bones from last week.
Yep, that's a sucker.
Like I sucked the flesh right off of that. Like, what are you talking about, scientist?
Yeah, and they're discovering new species every day, apparently. So who knows what's out there, like, you know?
And to think, you know, and to think you can trust like scientists and you're like, oh, we
Sorry, Bon.
No, you know how they say is like there's still species that we haven't discovered yet, but then there are species they claim they've already gone extinct, and yet they don't even know.
We don't even know our own planet, but somehow we've figured out what's out there and how it came to be and how everything is there. But we don't have a fucking clue what's on the own planet or how deep the ocean is.
I know a guy who was in Vietnam, and he told me he's like when he was in the jungle that like he went to places no human being has ever been to because it's just like the jungle is so thick and so desolate and like there's just like some like it's like you're not going to go there because there's just like it's too much of a pain in the ass to get there. Like you wouldn't go there naturally. So there's just some places that people just naturally stay away from because like, oh, I'm going to walk through that like the 50 poisonous snakes and like, you know, thick ass ferns and underbrush. And like, why would I do that? Like, no, I just walk around it. Right. I'm just going to walk around it. So there's no reason. But like when in war, right, in combat, you got to, you know, get in the best position. So sometimes you have to go places where like normally people wouldn't go to get in the best position. He said he walked in places that people have never been before. He said sometimes they would like run into like monuments or something. They don't have time to check them out and do an archaeological dig. They're being fucking shot at, right? Like, hold on,
hey, you're running for your life.
Call the scientists.
You're running for your life, and you're running through this. You know, there's this old ancient ruins, and you're like, "Holy shit, this is cool!" Oh, fuck.
Yeah. Bullets flying over your head. Hang on, I have to stop and take notes here.
It's like, who knows what's in that underbrush or freaking living under the ground or like, especially when those things are trying to avoid you and they have senses, right? Like the sense of smell, the sense of sight, and sense of hearing. They freaking hear you coming 10 miles away.
Yep.
Like you sound like a freaking freight train compared, like in their hearing, right? Like, like and you're trying to sneak up on them, right? You're just so loud.
That's kind of like
oh, I heard you coming 10 miles away.
What is it? Hidden Temple from Nickelodeon. Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
The big Aztec heads, and the kids would just run through the jungle and get caught by like these Aztecs.
Wasn't that like an obstacle course show or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty cool show.
Yeah, that's when Nickelodeon was cool before it was like whatever it is now. I don't even know what it is. Weird stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like, you know, if a creature doesn't want to be found and it's good at hiding from people, right? So like creatures that are good at hiding from people are going to be found last, right? They're the last thing we're going to discover because they're good at hiding from people, right? So if they have a particular talent of detecting humans, staying away from humans, not being visible or detectable by humans, right? They're not going to be like the first species we find. They're going to be the last species we find, especially if they're small, right? But even large ones, right? Like they live underground. There's in some cave that's overgrown. I've been in caves. I've gone like spelunking and stuff. I know where there's caves where there's no one has ever been in. I was actually scared to go in there because you don't know if a bear's ever been in there, right? So there's places that people have never been in, and
there's a dove on my island that no picture or photo has been taken of. One photographer came down in 2014 when I was down there. He got this really blurry picture of a head. He went up there and camped up there for like 2 weeks and came back with this really blurry photo. Like, you know, there are animals that, you know, there are certain animals where they have to live, like people would not, you know what I mean, don't have access to it or would not be around those areas.
Oh, exactly. Like okay, it's like, think about it. You got some geography. It's really hard for human beings to get in there. But what do you think's going to be in there? Things that don't want to go around human beings, right?
And they know the traffic. They can tell where human traffic is the least. So they go there.
They got a nightclub going on, right? Like, no humans come here. Let's just start a club.
Bro, you tried sneaking, right? You went really, really sneaky. I heard you coming 10 miles ago.
King Julian and the gang over there, right? I like to move it.
Yeah, I can smell you.
I guess so.
Oh, I swear to God. I had an idea for a book, and this is fucking left field here, but Rise of the Sasquatch. I don't know if that's what I call it, but somebody find it.
Planet of the Apes, except for with big feet. Bigfoot.
Bigfoot.
Bigfoot version of Planet of the Apes. And it's not on a planet, it's on a flat Earth, so...
Yeah,
and if you really don't want to get found, right, and you're intelligent enough, well, there's the ocean, right?
So one of the theories of why Bigfoot wasn't found, like back in the late 70s and early 80s, was that they're telepathic. I don't know if anyone else has heard this theory before. Is that they're telepathic and they can read mind. Well, not read minds, but they can sense when people are coming and sense their thoughts. So they know what you're gonna do. They know your intention, so they know like to avoid you. And like, oh, I intend to find Bigfoot. I'm gonna look over in the east, right? They're like, okay, I just read that dude's mind. He said he's going east. Well, I'm going west. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they can.
If there's a species that does not want to be found, they can easily never be found. If they can telepathically talk to each other from 10 miles away, I smell this guy coming. Let's move camp. You're never going to find him.
Yeah. But then, the only counter argument to any of this is like, they've never found the remains, right? They've never found the remains of any Bigfoot, Sasquatch. And even though that's debatable, right? Because of the giant skeletons.
Well, they probably have.
I don't think what we're looking for is a species. I think it's more of a one-off, like thing of an experiment or experiment, most likely, right?
Maybe
whether by humans or not, still an experiment.
Maybe they're material manifestations of immaterial beings.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
That was fun.
Things like that. Metaphysical, exactly. Things outside of our knowledge or what we've been taught.
I mean, is it ridiculous? Is it ridiculous to assume that there are species on the planet that we have not yet discovered, and they don't?
No, obviously, it's obvious that to me at least, it's obvious that that's the case.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
you guys have definitely made me realize that too many years have passed. This is a show that has been concluded. Therefore, based on the allotted time away from a show, Supreme is this. I am now going to begin from season 1. Season 1, Supernatural. It had
My adventure.
Supernatural is that shit. Come on.
Looking for Bigfoot.
It had everything. Bigfoot, disembodied spirits, angels, demons, God, the devil. Like, come on. Like, that show was amazing.
Vampires?
I've never seen it.
Supernatural, the Winchester, Sam and Dean.
And the how about the Chupacabra?
Yes. That was like one of the season 1 episodes.
Figures.
Yes.
Gotta have the Chupacabra.
They had all of the folklore type of stuff in there. It's a really good, all right.
Well, this is the thing that bothers me about materialists, right? I'll say something like, maybe Bigfoot's a material manifestation of an immaterial being. Like, no, that's impossible. We're materialists. There's no such thing as ghosts and anything ethereal. Everything is corporal. Everything has matter or energy, and that's it. And then on the same side of their other side of their face, they're like, "There's multiple universes, and we have brain theory and string theory and fucking interdimensional and like
chip in your brain.
Interdimensional freaking 15 fucking dimensions, and like we have beings that are penetrating through it, and they're coming from outer space, like, and they'll say all sorts of ridiculous crap.
That's unnatural.
That is way beyond just saying maybe Bigfoot's an immaterial being manifesting itself in a material way. That's way more plausible than freaking multiverses.
That's what they're talking about there. Absolutely.
But they have whole TV shows about multiverses. Rick and Morty. Like the whole premise of this is freaking infinite multiverses.
What's that movie? Everywhere, All the Time, or something like that?
Yeah, that one too.
Well,
the multiverse.
I didn't even bother.
The wars. I'm gonna watch
these shows.
Everything, everywhere, all the time.
These shows and movies are so full of propaganda. I mean, you know how it's like you can't even learn anything from it. You know, it's just certain. I think there's certain movies. But
what's the propaganda for? So you trust the science, dude.
Yeah.
Trust
It's
the science, man. We know about multiverses. COVID is no problem because we're multiverse surfers.
Pretty sure it's
serious.
the universe.
So they give you the extreme, right? So when they tell you something that's like that seems like maybe plausible, because we know about multiverses in like 64 dimensions, right? We can easily figure out some virus. That's child's play.
Yeah, it's pulling you away from the natural. It's making everything unnatural.
Well, it's moving it's like sliding your expectation, right? It's like we can do all this other fantastical stuff or talk about it. So like this other stuff, which is actually extremely difficult, they just pretend that it's easy and that like just trust the science. We all know that if we wear masks, everything's going to be all better. We just shut everything down and, you know, what was the thing? What did Trump call it? 14 days for the cure or something? 14 days? Some stupid fucking slogan.
I'm still wearing my mask.
But
just in case.
Well, when they make crazy claims about crazy things, right? The crazy claims, which would normally be a crazy claim if you weren't being propagandized, seems normal. They're just like, you know, muddying the water on everything.
Just you stare into that computer screen and that black screen and everything, you go phone and just you believe that that's reality.
And some retard in frickin' England goes, I made a computer model that predicts like 20 million people are going to die in the first month. And everybody's like, ooh, science. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that computer model must be right because they know about multiverses.
That actually happened.
Bad. Things are that bad.
That was in the 90s with transfoot and fucking cow-mouth disease. In particular, 20 million people are going to die. Well, about 1,000 people did. But it was a fear factor. Yeah,
it gets even worse, hey, because
why?
It gets worse. It gets worse because some people start cutting themselves up to try to be something else that they're not. You know, like a male trying to become a female because I'm like, well, bro.
Look, dude, you just get the birth certificate, you erase the M, you write an F there, and that's all you have to do, man. Like, that's it.
Yeah. Don't mess with the body. Like, what are you doing? You can't change that. Yeah. Like,
you don't need different chromosomes. You just change the type head. You just change the paperwork. That's all you have to do is change the paperwork. You know that changing the paperwork changes the biology. It's that simple.
This is what I'm talking about. They're taking people away from nature. They're turning nature upside down, inside out.
Well, they think they can change from a man to a woman with whiteout.
Yeah.
A birth person.
That's real to them. Like, it's like
a birth person.
But not this. Like, yeah. It's not even the same thing.
You have a uterus? You're a female. You meat and two veg, you're a male. No. We'll call it a birth person and somebody with a uterus.
You're a female. No, I'm not. I got a pencil. Watch this. I'm erasing that F and I'm putting an M there. I am now a man.
And tomorrow I will be. I haven't decided.
I put it in my pencil, and I put it up your uterus.
Yeah, real is not real.
P-Mac Jr. popped out. It's amazing how that happens.
Oh man, I goddamn, I want to troll some freaking trans people now with the multiverse. Or like in Earth Universe 367, are you male, female, gender fluid? Like, what are you in those other multiverses?
I can't wait till we're at the bar, right? And I say, "Hey, how are you doing? How are you doing? Hey, how's it going? Hey, you go get me." And somebody goes, "Did you just assume my gender?"
I went into every multiverse to bring the best version of you, and this is the best version of you. And he's great. He's great. Yes. How about that?
But wait, wrong. You just created the best pickup line on Earth.
In this multiverse. In this universe.
There's only one fucking verse, and it's not uni, but
I'm pretty sure there's a better one on Earth 387 or 666. Earth 6.
Yeah, right here, right now. Alonzo Clark, a good guy I work with, Blackfall, he walked into a bar one night looking for his wife, and he actually called a woman a she. I says, Paul, I called her a she, right? And she made the biggest fucking scene in the bar. Like, the whole bar was looking around her. Did you just assume my gender? Do you know what I did? Fuck off.
No, the answer to that is no, I did not. No, I did not assume your gender.
Yeah,
you're a fucking she, regardless of how much you cry about it.
Yeah, there's two answers to that.
If you don't like it, take it up with God.
No, I didn't.
I'm just calling it as I see it, right?
No, it's not an assumption, though. It's not a fucking assumption. I mean, granted, there are some cases where you're going to accidentally, like if you see a dude with long hair from behind, you might mistake him as a female. Like, there are rare cases of that, or some girl with her, with her hair shaped, really close. But most of the time, when we think of female as a female, they are. And when we think a man as a man, they are. Even if they're dressed as a female, even if they had surgery, boob jobs, pretty easy to tell what's called the birth sex of the person. It's pretty easy to tell. He was not assuming her gender. He was just stating a fact. It doesn't matter if she likes it or not. We're allowed to state what objective reality is without punishment.
They're taking the outliers, right? And they're popularizing their views. Like a guy who said, "Oh God, I didn't know she was 11." Oh God, I didn't know that was a man's dick that I was sucking with the wig on. It's like, if I fucking know, you fucking know. Like that, I have never been fooled in person. Now, you show me
never.
A picture, you show me a picture. You hide the hands, you hide the shoulder, you hide everything. But me as a human that has facial recognition and all this other extra shit, it's like if I see you, my mind goes, I don't know if something is off. You know what I'm saying? It's like automatically.
If you just walk 5 steps, I can determine your gender. That's it. Because the hips are different. In the gait that people walk in between a man and a woman is completely different. The way they walk is different. You take 5 steps, I can tell you if you're a man or a woman instantly.
When you said that, I thought about all of the studs I've ever seen, and they walk so retarded. Now that you like,
the girls that are like the Butch Dykes. They like throw their. They walk like exactly. They walk with like they're thrashing their shoulders back and forth. Like
they walk like drags walk, exaggerating. Yeah. You know how Jags do the same thing?
Yeah.
They over exaggerate, acting like a female. It's like But you're still acting like you're still trying. Like it's not even natural.
Yeah, you're trying too hard, man.
Trying too hard not to be a woman. Man. Sorry. You don't think you're a woman.
Dude, I love it. Like when Butch Dykes try to act like men, dude. It's like, dude, it's not working. Nobody here's scared of you. There ain't a single person in this room scared of you because you're acting tough.
I had a Butch friend at work. She acts tough. She acts real tough. She saw a cockroach this one day. We were like cleaning up in the warehouse. She jumped in and grabbed me. Try to hide behind me. I'm like, what? Wait. I think it was a mouse. But
you should try to hide behind her back. Like, you're the man around here. Take care of it.
Like, why are you pulling my shirt, homie?
Cockroach.
I said, lay off me, you homo.
I was like, stop acting like a little bitch, man. It's just a fucking mouse.
Yeah. Everyone's a feminist until there's a spider.
Nah. I laughed at her, teased her. I was like, wow, scared? Yeah. Not so tough now. That's how they usually. Yeah.
Well, it's like they act like it's the same way like fake flat earthers. They, women that are like, lesbian women that are trying to act like a man, they act like what they think a man acts like, but it's not actually it's like their perception of what a man acts like versus what a man actually does. But they don't understand the underlying mechanics and motivation of being a man or how a men see the world. So it just comes out all wrong. Like if you don't understand how men think at a very fundamental level, you can't act like a man. You can't fake it. It's not possible.
I know a lot of mothers at work, right? At the work that are think more like a man than all of these butch, all of these lesbians. Because the toughness, you know what I mean?
Yeah. In the organization and that shit.
Respect. I give them the same respect, because they're tough. Because
are they single mothers?
Guess what I just found?
Usually,
I'm gonna share it because.
Your manhood?
So Professor Dave, because I'm looking for this meme, right? Where this trans is like, do I fucking look like a man? And the guy goes, yeah. and then she turns around like the picture like saying, oh, I own him. Look at me with my wig. And the audience is like, no, bitch. You look like a man for sure. But I was looking for that. And lo and behold, I find Professor Dave explains, let's all get past this confusion about trans people.
Oh, my God.
Where do we start?
What is he doing? Like, where?
Listen, I want to put a pool or a gambling bid down right now. I bet that Professor Dave had sex with Destiny. I'm betting right now. If anybody knows who Destiny is, he's like a libtard freaking bisexual with blue hair that's like kind of famous on the internet for gaming and debate, making just a mess of debates. But he's pretty famous. He's kind of like, he's very famous. He's one of the most famous like YouTube liberal debaters.
Yeah, I know.
But he's bisexual. And he's a total fucking simp. He's married to some Swedish girl that fucks also. They're in an open relationship, which means he's a fucking simp. She fucks who he wants, and he's gay, right? And she's just waiting for him to fucking die so she can take his money.
And what do you call it, backfall?
That's why, and that's what they want.
But this is the bet. Professor, it's going to come out at some point in time. Professor Dave had sex with Destiny.
So you and your wife sleep with a man. You're okay with that?
Good for them.
That's the society. This is the kind of society it wants, right? So it's like getting people used to it. You know what I mean? And then trying to because they're influencers. It's like they're giving people the okay. That's okay to.
They're trying to desensitize you.
Yeah, desensitize people to it and make it normal.
Like the Rodney King beating when they tried Rodney King. They kept showing the jury the beating. So by the time like it didn't seem so bad, by the time they had to render their verdict, you're like, oh, they're gonna show this again. This is so boring. You know what I mean? 'Cause they showed the video 270 times. Literally 270 times they showed the video. So like it just doesn't seem so bad after a while.
Yeah, he's sitting right there. He's fine, right?
Yeah, it wasn't so bad. Like those don't even look like hard baton hits from those 30 people kicking and punching him.
Guys, you know, I just saw 15 seconds. I'm like, somebody got to play this on the bot and mute the channel for like 10 minutes because it's only 10 minutes long. Like, bro, we have to watch this. We're already. It's speculation Sunday. I just guarantee from the 15 seconds I just watched, he's gonna say some dumb shit.
I am not playing Professor Dave on it. Plus, we'll get a copyright strike.
No, mute the page for like 10 minutes.
I can't stand Dave. I can't stand.
Are you trying to get us to commit mass suicide? Like, what the hell are you trying to do?
I cannot even look at. I can't stand that guy.
Indio, just drink the Kool-Aid, man.
People are like, I'm gonna quit the server if you play that.
Just drink the fucking Kool-Aid,
bro. Everybody hates transgenders. I'm like, oh my gosh. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
It's his voice.
Everybody.
We know it's going to be like 90% logical fallacies. Like, I can't take that, man.
Who's everybody? Does he have a last name? Where does he live? Who is he?
Amazing.
How do I spell his name? With an A or an E? Everybody or everybody? Is it?
He started with a diagram that says, we hate that trans people exist. And the other one is, we hate that those people exist. And I guess the arrow is pointing from people saying those to people just saying trans. And it's like.
So he starts with a false dichotomy.
Come on, fam. I can't stand his stupid shaped head. Like that, this bowl that he has or whatever.
Haircut?
Hair. Put a hat on, man, and grow the fuck up.
So he starts with a false dichotomy. It's either people that hate trans people or people that hate the people that hate trans people. That's it. That's everybody. That's stupid. I'm sorry. That's not even, that doesn't even rise to the level to dignify a response. It's just fucking childish, dumb, fucking third grade. Not even third grade. We're like first grade level intellect.
Isn't that inciting violence?
Yeah, you could say that. But my problem with trans people isn't the fact they're trans. They can do whatever they want. My problem is that they're shoving trans people in my face, and it is a very small proportion of the population. It would it wouldn't be any different with anything else. Okay, if they was like, oh, people like Dungeons and Dragons, and now I'm gonna shove all this some Dungeons and Dragons shit in your face all the time. I'd be mad about that. It we like ice skating. There's more people that like ice skating than are trans. That's how obscure being trans is, right? If you take something that doesn't affect 99.99% of the population, and then you're going to shove it in my face and try to make something important that's actually not important, might be important to them, it's not important to anybody else. Like, you're an attention whore. Get the fuck out of my face.
Yeah.
Because, what percentage of the population is fucking trans, dude? 0.01%? Yeah, like
no one.
It's like, we're gonna fucking make the entire society about people that like maple syrup flavored frosting on their cakes. Like,
well, if you want to, the thing is, if you want to make it normal, right, you got to create some kind of controversy against them, especially if it's hate type of thing, and that'll start getting people. Oh, we got to treat people, even trans people, we got to treat them like, make it more acceptable. Yeah.
Dude, the
sympathy.
in the trans hate thing, you're promoting violence against trans people. You're promoting trans hate. When is the last time anybody's ever heard of some violent fucking act being committed on a trans person? Gay people, yeah. I remember like people assaulting gay people like back in the 80s and shit. Not in a while. Not just because they're gay, right? But a trans person, I've never even heard of an assault on a trans person for being trans. Other than transvestites, right? But they're not sex change people. Pretending to be women, right? Taking somebody home and they got like the dude, like, you know, they're like about to have sex with the person. The dude reaches down and the dude's got a dick and they freak the fuck out. I've heard of that, though not in a long time. So like the violence event against trans people, that's bullshit. That doesn't even happen.
Yeah, but then also they prey on straight people, you know.
Dude, I challenge any trans person listening to this fucking stream. Make a list of all the violence against trans people in 10 years. I guarantee you won't even get to a fucking 100 people. In the entire fucking Western world. Not even just America, in the entire Western world. I'm talking about Europe, Canada, fucking Australia, New Zealand, freaking any common law country plus Europe. Fucking, you won't even get to 100 people in a decade.
A guy can walk into the toilet because he believes he's a woman and take a piss when my 6-year-old child is trying to take a shit.
And they still haven't been assaulted. But that's the thing. Even though they're going in bathrooms they don't actually belong in, they're not even being assaulted when that happens.
What are you even doing there?
But the thing is, they're still not. But I'm talking about their claims, right? That they need to speak out and they need to be come out and be activists to prevent violence against trans people. And this is why they're doing it, right? To prevent trans hate, to prevent trans violence.
You know what's funny?
It doesn't exist. That shit doesn't even exist.
No, it doesn't. It does exist. Look, check it out.
Yeah,
since this whole trans thing, we have never seen this many trans people beat the shit out of women and like ever, and it's called sports now.
Oh yeah,
there you go.
I guess there's yeah. I meant violence committed against trans, not the trans committing the violence.
There's a guy who went for the weightlifting competition and he finished third. Is that fucking great? And then the sport, he finished third, right?
Dude, I want Eddie Hall. Eddie Hall has like the world record for like the 3 lifts, right? For the bench press, the deadlift, and the fucking squat. It's like something like 1,400 pounds, or it's some fucking ridiculous total. I want him to identify as a female for one fucking meet, dude. Go smash every woman's record, and they'll never be broken. No matter how much steroids any woman takes, they'll never break what he is capable of doing. Other men are going to break his record, but no woman's ever going to break his record. I want him to smash all the women's records just to make a point. Just to okay, I just set a record. You might as well just fucking give up and stop weightlifting. Stop powerlifting.
on the podium, I was like, look at me. I'm a woman.
And then whip out his dick.
I'm a woman, but I'm really bad.
And if you give each,
I want to get him out, stand up on the podium and be like, I'm a sexy woman, and whip out his dick, dude, and be like, look at my pussy. Because that's the only way we're going to make a change, is to just make the whole thing absurd. You're going to have to make it into a freaking an absurd comedy. That's the only way it'll change.
That is the epitome of narcissism.
See, you know when I do like all this bullshit, right? Is not related to trans, but when like the gay girls, they're like, oh, you know, we want equality. The men are walking around here with their shirts off, so am I, and I'm just like, yo, your titties are the bomb.
Yeah. Don't sexualize me.
That was a bomb.
Don't sexualize me. Subscribe to my OnlyFans. What? So basically, I can only look at you if I pay you. I can only sexualize you if you make money out of it. Get the fuck out of here. I'll use my imagination when I look at you. Thank you very much. We're taking a shower tonight. You're not going to be there, but we're taking a shower.
And so, guy,
yeah. Yo, that'll be a whole argument. Let an SJW warrior be a little drunk when you say that. That's a fight. Get me out of your mind, you son of a bitch. Get me out of your mind right now. I'm calling the cops.
What is wrong with him? He swims against 40 of them. He beats them all.
Hello, stop, please. I have an emergency. I need you to come use a brain eraser on this freaking degenerate who's thinking about me sexually.
I need somebody to tuck me in. I can't have my banana.
Well, listen, I just want to say this. I am against violence against trans people.
All right.
But it's not happening. So shut the hell up. Either produce, I want the list, all the trans people that have been violently assaulted only because of the fact they're trans, not because of their relationship, not because they stole something, not because of any other reason. Just because they're trans, why they had violence committed against them. How many people in the last decade? I want to know. Is it actually a problem? Because if it isn't actually a problem, shut the fuck up, get off the internet. Stop fucking with the kids, right? Stop trying to normalize it to stop trans violence, because there's no trans violence to stop in the first place.
Stop fucking with the kids.
No, it really bothers me when they that's one of the things liberals do that I can't stand, is when they claim some statement is going to lead to violence against something. When there's zero evidence for that.
Do you remember that massive gay song? We're coming for your kids.
Listen. I want to say why they say it, because free speech can only be restricted in America if the speech creates a clear and present danger, and that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to basically make the claim this speech creates a clear can lead to violence, so it creates a clear and present danger. Therefore, it needs to be restricted.
Yeah, it's legalese.
Yeah, they're trying to make the legal case, and they're going to try and do it over and over and over again through repetition, to eventually, maybe one day, work its way up to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court says, "Oh yeah, saying stuff about trans people that they don't like is creates a clear and present danger, and yeah, the government can regulate that."
Wouldn't it be great if 3 of the Supreme Court justices were transgenders?
Who cares? As long as they stay off the fucking internet and stay out of the school. But just shut the hell up, dude. You're not in danger. No one's trying to hurt you. In fact, nobody wants to go near you. Shut the hell up.
But that's the thing. Number one, it's crazy because you'll have. I don't want to be a guy because I'm ugly, so I'm gonna put a wig on me. You're still ugly, okay? Oh, it's trans violence because these thugs beat me up. Yeah, they beat me up too last week. They just teased you they teased me. It's not.
That stuff isn't happening, Elijah. Trans people are not being beat up.
They're really. I live in New York City, where if trans people were getting beat up, I would know.
Exactly. Listen, exactly.
Giving them elbows. I've seen trans people fuck people up just for the idea that they would be somehow.
Yeah, no, they're not in danger. All that stuff is just a bunch of nonsense, man. Like I said, I told you what the motivation is for making the claim that it leads to violence, because they want to do the clear and present danger. The Supreme Court ruled that if the speech creates a clear and present danger, it can be regulated or punished. The example they gave was yelling fire in a crowded movie theater, right? You had free speech to say it, but you caused injuries because you made everybody panic and yell out, when they tried to run out the door. They used this example. So what they claimed was, this actually particular, there were people that were protesting in front of draft offices during World War I. I think the guy's name was Dewey. So they claimed the U.S. States government put him in prison. And they claimed free speech, and the Supreme Court said, well, no, your speech created a clear and present danger to the safety and security of the United States, because if they succeeded in their speech, people wouldn't go enter the military to be drafted, and then the United States would be in danger. So this is why they locked them up for 25 years. But the whole thing is you have to create the clear and present danger thing.
It's a real thing.
What's a real thing?
4 cops show up at somebody's house for what they posted on Facebook.
Well, that's in your country.
Well, okay. Well, in your country,
I'm sure it's happened here too, but they don't arrest you.
Nothing of value on the outside of the car. Please don't break into my car. There's nothing of value. So what's the difference? It's a real thing.
No, like listen, a clear and present danger is words which like make the danger imminent. Like basically somebody walking towards you and saying, "I'm going to punch you in the face" with their arm cocked, right? It's the words. So it gives you the apprehension that you're going to be, assaulted, right? So it has to be. But so if they're sitting there saying trans people, this talk puts trans people at risk of violence, then they could restrict the speech if the courts took that as true. So they're trying to create the groundwork to censor the speech into the future because they can't do it right now. This isn't like stuff that's in a vacuum. They're playing the long game. Okay. This isn't like these are long games. This is why they change definition of words and like change the meanings of things, right? They're playing the long game. It's why they're at freaking children's schools and public libraries and doing drag shows to fucking 8-year-olds. And so this is the long game. They're trying to like influence a generation because this is the way neo-Marxism works. They think that basically it takes 2 generations to change the culture. So they're working on the culture, right?
Close. I think 1.
So you think? What if flat Earth is the distraction? Because that's
what I said.
We've been wondering. We've been saying this like.
Nah, it's not. I'll tell you why it's not the distraction. Because we're keeping it real. And the fundamental premise of all this trans stuff is listen, it's being divorced from reality.
But that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, to me, it seems like really convenient that everybody started talking about flat Earth. A lot of people have said that, yada yada yada. I don't really want to speculate, but what if they're like, okay, let's lose the globe trump card for people's individuality. We'd rather have that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. As like, becoming more popular.
They're like, oh, gravity is fake, but I'm also a skateboard. Yeah, bro.
Yeah. Well, I think about this, Elijah, is that do you think that anybody that realizes the objective reality of flat Earth can ever think that a man is a woman because they said so?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I hope not. I hope not.
Yeah.
This topic is like it's about critical thinking. It's not about the shape of the Earth in a way. I mean, yeah, that's a side effect. That's what we're focused on. But that's because this is the most like glare. It's so fundamental to the whole paradigm of modern culture, and the Western modern culture.
It's exposing just the foundation of all of the lies.
Yeah. It's the bricks at the bottom of the building, right? So if you can figure out that like what the bricks are, all that stuff that's built on top of it, like the trans agenda and all that stuff, that becomes easy to discern and decipher. And you're not going to get sucked into it. Hopefully.
Well, if I can give you one advice, start speaking Chinese.
Yeah. She, something.
Yeah.
I got.
幸好 I think that means thank you. Or please don't kill me. We will. Your Mandarin sucks. Well, they killed me anyway. The Western world is in very, very much a decline. I mean, I don't know how better to explain it.
Well, we're gonna get blamed for it eventually. Mark my words.
But yeah, it's not a thing. But
flat Earth take like the globe was the foundation of Western civilization and the Enlightenment, and then that flat Earth just came along and
I think
destroyed the paradigm and then destroyed like all our delusions.
Indio, do you think it's not a possibility that the flat Earth was growing too much that they had a solution? This confused the bastards.
The final solution?
Well, I don't know about that. That was 1940, right?
You're gonna do the final solution on us.
2023. I would think, yeah. The passive takeover of Western civilization. It's absolutely in decline. There's no doubt.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's obvious why it's in decline. Like, to me, it's super fucking obvious, and it has nothing to do with like. It's because we've left the fundamentals that made Western civilization great. I mean,
you used to believe in Christianity.
What do you mean used to? Depends on what you mean by Christianity. There's a couple versions of that.
Okay. Well, yeah, okay. I guess we can probably talk it for another hour, but whatever version you think it is.
Then, if you mean the Neoplatonist version, that is basically an offshoot of Greek paganism and kind of like merged with Christianity. No, not that one. I guess I'd probably be like more, I guess, in the Orthodox strain, even though I've never been to an Orthodox church or anything. They don't have the influence of the Greek and the Roman Empire on the practices of the church. I don't even like the word Christian because that has a negative connotation. If you look up the root of the word Christian, it isn't a good fucking thing.
Our religion.
I just consider myself a follower of Christ. That's all. I don't even consider myself a Christian. You can call me a Christian. If that's your definition of Christian, fine. You can wear it, but I'm not going to call myself that.
Follower.
Yeah, me too.
Follower.
Me too.
I believe that Christ rose from the dead.
Me as well. I do not subscribe to. Yeah.
That makes four of us.
Hey guys, I gotta do a little victory dance here. I just got CB to block me. That big anti-flat earther on Gems.
Yeah.
They've had a falling out over there, and it's pretty. He left the server.
Hang on.
So, okay.
Do you actually go over to Gems?
No, I haven't been there for quite some time. I thought it was funny that Captain, bullshit he rage quit the server. So I sent him a message. I said, "Are you mad that Gem chose hoes over bros?" I go, or maybe he didn't. He just picked a new bottom bitch.
Oh man.
So then he started raging at me, and I go so I said, okay, how about this, right? Let me rephrase it. Who bitched out, you or Gem? And then he blocks me.
Oh,
are you sad?
No, I think it's funny because this dude tries to pretend like he's all about triggering flat earthers. No, he's not. He's a little turd. He can only dish it out. He can't take anything in.
How little is he?
Yeah, which just makes him an abuser, basically.
You got 1 foot turd, or are you 6 inch turd, or how big is this turd exactly?
Yeah, he's one of the biggest globalist turds there are.
He's a big turd.
Like, we're gonna need a bigger boat type of globalist turd. He's the type of turd where you flush and it just won't go down. Like, why won't this turd flush?
How big is he? We're going to need a bigger boat. He's that big of a turd.
It's too dense.
What's funny too is that he'll unblock me later and start talking shit again, and I'd be like, "What happened?"
Good.
Yeah.
You're a funny bastard.
Yeah, thanks. I just felt like I had to share that with you guys. I thought you'd get a kick out of it.
Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate the joke. I'll remember forever. But why are you spending time on fucking down them motherfuckers, man? They don't know what fucking up is down or what the gender is like. All right. Woman of the Year, Caitlyn Jenner.
Do you guys see about the tractor beam? NASA scientists developed a tractor beam.
All right, hit me. Cut. Did you hear that the Earth is like the Starship Enterprise with energy force field around it? Moving through space.
No.
Did you hear that? Right, go ahead. Optical tweakers. Okay, that's a better name of this. Do you think they'll be able to pull cancer out of your body?
I'm sorry, I'm cooking, but I'm listening even though it went silent.
See, just using the word cooking, you're making me hungry, man. Kim.
Oh, yeah.
What are you cooking?
Well, right now I'm sauteing a bunch of vegetables.
Oh, yeah, that's not, yeah. Vegetables?
Well, vegetables and ginger, all nicely finely chopped up.
What kind of vegetables you sauteing?
Red and orange bell peppers and onions. And ginger.
What are you going to mix it with?
I'm just going to have to finish cooking this deer meat and cook these vegetables before they go bad. So I'm just going to incorporate them together.
You got to ask the right questions, P-Mac.
Huh?
P-Mac, you ask the right questions. You'll find out what she's cooking.
Yeah, somebody said deer meat. my
venison.
Venison, yeah.
Bro, like smoking some venison on a grill, for whatever reason, is different than cooking it in a pan. Like you cook all the water out of it in the pan, but when you smoke it on the grill, it has a sweet taste to it.
Well, I can't do that because I don't have a grill.
You don't have a smoker?
No.
You don't have a barbecue?
I don't.
What's wrong with him?
Destitute.
I'll fucking buy one.
I do well with what I got. I'm all right.
Couple of bricks we grill, charcoal underneath, barbecue.
If it wasn't raining outside, maybe I could go outside and build a fire and do it right over the fire.
Yeah, if we put a tent above it, yeah.
Well, the ground's really flooded and wet right now, so even if I did that, it wouldn't work.
Anything, you're cooking a good lean meal for your child and yourself, so good job.
And husband.
And husband. Is he coming home tonight? Is he home already? I know he works.
He is not. Yeah, he's working 12-hour shifts in 2 hours away. I guess I shouldn't dox him. I need to be more careful about that because I just don't care.
Yeah, but he's coming home to bell peppers and deer meat. He's gonna be happy.
Yeah, man. And onions and ginger.
Yeah, I wanted to incorporate ginger and see what that was like. This is kind of new. I haven't done this before. It's kind of like an experiment.
Yeah, you have to, throw something in every now and then and see. What do you think about that?
Change it up, yeah. And I love ginger, and it's so good for you.
Yeah, garlic.
I don't have any garlic right now, so like I said, just working with what I got.
Yeah, ginger's gonna work.
I got garlic salt.
Throw it on.
I probably will, no doubt.
Not too much.
I won't, because I don't want to make it too salty. I'm pretty good at cooking.
Yeah, but men are better.
When it comes to a grill, I might believe that, actually,
Right.
Oh, we are.
When it comes to an open
But
flame.
in the kitchen, Mama is the best, okay?
Tim, why are you even arguing with me? Men are better at cooking. Full stop. Period. Sorry, period.
Oh my gosh.
What? You Americans like to say, period.
I would venture to say that a man who stays with his wife is likely because she's a better cook than he is. And a lot of other reasons too, but that's just one reason.
Oh, God, that's a good point.
You find yourself a good woman that can cook, and I promise you, you'll never leave her. You're like, no, she cheated on me. No, that's cool. She cooks really good. She can cheat.
Well, a good woman wouldn't cheat on her man. That's for sure.
Right.
If you can cook half as good as I can cook, I'll stay with you.
Well, Sterling does not make a habit of cooking, so when it comes to who is better at it, I win by default because I do it all the time.
Does he have an interest in cooking, or is he just a bar? Just come home?
I mean, he's just kind of he's more like casseroles. He's more like casseroles and grill, which is cool because he usually does these really unhealthy casseroles for if we go to a friend's house and he wants to watch a game or something, he'll make a Frito taco meat type casserole with cheese everywhere and whatnot.
Everybody's going, that's a fucking great casserole. Kim, could you cook casserole like that?
I love casserole, and I do make dang good casserole, but I don't try to make unhealthy casserole. So, where he wants to be a little unhealthy when it comes to casseroles, mine are still really good, just healthy.
But his are better.
Like Betty Crocker
don't know.
pound cake. Everybody loved the Betty Crocker pound cake.
Yeah, I love to bake. I just have to bake things to incorporate healthy things for my son because he's so picky.
That's the
like he.
I can bake.
Like I have to make him like either banana or coconut flour pancakes and stuff like that.
Fritters.
And just make him some really good stuff like that, so he's not.
See, that right there tells me you're a good cook already, because I don't even take the time to make my own pancakes.
Oh yeah, I have some made up in the fridge right now.
Flour.
You cook me some pancakes and scramble me some eggs in the morning, and you're a made woman.
She really is. Flour, milk, a little bit of milk, butter, honey.
I don't have the patience for it.
Oh man, it's easy. It's easy.
I know I don't have the patience for it. I'm okay with that. I'd rather fire me up a 6-egg omelet than make up some pancakes.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh dang, I'm so good at making omelets.
I'm really good at making.
And oh man, and like quiches and those types of casseroles. Ooh, buddy, that's my specialty.
I hope that's for the entire family, like 6 fucking eggs, bro.
I love eggs. Such a big fan.
Hey, P-Mac, who's the best cook out of in your family? Are you the best cook in the family, P-Mac?
Absolutely.
I love it.
See, I didn't even pause.
No pregnant pause.
Jamesy, I have people telling me about this, right? They're closing their eyes, right? They're eating the beef, they're eating the gravy, and they're like, "Oh my god, that's how good I am."
You got lines of family members lining up every day, just waiting for you to cook.
Every weekend.
That's amazing. That's good.
Yeah. And my specialty, I can't tell you the secret sauce, but it's a chicken mash and parsnip and carrot mash, and I put a little bit of turmeric, a little bit of white pepper, a little bit of salt, and they actually enjoy the vegetable more than the chicken, even though the chicken is very moist.
When was the last time that you made this dish?
To be honest with you,
Yes.
2 years ago.
It's that good.
Nobody showed up after that. They died.
Hey, Dad. Oh, sorry. Let me mute. Hold on. My husband just got home.
They died.
Right. GG with the chicken. Make it within this week. You gotta make that chicken again, P-Mac, and send me a picture of it.
You know what, Jamesy? I just might. If you have a passport, you want to come over to Ireland? I'll make you chicken. Couple of beers. You'll love it, bro.
Thank you for the offer. I got my family, they cook chicken all the time, bro.
He doesn't need a passport, he speaks Spanish.
I need a passport to P-Mac country. P-Mac's gonna make me some chicken.
No, it's not the chicken, bro. It's the vegetable.
Not just some chicken.
I done that for 10 years. And they died on me. Not life.
You said the last time you made the chicken was 2 years ago, so you kind of like
yeah, no, but I
made
know
it the schedule.
What?
You gotta do it again. That's what I'm saying.
Huh?
You gotta make it.
I like your attitude, bro. Yeah,
How does chicken works on a globe?
Well, you have to wrap it in tinfoil. Like, yeah. And then, yeah. You turn it around a rotisserie or in a globe. Depends whatever you believe in. And then you pull it out and it's very moist. How? Excuse me? Yeah, she dated me. People dated me. Lots of people dated me, man. I mean, I'm not gonna last them fucking relative, bro. But I have friends and everything. But my family just dated me, man. Must be because I had olive oil and chicken over there. Just lucky not to get cancer. Oh shit, I did get it. Huh?
So I've decided that I'm making a casserole. So I cook up this meat. I already have the vegetables ready to go and put it all together and boom, voila.
A little bit of garlic there, Kim.
Yes.
With the garlic.
Tomas, don't forget the garlic. But it's good.
Hey, I got you. I don't put too much. I got you. Okay.
But don't forget.
Have you got work?
I won't.
You will not after I talk to you. Have you raped? We will white pepper, Kim.
And some garlic.
Tomato.
Don't forget the garlic.
You guys are gonna have to give me a minute. I'm sorry. Kind of like got a lot of stuff going on.
You laugh. That's all. We're just trying to make you laugh.
Which we're just trying to make your casserole better.
Yeah, with the garlic.
Oh, we're doing like.
You can't forget the garlic. Don't forget the garlic.
Just a wee bit.
Not too much garlic, but don't forget the garlic.
Yeah. Fuck you. You always need a wee bit of garlic.
Oh man.
That's really funny, right?
That's it, yeah.
Oh my god. Don't forget the garlic.
I didn't, dagnabbit.
Kim, how are you guys doing anyway? Where are you? What part of the States?
Alabama.
Alabama?
Alabama. Don't you know about my bumpkin accent? Come on now.
Is that way down the south?
What?
Is that down the south?
That's down in the south.
Like buddy. Now, Alabama? Like you have crocodiles and shit like alligators?
No, but we got Roll Tide.
Do you have shrimp?
Roll Tide.
He don't know nothing about no Roll Tide.
Oh, okay.
He's like rolled over cliff.
Oh, sorry. What does roll mean?
Why don't you just look up Roll Tide? You just Google it. It'll show it up.
Roll Tide. You'll find out what Roll Tide is.
I didn't know if I could read.
It's only the best football team in the South. I can't say that. I'm a TCU fan. So
hang on. Did you say football in the South?
Yeah.
Isn't that Florida?
No.
College football, not not NFL. Yeah.
So the term "Roll Tide" comes from the school the Crimson Tide, and the Crimson Tide comes from an algae in the ocean that, when the plankton rolls in, they emit off a chemical that makes the water turn red, and that red water is actually really poisonous, and so it's destructive. I should say it's destructive.
Well,
so
it's not good for you.
the idea, like what?
Don't drink the red water.
No, don't drink the red water. So the idea is that like nothing's going to stop the red tide from coming in and doing what it's going to do. That's the whole purpose of Roll Tide.
Okay. You know, you may as well have told me that Jupiter is a gas planet. It meant the same thing. It's just like nonsense.
It is. It's a gas planet with the largest ocean in the solar system.
Oh, did you say ocean?
Yeah, no, that's exactly what you can look it up.
Excuse me, how do you have gas pressure without a container?
Well, that's what it is. It's all gas.
Yeah, but how do you know that? Have you been there? Have you tested it?
How does he know Jupiter is the fucking largest fucking planet? Sea, sorry.
I mean,
I beat him up for a couple of years.
I'm just going by what I was told on Quora. I googled it, and this is what Quora told me.
Oh yeah. Maybe you should try to demonstrate gas pressure without a container.
I'm gonna blame Quora. Quora is to blame.
Let's try it. Okay, I tell you what. All three of us try together. 1, 2, 3, go! Did it work?
Or what's that other website? The one that has like all the test question answers on it? Flashcard. Is it Flashcard? Not Flashcard.
Yeah.
What's it called?
That
Flashcard has it, but like, I don't know. I might, you know what? I might do that one day. I might like pay for like an entire flashcard set, kind of like Trivial Pursuit. And then when there's nothing going on in the server, I'll just start doing quiz questions. Quizlet, that's what it is. Quizlet. Quizlet will tell you all the answers you need to know about the globe.
Do you like quizzes?
Do I like quizzes?
Yeah.
Well, it's nice to brush up on what you think you know.
They used to have that here once upon a time, a long time ago.
Yeah.
I swear to God. And we did it on a Sunday night. And you got the title, Quiz Wizard or something? Because I swear to God, bro, see if you could answer the question they asked you. You have to be halfway the genius thing. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You honestly do.
Yeah.
So every now and then, you might find a guy like a winner of the guest quiz. I think I saw a title. That's intelligent. No.
Oh my gosh. Stupid Walmart.
My God. No, but I was playing. I wish I could have that. I was winner of the quiz night on here with these motherfuckers.
Well, like, and I might even like pull some quiz questions out of there. Kind of like, are you smarter than a fifth grader? And like, whenever I have like a newbie in the room who's a glober, just kind of like, hey, let's see how much you know about the globe, and then just take them down like a 5-10 minute quiz.
Yeah, but it's not even globe. It's general knowledge.
Well, I mean, like I'm talking about just the globe questions. You know what I mean? Like how big is the Earth? How far away is it from the sun? How fast are we going around it? What are the names of the planets in the solar system? Like little dumb questions to Kind of like, are you smarter than what you learned in second grade?
Jemima.
You're right.
The first part is Jemima, right? And that's
Yeah.
Mary.
Yeah.
Jane.
And then there's the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria.
That's it. Exactly what I was thinking.
I'm doing some circles in Walmart right now, making sure I'm not forgetting anything because I'm about to spend 20 days on an oil rig all alone and nowhere to go.
You work in the oil rig?
You know what? I'm having a career change, man. I was working as a paramedic for 14 years, and God help these people. I wish them all the best health in the world. But unfortunately, I've met a lot of people, or I've come into contact with a lot of people who you can explain to them what they need to do, and they won't do it. But then I've also, right, and then I've also met doctors that won't explain it to them because they're looking for that repeat customer. And it's just like, oh my God, just tell them the truth so they can go home. Well, they're just not going to get it anyway. How do you know that? Like, that's your whole job is to inform them. So I've gotten upset with that.
Okay. Well, don't. Because I'm just, I'm a friend. How do you to from the people want to see people's lives to get the fuck out of the oil rig? How'd that happen?
Well, so number one, the money is really good. Number two, it's not that I'm like actually going to be on the oil rig. I'm going to be that guy that like controls the mud that helps to bring the soil up as they're drilling. There's a lot of technical effort in removing the ground.
Paramedic on the oil rig?
Huh?
The paramedic on the oil rig?
No. I won't be a paramedic on there. I'll be a mud engineer.
Mud engineer.
Yeah, mud engineer.
What the fuck is a mud engineer?
Well, you can look it up. But basically, I'll be dealing with a lot of chemicals, and it won't be any dissimilar to do that than to be a paramedic because, like, I already understand how, like, to control have vascular control on sick people, and so basically, my job will be doing vascular control on the oil well hole, and if it gets sick, how to treat it.
Wait. So you move from people to
the dirt.
Drill holes, yeah.
The dirt. There's not much of a jump there.
It's the same thing. The earth is
the same thing, dude. From ashes to ashes to dust to dust.
I mean, everything just go to bust.
But no, the money is definitely better, and so tired of living a poor life and working my butt off for it. And a friend presented me with an opportunity, and I'm extremely excited to be taken.
Well, the money as a paramedic, EMS services in the US isn't that bad. It's like $18 an hour or something, or
something like that. And so you're making about 40 to 45,000 a year minimum.
But you have to watch a lot of people die.
It's not that, man. It's none.
At all? I don't think it's all.
It's you don't get paid enough. You should be paid like 3 or 4 times to work that hard.
I hear it's a lot of abuse. Like you could get shot at any fucking moment, like especially in America.
So that's extremely rare that happens, right?
Yes.
Like you don't see people's guts hanging out all the time or anything like that. But what you do see is like the same sick people over and over and over again. And
symptoms
so, you get that lifelong smoker, and they spend the last 20 years of their life calling 911 once a month.
Alcohol abuse, pill abuse.
Sometimes, not all the time, but usually if it's alcohol abuse, it'll be somebody that like they've been drinking their whole life, and now they want to end their life, and they're seeking help, and they're calling you to take them to go into rehab or something like that.
Yeah, like my bar. Yeah.
So that would be a common scenario. Like every once in a while you get called out to a bar, or somebody fell off the bar stool, and you got to go take them to the hospital and get them out of the bar so everybody else can continue having fun.
No, I know. But yeah, my bar was kind of bonus, bro. It was just like alcohol every day.
Like, you'd be surprised. Like, people will call because they're having signs and symptoms of flu, and you're just like, oh my god, dude! Like, this is why you're calling me? Well, I really don't feel good, and I've been feeling bad for a couple of days. I'm like, wait a couple more days, dude. It'll be over. You're cool. But you can't say it like that, because you have to be in that caring mood. Like, oh, I'm so sorry. You want me to take you to the hospital? Like, you got to sell them on it. And it's really, really kind of, I hate to say this to be mean, but it's really pathetic.
Well, it's just natural.
Right.
Happens all the time, like.
Yeah. No, it's, the healthcare system is abused in so many different ways.
It's a profiteering.
Like, somebody will say I have chest pain, right? And like, I'm not one to shy away from chest pain, but like, if it goes away after like 10 seconds or 5 seconds, there's a good chance that there's probably nothing going on. Like, the only way, like, if you're having crushing chest pain for 30 minutes, go to the hospital. And like, if you can't breathe, if you feel like you're short of breath, and you can't get up and walk to the restroom without feeling like you're going to pass out, go to the hospital. You know what I mean? But like, at the same time, like, if you're feeling short of breath, you're doing just fine, you're getting by, and it's right around like allergy season or flu season or something like that, there's a good chance you probably got the flu or you got allergies going on, and you just need to drink lots of water, drink some juice, maybe take an extra vitamin C, get outside a couple times a day just to get some sunlight on you so you feel better. So,
yeah, here's the thing.
Not to sound mean or anything, but I'm ready for a change in my life as well. Let the next person that wants to be a hero get up there and go do it.
Well, I worked fire.
Yeah.
So I drove fire trucks and cut people out of cars. I seen lots of dead people.
Yeah, no. See, like, a fire truck is going to see more shit on a. Like, they're going to see the same stuff, but you're not going to see all the other bullshit with it. So those things are definitely going to stick out with you a lot more.
Well, all I have to do is cut them out, and you deal with them, and you take them away. Like, that's right. My job's done. Like,
you might have to be, like, while they're holding pressure, you might have to be that extra person to help pull them out or something like that. But that's about it.
I just have to cut them out with the jaws of life. That's me done.
All right, I did my job. I'm going back to the truck.
Good night. Get the beers out. Oh shit, I'm still on duty. I never miss a beer.
But yeah.
It was the best time in my life.
What's that?
The best 5 years of my life, man.
What's that?
Helping people.
Oh, no, I enjoyed the people that I actually could really help and do something for, Like, I definitely learned I had a healing hand in a lot of people's lives.
We've had enough now. I'm gonna. I'm fucking off to England now. I think to work on railroad tracks, bro. I'm done.
Right. So you work on railroad tracks?
I've done a lot.
You're a railroad engineer.
Yeah, no, I'm done. I'm done. I've had enough of looking after all the people's time. I'm 55.
Yeah. No, it's time to make some money so you can retire.
Not even that. Time to live your own life without having to look after anybody else. Like, I don't even know what that fucking means.
No. You get tired, like like even if people know you're a paramedic, they come up to you like, "Hey, let me ask you something," and then they want like an on-the-spot diagnosis. You got to listen to everything, then you got to ask them questions that are pertinent to what they're saying, but you got to word it in a way so that way you can get the right answers and help them out. You're just listening to people's problems all the time. You just get tired of hearing people's problems.
That's going to weigh on you.
It does. That's why I'm getting out. That's why I'm going to go work in the oil field. I'm going to be around a 6-man team, and for 2 weeks, I'm going to be basically camping out in a trailer and cooking off of a two flame little gas stove, propane stove.
Is this in the Gulf of Mexico?
No, this is on land. This is in East or West Texas.
Texas?
Yeah. Yeehaw.
Any vacancies?
Any what?
Passport, right?
Any what?
Vacancies?
Any vacancies? Oh, there's always vacancies, man. Because everything in the United States is regulated by schools, so you got to have certificates in order to get.
Well, sorry, but not the border.
Oh yeah, you do. You still.
Oh really?
You talking about like offshore drilling and stuff?
No, illegal immigrants. Anyway.
Oh no, yeah, no. I mean, there's people that will they try to get those over and everything like that, but they don't last very long. And then when either you know somebody that allows it to continue to facilitate, or or you get busted for it. It's one of the two.
Mm-hmm.
But that was always one of the things that always got me with the United States. Like, how can you say you're the best country in the world when there's so much corruption going on? The only country I think that has more corruption, in my opinion, probably would be Ukraine.
You talking about FTX? I know the money was get flowing back in the Democratic Party.
Oh, that was just one little thing. That was one thing that, somebody got ratted out. That's what happened with that. Somebody got ratted out. Somebody was going to get in trouble. So it is what it is.
Isn't it?
It is.
What?
Huh?
There's somebody. Mm. There he is. I knew I heard somebody.
Me?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm fucking. I'm thinking too much. I'm out of here. I'm gone. I'm working in fucking England. About 2 weeks. I hope.
It's You got work, right? You're working. You're in a railroad business. Right, Peanut?
Wow.
Huh?
Little house in the prairie. What's that? Bonanza. Horse? You call my house? Bonanza. It is what it is, or it's not. It's like it's either a globe or it's flat. Those are your only two options. Bring it back to basics, right? I spoke about this. proof curvature, bend the water. It's either flat or it's not.
Well, that's like that's why I bring that dichotomy question to everybody. Well, like you're all a bunch of flat earthers, right? It's like, well, let me ask you this question.
No. I'm a Glober, bro.
Right, but that's why I say let me ask you this question: if the Earth is not curving, what is it doing? Well, it's flat. Well, then that's why we're flat earthers, because we can't find the curve.
Do you not realize that bendy is curved? Flat, sorry. Bendy is flat.
Bendy is flat?
Yeah, bendy is flat.
Well, you heard what I said. Right? I know what you're saying.
Hey, and also, there's 46 different genders. Kind of amazing. Argue with that. Once we tell you there's 47 different kinds of genders, the Earth can be anything, right? And we shall know.
Gen Z was talking a little while ago, but he's not talking no more. Kimbo, he's always talking except for now.
We're observing a moment of silence for the globe. Can you be quiet?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, glad that's over. Pop the champagne.
I'm always here, Gizbo.
I know you are.
Let me tell you something. I think I just made a great casserole.
All right. How about that flat and stationary Earth? Anybody trying to dispute that?
Did you put garlic in it?
I did. I did.
Not too much though, right?
Forget about the flat Earth. Did your husband regret
it?
What'd you say, P Mac?
Forget about the flat Earth. Did your husband like the garlic?
I did forget the garlic.
You've done something else today. I'm not quite sure what it is, but you put something in here that makes it better.
Put some garlic in there, please. Just put some garlic in.
How do you do that? Well, I have a couple of friends online that told me to do it right, and one boy said pepper, and the other boy said garlic.
I love it. Kim's like, can you get off my case?
Kim, is your husband a flat earther?
No, he's not. I'll answer to him. We've had that.
Straight away, you know, straight. Kim, is there any way you can
yeah, he's an I don't care earther.
Ah, well, that's an atheist.
Oh, come on, dude.
Okay, no, hang on a minute. I'm only joking, right? No, I'm only joking. Bro, husband, if you don't fucking believe in the flat earth, I'm leaving you tomorrow. We done.
Come on.
That's a joke.
You want to find out if he really cares? Start calling him a flat earther and see if he responds. If he doesn't respond, he don't care.
Hey, Flatty. Two people can coexist believing in different paradigms. That's give them back if they love each other much. So it's not like we're trying to. Why would you?
I think more than anything, I think Kim's husband probably loves his wife and his son, and
more than I love you.
Together with each other when he's not working. On the flat plane.
Just one thing about the guy that catch all. That means that much to me.
Garlic and salt. Garlic and salt.
My boys are being very precious, so I didn't hear anything you guys said. Sorry.
That's okay. Garlic is a good medicinal food though. Whenever you're not feeling well, not overload the garlic, but load up on it, and it can help clear up a lot.
Ginger and onions are too.
Ginger and onion are too.
So I have 2 of the 3 of those things. The only other thing I had was garlic, salt. So what about that flat Earth?
No, fucking flat Earth. Did
you guys keep telling? If you keep telling me to add the garlic, I'm gonna freak out.
Start every meal with onions and garlic.
Oh, you bet, ginger.
Oh man!
Honey, you found the perfect recipe.
So we need garlic and onions, and then you start cooking.
Just add a little chicken to your garlic, you'll be all right.
What's that?
Actually, that's actually sounded good to me.
Some garlic?
Garlic, onions, a wee bit of ginger. With chicken.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, a wee bit of herb. Wee bit of rosemary.
Well, I did venison and eggs, not chicken.
That's right. Fuck, I forgot it was venison.
Yeah, I don't think you need any herbs with venison, do you? Maybe a bay leaf if you're
Not
making
really,
a stew.
but I
That's
needed
about
to.
it.
I didn't really need that. I just I already made a meatloaf with it, so I wanted to do something else.
Who shot
So I made a little egg casserole.
Egg casserole. Oh my god, shop.
You just need salt and garlic. Apparently, that's what PMAC says.
Well, I have red bell pepper, orange bell pepper, onions, ginger, garlic salt. Sorry, I don't have any garlic on hand, so I had to improvise. Yeah, and venison.
Yeah. But the most important thing is, did he think that was the best thing you ever cooked?
It's not done yet. It's still cooking. And I wish we had some salsa. Salsa would be really good right now with all of that.
What? Red sauce? Red wine?
You missed it yesterday, PMAC. You missed it yesterday, PMAC. We were all chatting with this one person. I think it was Quark. And over and over and over again, he kept saying, like, so the sun's not real? What are you talking about, dude? We don't know what the sun is. So you mean it's not real?
No.
No.
Hang on. Let me get this right. You were talking to a guy called Quark.
I think it was Quark.
The smallest thing you can't even see on a microscope.
Isn't that Higgs-Bose particle? Isn't that the smallest thing?
Yeah, no, that's even worse. There's even.
It was Quark.
Huh? A quark is you can't.
Yeah, he was saying that we said he said that we said that there's no sun. Not that I was even talking to him. So
yeah, and it's not.
He kept assuming that we were saying no sun, and we're like, no, nobody said that. Are you kidding me? Of course, there's a sun. We see the sun. We all see the sun. Come on, unless you're blind.
Was he a Ferengi?
Was he a what?
What?
Ferengi.
I got that, VMAC. I got that.
You got that?
Yeah.
I'm done.
Deep Space Nine was Quark, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He was spiraling.
For the people who don't get that, a quark is really, really small. You cannot see it.
No.
So
you can only measure it through data or whatever.
Oh, I can stare at the universe and see fucking lights from 35 billion years ago, but I can't see anything in front of me. In fact, the most things that kill people, you can't even see. No, don't laugh. The smallest things kill 175,000 people in the UK alone is a thing that you can't even see under a microscope. It's about as small as a quark. Probably bigger, but basically a quark. So, no, listen to me. Go me here. So we are big human beings, half giants. We descended from giants, right? And the smallest thing that you can't even see takes us 178,000 people out every year in the UK alone. You can't see it. It's like microscopic. So a tiny you can't even see takes out a big person like you.
Well, I mean, that's what they do. They come in here with their little scientific names, and they think that they're better than everyone.
Bro, they don't even know their own fucking planet, man.
Yeah.
Well,
so small,
I don't. They have no idea.
Like, they figure the smaller and insignificant they are, the more it means to the world. You're not small and insignificant. Well, maybe I'm not that smart. I'm stupid, so I don't understand that. You're not stupid.
If you're stupid, I'm dumber.
Right. Like, we're all here for the sake of wanting to learn. Not because we're stupid and we're just gonna hang out.
Good point.
We're here to learn and expand on our knowledge.
Yeah. Everybody goes through hard times.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all do, right? Some people have lost their mother and their father in the same fucking week, and their cousin and their boy the week later. And I thought I was unlucky. No. Unlucky is being on a plane where some guy decides to suicide and crash you into a mountain. That's unlucky. Know what I'm saying? Did it make any sense at all?
No, I know what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, don't, like, for the people that are out there when they're trying to have a conversation with us about the flat Earth, and we get all scientific and mathematical on them, and we question what they're saying. They're like, well, you know, maybe I don't understand it that well. I'm just stupid. And you're not stupid. Like, don't say you're stupid as a default because you don't understand your own model.
You know, the very action of you saying that makes me think that you're far cleverer than me.
That you're what?
Oh, the very action that you might think to yourself that you're dumb or you're stupid. Opens the doorway to many possibilities because you're not close-minded. You're not close-minded.
Well, if you say you're dumb or you're stupid, the first question I'm going to ask you is, do you want to learn? And if your answer is yes, then you're not dumb or stupid.
There's no stupid questions.
I would rather answer the same question. I'd rather answer the same answer to 50 different questions that are trying to like get an overall encompassing view of the idea than for you to just ask one question and then you don't get it, but we move on anyway. Like earlier, Miggy had me ask this person, hello, Miggy had me ask this person, like, do you know what?
No. Stop.
Assuming that he knew what buoyancy was, but sometimes you gotta ask them. Sometimes you gotta ask them straight up. You gotta, like, let's go ahead and find out what you know. If you say you know something, explain it to me, because that's the only way you're gonna know if you really know what you know. Go ahead, whoever was trying to speak in.
I thought you were roboting it. Sounded like it. So rephrase the question.
Rephrase the question?
Yeah.
It wasn't a question. It was more or less like don't say you're stupid if you have a willing to learn. Like, to say you're stupid as a default to concede because you're like, well, then I guess I'm just stupid. Like, that's such a I'm just gonna say it. That's a shitty way to say that you lost the argument. Like, that's a dumb, shitty way. Like, that's like, oh, I'm stupid. I concede. Like, why did you have to go to that extreme? Just say I don't know.
Self-deprecation.
Yeah.
Why do you have to self-deprecate yourself in order to feel like you're part of society?
Right. No, we're all here trying to learn, and just because one of us might have a better intellectual way of saying things, like there's people in here that are so mathematically inclined that they have a hard time explaining things to other people because they're so smart with math.
There's like numbers floating above our faces and their age, and nobody can see a number.
So
I'm scared.
I just want to get that out there. Like, don't ever feel like you're stupid. Not you, PMAC, but like everybody out there listening in the world. Don't ever feel like you're stupid just because you can't answer something logically Your globe is illogical, man. Like, that's the whole point of the globe. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that does not. Does not. Sorry, no, I didn't mean to say that, but I may come across as that because I present myself as such. What? I made a couple of points before it even came out.
So, no, you make good points, man.
Hang on. Apollo 11?
You do. You make good points.
Apollo 11. Earthrise. Hang on. Here's the point. So, the moon is 3 times smaller than Earth, but you're telling me that that's a picture that Apollo 11 took from the that's the Earth? But the Earth is really small. And
I'm still trying to figure out why the moon's bigger when it's at the side than straight above.
Somehow it shrinks or something. I don't know what the fuck that is, man. But you're like, hang on, man. Something inside your head goes, this is not working out. It does not compute. And you are not a computer. Thank you for what? Now shut the fuck up. You go. And, the helicopter. I swear to God, before I read journalism, I mean, see if a helicopter looks like, does the Earth move? No, it comes back.
It's still Speculation Sunday, so Gizmo, you said you're still trying to figure out why the moon looks bigger when it's rising and whatnot.
Kim, Earthrise. Hang on, will we show you photo? What do you see us?
Well, I mean, it's a practical. I mean, what I was gonna say was pretty practical. I mean, the Atmos clearly where it's denser can magnify something to look bigger.
No, that's what they started telling me. No, Kim, don't go down that road. That's an impossible road. That's a road to destruction.
It's Speculation Sunday.
Oh, yeah, that's what they told me.
P-Mac, you don't know about Speculation Sunday? P-Mac, you know what Speculation Sunday is?
I want to show them now.
This is your opportunity to do hypotheticals as long as they have a logical reason behind it. No weird.
I don't know what the moon is, and I don't know how the Atmos can affect it, but it seems pretty practical that could be the reason.
Do you know what Earthrise is?
Do I know what is?
Rise.
Rays?
A photo. It's a photo. Earthrise.
Kim's right, though. The atmospheric lensing. That's why things look bigger on the horizon than they do straight up in the sky.
It's because of what? Lensing?
Atmospheric lensing.
Oh. Fine. That's what the Rovers told me.
But it's true.
I know. The Atmos is denser on the Earth, and it magnifies and distorts things all the time. And since the sun and moon, who knows what the heck they are, but they are definitely a part of the sky, not the Earth.
I have no clue what the fucking moon is, right?
Right. Now you understand, like the
give it to me.
The philosophy behind the whole atmospheric lensing on the moon, and then it's like, well, then how come the ships don't look bigger when they go off into the horizon? Like it's so weird, man. To me, it's so weird. Like you can sit there and see everything else gets smaller as it gets further and further away.
The moon
when the moon is at its furthest point from you, it looks bigger. And when it's directly overhead, it's smaller than it was on the horizon. When it's at its closest, it's smaller.
I can hear it.
Yes, Bo. It happens with boats too.
Yeah.
I can hear.
What? Is it because a boat gets on the when it's overhead, it's bigger when it's overhead? Is that what you're saying?
No. You know what I mean. When it's sometimes when it's going away from you, it actually looks a lot bigger than what it should. So.
I'll have to look into that because, like, to me, it looks like they get smaller as they go to the horizon.
Yeah, of course they do, but in comparison to what it should look like, and it only happens sometimes though. It's normally when it's humid.
Hang on.
I'll look into it. Look at
atmospheric lensing on boats. Have a look at it. Shut up, Big Mac.
Fucking P-Man.
I'm joking.
Happens with kangaroos as well.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've asked them. They said it's true. The greatest thing I ever heard in my life. Apollo 13. Explain that.
Houston, we have a problem.
Yeah. Houston, we have a problem. Someone's fucking coming to the scale. There's we should be 3 times bigger, so this Earth should basically take up most of the camera shot. What? Hang on. Refraction. Curvature. Back off. It's the most dumbest thing I ever heard. I mean, it's for me, it was in my own mind before I even came to Flavors. I seen Earth rays and I thought, hang on a minute. Whatever moonship you think it was 1312, 1924. It doesn't matter what you call it. It's Apollo, right? This Earth is very, very small. It's 4 times the size of the moon. But it's really, really small. It looks like I'm looking at the Earth from the moon. Now, come to grasp with that and understand that. That was one of them, but that's just one of them. Many more, if you'd like to enjoy. But out of my own head, I realized that Earth rays told me they're talking shit.
The Earth rays. I need to know what these Earth rays are.
Earth rays.
Like the Earth race, like the human race?
Visible. Oh, my God.
I'm not. Spell the word out so I know what you're talking about.
Earth rays. EARTHIRSE. Fura.
Earth rise? I don't know.
You got it.
Earth rise. Okay.
I don't even. Whatever, bro. Anyway. We're way past it. We know they're landers. It's where we're going long past that. No matter what, not you, but I know you wouldn't say. But no matter what somebody says to me, I know they're talking shit. By the very photographic evidence they provide us proof. It's bullshit. Absolute bullshit.
I just bought my daughter a BB gun. Tiffany Blues.
A .22?
.177.
Very small.
It's a learning opportunity because, like, as soon as she's old enough to, she's getting a Henry lever action 22 caliber 22 LR rifle. So, and that thing is so cool. But her BB gun is Tiffany blue. That's what's cute about it. And then I got her some shooting glasses, eye protectors that have Tiffany blue on them also.
I love that. When
I take care of my girls.
Yeah, you do.
Huh?
Yeah, you
do. Yeah. Gotta take care of your girls.
You take care of your girls. Take away. No, I'm just kidding.
You take care of your girls will take care of you.
What I just anyway, that's another story. But Earthrise, did you research that?
No, I haven't researched it yet. Let me sit down and look it up.
I'll do it for you.
Earthrise here. No, I don't want you to do it for me. I do my own research.
No,
I'm not stupid.
No, I know you're too lazy. I'll do it for you. You lazy bastard. Wait. What's this?
It's the photo taken while they were orbiting the moon.
Yeah, so you knew it was fake when you saw it?
Well, they can't orbit the moon, so
that's the first thing. I never saw
and
well, that's that picture behind Nixon's desk.
How do you?
Yeah, so they changed the contrast on it, and there's a big square in there, so surrounding it.
Right,
it's like it's been put in there,
photoshopped,
because it has to be.
The photo date, Christmas Eve, 1968. Well, if that's not a telltale sign, I don't know what is.
Does anybody have an actual picture of Earthrise? I'd appreciate it. Just put it in there. Nah, back over there myself. Bow. Look at this. Right? Hang on. Copy everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the entire half of the world.
Have you guys been keeping an eye on anybody new in the chat?
Hello, Kim. Can you see us?
Hello.
Hello, Kim. Can you see us, guys? Yeah, can you see it?
Can I see what?
Earthrise.
Earthrise.
The photo.
Yeah, that's impossible.
In so many ways. So anyway, so that's Apollo 11 that we've learned. We thought it was Apollo 13, but it's Apollo 11. Okay, hang on. That looks like, if you were standing there looking at the moon, that's about the same size, right? But the Earth is 3 or 4 times bigger than the moon. So that's a real photo.
Nothing's like really loading for me for some reason. Maybe I should get off and come back.
No, don't do that.
No,
I mean, I'll be right back.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta hang up and come back in.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean that.
No, she's not leaving. She's got to re-enter the room, dude.
Okay, please don't leave, Kim. I love you. And your husband, and I think you're 2 great people.
I'm sure her husband loves her too.
Yep. Nobody else will. I'm just kidding.
Such an asshole, dude. Maybe people. You put some garlic on it.
Both. It's fine.
All she's got to do is put some garlic on it, and then everybody else.
Right? All you have to do is put some. if you get sprinkle some garlic on them, you'll fuck on them.
This guy, dude.
I'm funny though. No, I'm not. I'm the worst. I'm absolute worst.
You're funny in the asshole sense.
Yes, correct.
Like it takes an asshole to get an asshole.
Hang on now. Timo, What Tumbo say? What Tumbo say? Where are the stars in the picture? Well, I don't know between System and Space and distance between the fucking men. Yeah, we didn't see any stars. Did we see stars, Michael? Did we see stars? I can't remember seeing any. I seen a couple of stars. They fucking lame bastards. Like the three boys came back, looked like a fucking dog day.
Yeah.
Oh, there more.
Well, did you see the stars after you put garlic on it?
Oh yeah, it's like you can see the Magellans. Yes, yeah.
It's like what's his name, Jon Stewart in that movie Half Baked. You ever see the $20 bill? Back of a $20 bill? You ever see the back of a $20 bill with garlic?
So sometimes you can see the stars, and sometimes you can't. Make your fucking mind up.
Yeah.
I couldn't see anything between system or space. I may have seen some stars. Shut me up. Sometimes it's a deep, deep black, and sometimes it's bright as everywhere. What? What? How? What? Sometimes it's black as night. It's like a darkest day. And sometimes you can see everything. Well, you're just making this shit up as you go along, aren't ya? Yeah, right. You silly bastard. So that's what they do. They contradict each other at every turn. The lie gets bigger and bigger and bigger until you catch them in the lie, and they cannot deny the lie. It's either black or you can see Magellans. Which one is it? Lying. You can't see anything because they've never been there. Fact. Fact.
I didn't even notice that in the live stream. Helio said Alabama got their ass kicked by Oklahoma yesterday. Did they even play yesterday? That seems a little late in the
Did you say
the year to be having a college football game.
Did you say we have? I'm sorry, we're talking about space. You're talking about a college football game?
No, earlier we were talking about Roll Tide, and you're like, "What the fuck's Roll Tide?"
Oh, that's right. That's
explained it to you.
That was.
But Helio said that Alabama got beat by Oklahoma yesterday, and that's a little late in the year to be having a college football game. I was just going back and reading.
So, one college football game, and another. When Atlanta makes how many difference? How many difference? Zero.
Hey, it was in basketball that they got beat yesterday. It wasn't football.
Oh my God! In the game, like a couple of guys running around, putting a basketball and trying to hit something and trying to get something.
Well, regardless, we did terrible this year, so this wasn't a good year for us.
It doesn't matter.
To you, it doesn't matter.
Well, that's true. It doesn't matter to you.
It doesn't matter to me. I don't like for
It doesn't matter to me for real either. It doesn't matter.
It's more like, okay, who's your favorite football team? P-Mac.
My favorite football team?
Yeah.
I don't like
not American football, just football.
I don't follow sport.
You don't watch sports?
No, I don't like sport at all.
Oh, okay.
I think it's game of circuses. I don't follow it. And genuinely, may Thor and Odin strike me dead. I do not follow sport. I think it's a fucking useless waste of time.
Yeah. Well, all it is like for when Kim was saying "Roll Tide" with a little bit of like oomph in her gut.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. Now let's focus on something that we're actually talking about.
All right, let's focus on flat Earth.
Earthrise.
Do you really want to talk about Earthrise?
You know what? You know the whole reason why I'm here?
I'm the reason why you're here?
No, you're
the reason why I'm here too.
I'm the reason you're here? Hang on. I got this mixed up. You're the reason why I'm here? Fuck!
You're the reason for me also, P-Man.
Also, Fred, you're freaking me out, bro.
You're my reason, P-Man. You're my reason.
You're my everything. I love this shit, bro. That's right. Anyway, so come back to Earth.
It's okay, P-Mac. Don't get upset. You're my reason.
Sorry. Shut up. I don't reach you, bro.
Anyway. So Earthrise, what do you want to talk about on Earthrise? That's the topic of discussion right now. So let's talk about Earthrise.
Well, you know what? I'll just put that out there, and you can look at it and think about it, and wonder why somebody is looking at the Earth that looks like it's about the same size as the Moon, but it's supposed to be 4 times bigger. I just put that out there.
Mm-hmm.
Hello? What? I didn't see nothing. I'm out of here.
Yeah, no.
Who says that? My dick is bigger than that.
Come on, man. Come on. We can't prove that.
Was that too far?
No, we can't prove that.
Okay.
Don't be making claims that you can't prove.
Well, wait till you see a selfie.
No.
Wait till you see a selfie.
No.
No, that's not going to happen. But look. Hang on. Honestly, I mean, how hard is this to work out, people? That looks like if you were standing on the Earth, looking at the Moon, but the Moon is 4 times smaller than the Earth.
Yeah, no, it's a pretty interesting concept. Like the you look at the Moon and it's huge in your field of view, but then you take a picture from the Moon of Earth and it looks small.
We're done. That thing should take up about 3/4 of the soul. Easy.
Yeah.
We're done. You're land.
No.
That is not a picture of Earthrise. That is something you fucking got together in a fucking lab and you CGI and do whatever you fucking do. We're done, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Because
put some garlic on it and call it.
You guys check out the locker room and see my finished product.
That's how that we were bad there. So I'm no.
You're gonna see how jealous I am of your husband.
I didn't say that. That wasn't me. It was me.
Oh, I'm so jealous of your husband, Kim.
No. Kim's fine.
Looks so delicious.
Hey, have you ever Kim played guitar? Right, we probably have to move down to Michigan.
Just wanted to show you guys I put the garlic on it.
PMAC might be a little too soft to know that in the locker room chat you posted a picture of your finished product.
I don't know.
God bless you, PMAC.
Oh,
go up to the locker room chat, PMAC, and look at the food she made. She made food. Food. You know that thing that we eat on this flat earth? Food.
Oh, it's so good. Okay, I just wanted to go ahead and taste test it, and by gosh.
I'm so freaking jealous.
Don't be jealous.
I am jealous.
I can give you the recipe.
It's not even that. It's not even that you're married. It's that you're like so far away from me that I can't come over and get one bite.
Well, if you were close and around, we would be happy to give you a bite.
I know, that's the thing. Like I'd be like, oh, okay, cool. I'll bring over a 6-pack of beer for your husband, and I'll grab my little bite and I'll head on out.
Well, by golly, that would be all right.
I know.
I found myself in the VC chat. Never just talk shit.
Have you guys spoken to Richie?
Who? I think I've met Richie before. Is Richie VC verified?
Yeah.
I believe I've talked to Richie before within the last week, but I can't say that I can remember anything about them.
Yeah, I was just noticing because his mic's open. He's just been sitting there with his mic open.
Hey, Richie, close your fucking mic, bro. Okay, you fucking want me? Do I make you laugh? Not that.
Do I? Do I make you Randy?
Do I make you horny, baby? Like blow your mind. I will just after this. Let's hold the world to ransom for $1 million. Right. Can you see a picture? Bro, back off. I'm alright. Timo! He's not gonna ask me now. You fucking ball bag. What?
My goodness. All right. Let's do a little on track thing. What else can we talk about on the globe that's absurd?
Can we go for philosophical?
Yeah, sorry, Pete Mac. I'm making a bit of noise at work, mate. You wouldn't want to hear nail guns going off, so.
you know what?
Yeah,
would be pretty annoying.
Yeah, it's not something I hear.
You being a wallaby.
Are you nailing things at work?
Yeah, but what's that?
Are you nailing things at work?
Yeah, nailing bits of timber together.
Every now and then. Make a wee with a cabinet?
No, building a bathroom.
Building a what?
A bathroom.
What the fuck's a bathroom?
A bathroom.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, man.
What the fuck's a bathroom? A bathroom. You silly bastard. Can I have a pizza?
Oh, goodness. What are we going to do with you, P-Mac?
Extra cheese. And can I have one more thing? Extra cheese.
Extra cheese in your bathroom with garlic?
No. On the pizza. Extra cheese. And just so you understand what I'm saying, more cheese. Extra cheese.
Welcome to the server, Richie. If you have any questions.
Oh, I'll behave now.
So don't be surprised, Richie, that a lot of people are going to call you out when you're brand new. We just want to say hi, get to know you. That way we
Sir
can all
Patrick Spence. But he's deafened.
Yeah. Is that who's talking right now, Richie?
Just Richie's listening, but the other guy, Spence, Sir Patrick Spence, he's deafened. So he's new too.
Oh. Sometimes they'll come in deafened and they don't even realize it, or they'll come in deafened for, because that was their default setting or whatever. But if I came into a server with PMAC in it, I'd probably be deafened too.
Aha. There you go.
Let's see.
No, but if you have any questions, just chime in. Richie.
More than anything, we got some questions for Richie too, just so we get to know you, and that way we can all leave you alone eventually.
Hey, Bong.
Yo.
Oh, Bong Chow, that's what I'm talking to. How you doing, Bong?
Hey, what happens with you? You just kind of dip out for a few months, yeah? Just have a break and then come back?
Yeah, man. Yeah, gotta, do the life thing, I was getting in the way.
Yeah.
Gotta take a break too, just to sort things out. Yeah.
You do, don't you? Concentrate on a few things and then come back to it.
Yeah. Let things marinate and calm down and then come back, yeah. Because you can, like, at your job, you get 30 full days a year. 30 full days to go on vacation, right? I mean, why? Why is that, right? You get 2 days a week, right? Off from work. So I think it's a good practice, give yourself some time off. Get your, get everything organized.
Yeah.
Reset, yeah.
Yeah, it's hard. They've been talking, how they've been talking about that 4-day week again in Australia. So, bump it up to 10-hour days and then have a 3-day weekend. Which, sounds good because you get you get to go and do all that stuff that you don't get to do, because when the fuck do you service your car? You know what I mean? Like,
all right.
On a Saturday? Like, how do you do that? What are you saying, PMAC?
I was just thinking, Australia. Yeah.
and it's not like we got a boss.
I was just saying.
It's not like we got an employer keeping track of our days off that we have to take off, and then remind us, hey, take your days off before the year's over, or you're gonna, whatever. I mean, you have to manage it yourself. That's why I'm like, when I'm feeling it, just take time off until I'm not feeling it again, then come back.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, no, you have to work.
Well, you have to be sane if you want to be, effective, right?
Well, if you want to be sane, you have to work, right?
Yeah, if you want to be functional, you have to be sane, right? And if you want to be sane, you gotta take time off. Yeah,
you have to work. Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Yeah, it really does work. Take as much time as you need off. You know what I mean? Flat Earth is still going to be here. Yeah, we're all the community's still going to be around. I mean,
wait. Do you mean when I come back, Flat Earth over here? It was looking everywhere. It was so fucking here.
Well, it's not changing anytime soon. Now, isn't it?
Motherfucker.
Right. No, I did that for a little while. It took like 5 or 6 months off and rearranged my perspective.
A certain month, I'm fucking 1 minute.
I mean, you gotta take care of your family. You gotta take care of yourself. Pick and choose your selfish moments.
Yeah,
that's why I'm never in here on weekends.
Nobody knows. Nobody cares.
Yeah, that's a good one too. Yeah. If you could get it down to like like weekends, yeah.
Yeah, because I have it on my headphones while I'm at work, and I just jump in and talk. And on the drive on the way home, and maybe some time at home. But then when everyone gets home, I just clock out, spend time, and then weekends I just spend time with the family and
Yep. Because it's not like the kind of stress you experience at a normal job. You know what I mean? Like doing this flat Earth thing or truth thing. You know what I mean? It's very, very exhausting. It can be. You know what I mean? It's a lot more stressful than a normal job.
I would rather work than talk for hours, man. And people are fucking million.
It's like
they won't even put garlic on their food.
Huh?
Nothing, dude.
What's that, Bong?
Go ahead, Bong.
I'm okay.
No, I was just saying it's like it's like living a double life, right? It can be confusing. You know what I mean? So I think getting used to, like for me, the first couple of times that I left, it was very draining and because I didn't know how to deal with this. It was new to me, So coming back, like I get better, but I'll leave again because it's draining and it's come back, but it's getting better now. I'm starting to like.
Yeah, my friends are bringing it up. I just told them, shut up. Do not talk about it again. I have told you what I think, and this explains everything that you think you know. Shut up.
Yeah.
And they were kind of niggle a little bit. They were kind of bring about it. I said, hey, shut up. Because they know I'll slap them straight up with baseball. But no, seriously, I would.
What Bong was saying is really funny because I run my own business, so I've got to be one person, and then like a different person again. It's exhausting.
Can I have a joke?
Yeah.
P-Max
Yeah, it's not like anything else in life. This flat Earth thing. It's not like any other truth thing in life. No, this flat Earth thing is like very different than all these other conspiracies. And the toll it takes on your mind and your body, is real. So and harder than most things. So I think we got to be very mindful and aware of how it's affecting us and how it's affecting relationships. And what I figured out is that it's more important to manage your relationship with people, right, than to try to drop truth on them just because it's truth. You know what I mean? Like
the people in your life matter more than the people you're trying.
Yeah, how you feed it to them is more important.
The people in your life matter far more than the people online. But I do have a reason, no, it's not. I'm sorry, it's just especially offhand, but it's a real thing.
We live and we learn, right? We are the new, the new, Flat Earth 2.0, Flat Earthers 2.0. So, it's this internet world, where information is different. The way you share information is different, and the world is different. So we have to be different. Got to adapt.
Yeah. There's a reason why I say "bong chao." I've known you for about 6 years, bro. We've never met, but I guarantee we both can
get me.
Yeah, basically. There's a reason why I say "bong chao."
Well, I think I'm here as much as I am because I'm so new to it, and it's nice to hear people talk about things that are true instead of being around a bunch of people that have no idea.
It's more about being genuine.
I can see me taking some time off in the future, though.
Like 3 months? No.
What?
Like 3 months or 4? No, Kim, I know.
It just depends.
I'm taking 3 months to have cancer, right? And so they told me to do this and do that. I told them to fuck off. Just call it out in bass and see what happens. Honest to God. I do have cancer of the mouth.
Sorry to hear that, man.
No, that's okay. I don't care. I actually don't care.
I hope you beat it, man.
I beat it already.
Well, that's good.
It's this kind of thing that keeps growing and you can't fucking stop it. Hell of a drug.
Oh, yeah.
Disease. I'm 45 now. If I meet 56 or 57, that's enough, man. I don't care, man. I mean, honestly, I don't care. I've lost the ego. I no longer have any what do you call it? Compunction to be part of our life anymore. Because everything's going to be alright. And you know why? Because everything ends in death. It's a philosophy. I lost my sister 2 years ago. Greatest person I ever met. Lost my brother December 29th. Oh, cancel. You know what the landlady said to me? Boy, I think it's time for you to move out. What? I give a job in 2 months. I'm just taking a wee fucking 3 or 4 month hiatus, right? But I give a job in 4 months now. I think it's better you move out. Fuck you. Your timing could not be more impeccable. If you don't know, like abscesses of the tooth, the back, all kinds of flat tires, and everything that you could think of happened in a 2 year period. Bang, 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 bang. It's incredible. In fact, my best mate still wonders how I'm standing.
I'm sorry that you're going through all these things, man. We definitely appreciate what you do in the server.
See, yeah, that's fine, right?
Yeah.
But he knows that I would not burden anybody down with my heartache. But
you gotta tell people,
you know what I mean?
Like you gotta, as a human being, you just want somebody to listen. So I get it.
Yeah,
I get it. It sounds like you lost a very important person in your life.
Oh, bro, the most. But that killed me, and I couldn't tell her. The doctor said, "Paul, don't tell her. Pick up morphine, but do not go in there. I know you're gonna do this, right? I know you're gonna go in and you're gonna fucking bawl like a baby, but try not to." And I didn't, because my sister thought she was going home. I knew she wasn't leaving the hospital.
She wasn't in that body anymore.
I did it on my own.
But that just because she wasn't in that body, and even now to this day, like if you haven't told her how you feel, it's important to tell her because she is listening now.
Fuck, I know she. I know she.
She's always listening. She's probably the guardian angel watching over you, brother.
Yeah.
Probably the guardian spirit that's probably watching over you.
But I don't do this with people. I don't do this with people. I don't do this with people. You know,
it's only for a little while, dude.
My best mate, and we're going to be about the credibility show. I mean, bang, I'm playing. But yeah, it's fucking destructive, man.
Yeah, man, it's hard. But you got to remember, dude, like it's only for a little while. It's not as long as you think. 100 years seems like forever. But when you were 10, it felt like it was going to be forever till you turned 20, right? And then when you turn 20, you look back and you're like, wow, 10 was a long time ago. So like, you know, right. So like, I don't know how old you are now, but like to think back to when you were 30 is probably like, oh man, that was over in a heartbeat.
I will never do this again. And I appreciate.
So you know, take it in stride, brother. You know what I mean? The Lord takes us all in our own time. And so, you know what I mean?
I know people lose like their parents in the same week and the born sister in the second week and all there. I know life's hard, right? But this is you've never seen this, man.
Brother, you gotta take the steps that you gotta take. You know that. In life, nobody if you're scared to take a step, then that's just going to be a step that you can never take and you have no one to blame but yourself.
Yep.
So if you need to take a step, you need to get your ass out there and take a step.
Yep. And that's exactly what I'm gonna do.
You know, your sister sounds like she probably would have said the same thing. You need to get your fucking ass out there. Stop fucking
and the
thinking
one
about
thing,
it. Just fucking do it.
Yeah. The one thing you must remember is that they will never want to see you to be unhappy.
Right.
While you sit there crying about shit, get your ass up, pull your socks up, and be happy. Do something.
That's not about it. That's not about it, though, because she understands, brother. It's not about being unhappy. You're happy because you miss her. That's where it lies. You're not unhappy because you're gone. You're happy because you miss her. There's a difference. Does that make sense?
It does.
She brought a lot of joy in your life, and to remember her brings back that joy. And the only reason why it hurts is because you miss that joy. That joy is so wonderful to you. So don't ever feel bad for crying. Any grown man would definitely understand. So as a grown man myself, I appreciate you getting this all off your chest because it sounds like you need to. So I'm glad that you did.
Thanks.
Put some fucking garlic on it.
Salt. White pepper.
And some white pepper.
White pepper? No, seriously, no, that's true.
Now, who is a better cook, you or your sister?
Hey, oh man, bro. Oh, my belly.
Anyway,
that's crazy.
Yeah, if you're worried about a surgery, dude, it's just a risk versus benefit. If you think the benefit outweigh the risks, do it.
Well, here's the thing.
So I'm the Achilles.
Pass it on.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's on the fence and he's in the VC chat. What's up, brother?
Oh, hey.
Oh,
Welcome
I'm just
to the server.
I appreciate it.
On the fence just means he's been talking for a while, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, I've
He's
talked a
trying
couple times.
We appreciate the nitro
Gotcha.
boosting.
Not a problem, man.
Because of people like you, everybody here can share 100 megabyte like image stuff, image perms. So, like those extra long videos, we actually get to share amongst each other. So we appreciate that.
Not a problem. I do what I can. You guys are cool people.
Thanks.
So what has you on the fence?
Oh, just.
So what has? Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. What are you gonna say?
I was my mic was freaking out, so I'm sorry. That was my bad.
Oh no, you're good. I was just saying, I'm just still listening to you guys talk about it and seeing what steps I want to take. See if I want to go all the way or not. Still learning from your discussions.
Well, the only way you're going to go all the way.
So,
is to go out
if you were to point at anything, oh yeah. So, if you were to point at anything to prove the globe to yourself, what would it be?
To prove the globe to myself?
Yeah.
Well, that's why I'm kind of on the fence because everything that I've seen that would have been proof has been debunked in here. For example, like the curvature and everything, and the laser and all these little animations that I've seen in here. Kind of
What's stopping you from jumping then?
That's a really good question. I don't know. I feel like if I jumped in, I feel like I have to, like, I don't know, become like some sort of activist on it.
No, you don't.
I don't know why.
Yeah, no, that's not true.
Are you afraid you might slip up in front of your family and say something, and then they might ridicule you for it?
Oh no, that's what I'm not worried about. I just, I feel like if someone were to ask me, I feel like I'd have to debate them on it now. I don't know. It's just, I don't know.
I think you end up coming to a point where you don't actually have to do that. You know, like you know that you're right. So in the end, you a lot of people you just don't bother with. You know, you can have a discussion, and then you just go, okay, you know, like you know, some of those relationships are more important than you proving the Earth is flat to them. You know, so a lot of them you can just go, you know what I think about that, but we're not going to talk about it. You know. So, you know, it doesn't have to be always combative. You know, it can be done very differently.
Yeah, I mean, if I were to pick on either side, I'm more leaning like probably 90% on flat Earth than anything else. That's just that thing to keep me on, to really put it in my head like I'm 100%. I don't know. Because I'm still like on the fence.
Pretty compelling, man. Like, you know, as you get more into it, you just look around and, you know, it all makes sense.
That's kind of a massive argument.
No, see, the thing that will decide it for you is one day you'll just wake up and you'll be done with it, because you'll see the articles that come out that you know are bullshit. You'll see us argue with people that'll say, well, maybe I don't exist right now. Maybe I exist in a quantum state. Like, the more dumb shit you hear from people trying to defend the globe, the more you're just going to settle into, it's not that.
You know, it's funny that you say that, because just yesterday I was in here listening and I was hearing a similar discussion like that, and I was actually thinking that way. I'm like, dude, it's clearly obvious that's not the case. And it's like, oh, wait, hold on. It's like, wait, what's going on? It was just, I think I'm already getting to that point where it's just, I'm seeing their arguments. I'm just like, yeah, it's a little rough. But, yeah, when the time comes. Like I said, I'm pretty much right there. I don't know what's kind of holding. Like you guys said, you know, I wake up one morning and I'll. But yeah.
Well, pre-welcome to Flat Earth.
Thank you.
But yeah, last year I had I went to last year, what was it? Not last year, the year before last, but one of these years they had something Comet Neowise, right? Wonderful. Comet Neowise, and they said that it was 63 million miles away. And they said that it was 3 miles wide. At that point, I was furious, because I was like, now you're just pissing down my back. Yeah, you're pissing down my back now. Think about what I said. 63 million miles away, 3 miles wide. That's what they're claiming the comet was. Now, could you imagine seeing, like, the resolution at that distance of something the width of 3 miles? I don't care if it was full of Goku's spirit bomb energy. Okay? There's no way you're going to be able to resolve that.
Yeah.
And that's what I was like, I'm done. I was already done before that, but that was like the mainstream source where I was like, yeah, I'm finished. because the more I learn here, the dumber I think they think I am with the bullshit that they try to tell me. You know, it's just it gets to a point where it's disrespectful to your sensibilities. Like
they're telling you how to think, how to feel, what you're seeing, what you're hearing, what you're smelling. They're telling you how you're sensing everything. And I mean, come on, 63 million miles away and 3 miles wide. Like, you have a hard enough time seeing a ship 2 miles away that's 70 foot wide. Like, wait, is that really ship there?
Yeah.
But I mean, you're gonna tell me that you have a lens like that can see that far away? Come on. And then they tell me that I'm taking I'm taking pictures of Jupiter, with my camera, and Jupiter is 391 million miles away, and I'm taking pictures of it with my telephoto lens. You know what I mean? Like the numbers aren't adding up. They're just throwing numbers out there at you at this point and sticking to the script.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. Like the Stellanillion eclipse is another one. You can just call it a lunar eclipse because I didn't even watch the Stellanillion portion like that. When the last eclipse that happened, you know what happened? The shit started disappearing from the top left, and I'm like, okay, well, what I'm standing on the foundation of the building I live in, which is obviously connected to the earth. None of this is causing the obstruction of whatever the fuck is at the top of the moon. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like if you were to take a light and you were to like lower it, then you would imagine that, eventually you could see the shadow light blockage ratio. Like, you know what that looks like if you descend something into a shadow area. It's going to, and it's descending, and the shadow is underneath, and that shadow is gonna appear at the bottom. Sorry that I made that so convoluted. So rewind. You have a shadow that something is setting into, but the darkness comes from the top. That makes no sense. And so It's like it's worse than that. No one was talking about it, and I was like, "Hold up, wait a minute! You're telling me how do eclipses work?" And everybody in here is like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Why isn't that one of the main points that we make to people?" Because this is like, some people are like, "Oh, I don't live by a beach." Yeah, but everybody experiences an eclipse every fucking year, though. So it's like, the more I started, like, hitting the drum on that, guess what? All of a sudden, FlatEarth.ws pops up with a debunk that has absolutely nothing to do with the point that I was making.
Yeah.
But the point is, just by me, like, bringing up something that's so obvious, now you have a team of people behind the website to say Flat Earthers say, no, I said it. And what? Now what? Come on.
Yeah, get it right. Not all Flat Earthers are saying it. Elijah said it. Put in your .ws. Elijah said this.
Nice. I like it.
If you're that way, a little bit ignorant, a bit slow to pick up on.
Carry on.
Oh, someone's not working.
Somebody got caught watching Vsauce hot micing. Seize that man.
But yeah, no, like it's an amazing point, Elijah, is that like there's people out there that are listening to us right now that like immediately go to the .ws website and they're already trying to debunk the things that we're asking questions about. And so, like, we're striking a nerve, and that's a good thing. I saw that before too, Elijah, but I didn't. It wasn't a question that stuck into my head. It was just something I noticed. I'm like, oh, that's weird. It got dark on top of the moon as it like faded in. Looks like the Chiefs and the Eagles are going to be in the Super Bowl. It's going to be Andy Reid's old team versus Andy Reid's new team.
Do you want to hear it? Nah, you don't. Rain. Oh, I know not what I see. Feels like lightning runs through my veins. Every time I look at you. Oh.
All right, P-Mac. Come on, buddy.
Birds falling sharp. There's so much I want to say.
No, P-Mac, didn't we just have a 4-hour-long meeting?
I know you want to sing, P-Mac, but like, if we're in a live stream, buddy. Who else is in here? Richie, is your mic open? Are you talking now?
Every time I hear that name Richie, it's like, I always think of Richie from Boston.
Yeah.
From Boston. You ever seen any of his videos?
I don't know. So, hi, Dougie.
Oh, Dougie's a regular.
I know.
He's a New Zealander.
And Super Fluoride's here? Hi, Dougie's a New Zealander?
Yeah, bro.
I think they call them Kiwis.
Is he a Maori?
Oh, he sounds like he could be. And that's Maori.
Like kiwi bird. You know, the kiwi fruit. Kiwis. Yeah.
Maori.
You gotta roll that R, mate. Maori.
Maori. And there's I Am Cool, who seems to think he looks cool.
Are you trying to provoke people?
Hey, so CB gave me my own little talk show name, or helped me with my own little talk show name. Because he's like, "Is this Gizmo's Garage?" I'm like, maybe not Garage. I'm not sure if we can call it that. And so he's like, "Well, what are we going to call it?" And I'm like, "How about Gizmo's Rampage?" He's like, "Okay." And so, like, I had like a little segment earlier called Gizmo's Rampage.
Yeah, New Zealanders are called Kiwis. You know, like the kiwi bird, kiwi fruit, Kiwis. Yeah.
Here. I'll drop this video. I made this video. I made this video. I didn't make the recording of the kiwi bird, but I made the video mixed with the song. Does that make sense? Y'all like it. Hold on, let me find it real quick.
You know, like Aussies, you know, anyone from Australia. Yeah, same with Kiwis. Doesn't necessarily have to be Modi. You know what I'm saying? Modi.
Modi. That was how you say it, Modi?
Modi. Yeah, Modi.
Modi.
Modi, bro. Cheaper. Cheaper. Modi, bro.
Where is this? Our roommate's cat will not shut up. I am not a cat person at all.
Yeah.
There you go. Here's my Kiwi video that I mashed together. Oh wait, that was a locker room. Shit.
Bend.
Yeah, well, you come into the locker room. You have perms, don't you? Hi, Dougie. Oh. You sure as hell don't. All right.
Yeah, I don't think that's a kiwi bird.
It's not?
Nope.
Here, I'll put it in the live stream text. So that way you can see it.
It's definitely not a kiwi.
It's not a kiwi?
No. I think it's a sandpiper.
Probably.
No.
Sandpiper. You won't get lost again.
No, it's not a sandpiper either. You sure it's not a kiwi?
Sandpiper.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a kiwi. The kiwi beaks are curved, and they have dark brown kind of feathers. And they look like a bit scruffier.
It might be a kiwi.
No, it's not.
Kiwi. Yeah. A kiwi sandpiper.
A kookaburra?
No.
Let's see what it says.
It's not a kookaburra.
It's a kiwi, man.
It's not a kiwi.
You know what sound like say.
Come on, P-Mac.
Oh, chow.
Sir Patrick Spence.
Spence.
We had Sir Patrick Spence still on Deafin, huh?
Do me a favor.
What's up, Matt released?
Hey, what's up, guys? Good evening.
Good to have you here tonight, man.
Oh, touche. Thanks for having me. What you guys been talking about? What's on your minds?
Agenda.
Finding that curve, man. That's what's on our minds.
Yeah. It sure would be nice if somebody could point it out.
Earlier, I was talking about how crazy it is that the moon looks bigger at the horizon than it does when it's overhead, even though when it's overhead, it's closer than it is at the horizon. from your perspective. So you would think. So you would think that the moon would be smaller at the horizon since it's further away.
That is interesting. I've seen the moon when it's first rising. It appears huge. Yeah. What is that? Angular size?
No, someone said lensing, and I mean it makes sense, but I'd have to look into it more.
Not actual size.
Right, kind of like a magnifying glass.
The moon is 3 times bigger than the Earth, and when you look at the Earth, the moon. Sorry, what? The Earth from the moon. It's the same fucking size. So that makes perfect sense. 4 times bigger.
And that took us into the Earthrise photo. We started talking about the Earthrise.
Yeah, I'm going to shut up now, bro. Because this is beyond comprehension. If you believe that is a thing, then there's no hope for you. You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Remember that?
Let's see, what else? What else have we talked about today?
Yeah, let's see.
We had a discussion earlier today with somebody in the live stream who, when they asked us about what we thought the sun was, and we said, we don't know, we can't verify it. And then they said, well, so the sun's not real? And then they just kept on this tangent. Like, oh, so you're saying the sun's not real? I'm like, that's not what we said, dude. So that's a new
always
thing.
Interesting.
If the sun's not made of helium burning off all the stuff and hydrogen and all that, then it must not be real.
For thousands of years, like atomic hydrogen burning up everything, it been burnt out fucking about a long time ago.
Did Kim sing today?
Wow. You know what?
Kind of.
That was the one thing I whispered, but it never happened. Thank you for mentioning that.
So we were talking earlier also about songs, and I had mentioned that I bet you 10-1 that Kim has already started writing a Flat Earth song, her own Flat Earth song, and making her own guitar notes to it and everything. I bet you she has. And she's like, yeah, I have. Yeah. So we should be expecting in the next year or two probably a Kim.
Who asked Kim play the song for me? Who was that?
Who? Somebody asked Kim to play a song. And he just asked if Kim played if Kim sang earlier at all. That was Matt. Matt Will East asked if Kim had sung earlier. That was all he asked.
That's a good question. I was just trying to find out where somebody sees what a real talent looks like. You know, is it?
I'm still waiting for Richie to speak because Richie has a lunar landing module, and I'm curious as to what Richie thinks. But Richie's been around for a while, since November, so I'm guessing some people know how Richie thinks.
There's so much talent in Flat Earth. It's fucking unbelievable. Man. True story.
Let's see. Let's see what's going on YouTube. What's going on in YouTube?
Man, YouTube man. Huh? Gizmo.
What's up?
Gizmo.
Yo.
Would you stop making up, you motherfucker?
Huh?
I love you, bro, but stop making up. Do you know what it is that? You're like,
Stop. Stop making noises.
Yeah.
No.
Was it rape? Yeah, we don't want to hear that. Wait. No, I'm
That's coming. That's coming from PayMac.
Go to bed, P-Mac.
I don't even have a wife. Hey, we're just trying to make the server better than it was, and make sure that your memes are correct. Okay? Whatever you do.
I got me an iPad Pro this weekend with the little Apple Pencil.
What a waste of money.
No, right? But I needed a work computer, so I just decided to go with a really nice iPad with 2 terabytes of memory.
It doesn't matter how much it has, bro. It's still a waste of money.
Oh, it's all of it's a waste of money, though.
Of course, it's a waste of money. Now you're taking to their programming.
Yeah. That's
So,
okay, though.
Yeah, but you don't. Is that independent? iPad is independent.
The iPad isn't the pen?
Independent.
Oh, what about it being independent? It's it's a tablet, but it functions like a computer.
And it's all tied into Apple and iOS there. Really?
Yeah.
So you buy tunes, you have to pay Apple. Really?
I mean, what else am I going to do, dude? You want me to pay Microsoft?
Well, I can use your fucking free tunes, man, on Samsung.
Yeah.
Right.
You know the only reason why I switched to Apple?
Because your granddad said it would be better.
Mm-mm.
No, wrong?
Nope.
Okay. Next guess. Your wife loves it.
Nope.
Not even your wife?
You'll never guess. I'm not married. You'll never guess.
It's your son.
I'll give you one more guess, but you'll never guess.
Your dog.
So the reason why I switched to Apple was because I was reading. I used to have a Samsung Note, and I used to do the Note all the time, and my phone kept dying on me all the time. Like I'd have it for 3 months, and then it wouldn't hold a charge for more than 3 hours, and I couldn't figure out why. Well, so I decided to research how to have a longer battery life on your phone. And I found out that like the closer you are to maximum capacity on memory, the faster you burn through your battery on your phone. And so I know. So in order, like if you have 64 gigabytes of memory, right, on your phone, you're not going to be able to hold that much information on your phone. You might have a couple of apps, maybe about 1,000 pictures and videos combined. That's about it. Outside of that, like anything more, and you're going to start burning through your battery a lot faster.
Like
So
handhelds are fucking useless, right?
I
They're useless.
literally switched to Apple because they have more memory capacity than all of the other phone
How much?
services out there.
How much?
My phone right now has 2 terabytes of memory on it.
No, but how long? How long? What's the power at?
What's the power at on my phone?
Yeah. But no, the handheld. Sorry, handheld iPad.
So my phone, if I'm not on any apps, right, and I'm just like texting, maybe watch a video here and there, I can probably get 36 hours of phone life out of it. On average, I only have to charge my phone once a day.
Yeah, me too.
And I have over
Samsung.
5,000 pictures on my phone. And
you
I
have
probably
to, if you want to watch it, you have to buy iPhone or something, and there's iPhone this and iPhone that. You're tied in, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I have an Apple TV too.
What's wrong with you, bro?
I have an Apple
What is
TV
wrong
too.
with you? Oh,
I'm a snob. I'm a snob.
You went to Ohio.
How dare
you? Apple snob.
I like the smell of my own farts. Leave me alone.
Well, so did I, so fuck you. Hey, who doesn't like the smell of farts? Put your hand up. Nobody put their hand up.
That's funny. Oh, Dave's in the YouTube. Hey, Dave, how you doing? Analog Kid. I don't know who that is. I should pay attention more to the live chat and YouTube.
Apple iPhones.
I know who Chassis Tiger is.
Why would you tie yourself onto Apple? No.
Because I'm not gay.
Jesus, yeah. It's funny you say that. What a coincidence. You should say,
oh, son of a bitch, I need that fucking.
But you slave yourself to an iPhone. Why would you slave yourself to an iPhone? I mean, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
What phone do you have? What phone do you have?
I have a Samsung.
You have a slide phone?
Samsung,
right?
Samsung A12.
Yeah, why would you make yourself a slave to Samsung?
Well, the same reason why you be too. All right. I see where you're going. Makes sense. Sorry, bad, did you?
Right.
At least independent, like apps, not tied to fucking one fucking. You cannot get this unless you have an iPhone. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Am I speaking English? Oh really? Gizmo.
Yo.
Can you maybe more? Would you mean my bar?
Do what?
My bar.
Your bore?
Bowler.
Your microphone cuts out.
My bowler.
Your baller? You want me to be your baller?
Oh, for fuck's sake. Hey, fuck you, boy.
You want me to be a shot caller? I'm a baller, shot caller. Inch rims on the Impala.
Bastard. listeners a lesson to this.
Let's see. All right. Let's see who's in the. Let's see who's in the lobby. We got to get some people in here. Oh, no. All right, let's see. Got to get in there. Got to get in this lobby and find some people to bring them in here.
Back for me this time. Push the fucking play button.
D-Matt, come on, buddy. Come on. Don't do that. We just had a meeting on that. Let's see. Somebody new come in here. I can't get to my chat room real quick. Let's see. It's disappointing when people come in here and they're deafened. Like, why are you even in the live stream if you're deafened? I want to talk to you.
What do you want to talk about?
What do I want to talk about?
Yeah, if you had to choose within the realm of flat Earth.
Within the realm of flat Earth. I mean, it's still Speculation Sunday, so like there's a lot that could be talked about.
Oh, it is. It is. I didn't notice that.
But I don't know. Let's see, what have I come across lately? Like, does anybody else have any new images of their observations or any other perspectives? Like maybe something that like you necessarily don't have any evidence of, like in a picture form or video form, but like maybe you were out doing something one day and something crossed your mind and it really made you ponder about, the realm in which you live in.
Yeah. What about this? Is gas pressure without a container a good argument that should be pushed? Is gas pressure in a container the same as atmospheric or barometric pressure?
Curve is very. Serious curve.
Yeah, I was kind of serious to bring up a talking point.
It's a funny one, because they say you only.
Yo, PMAC, please stop. Shut down your music or something like that. It's disrupting.
You got gas pressure only exists with a container. Yeah. So, So you're saying, is it a good argument?
Well, I could do it like this. I have a cardboard box with no lid on. I can take a barometric pressure measurements device, and I could stick that down into the box, and I could measure a barometric pressure with an open box. So that would mean that there is pressure within the box without the lid on. If I had to make more pressure than the surrounding
but it's
air
in a container. Yeah. So it's already in the container.
Well, the container is in contention. That is the one thing we are trying to prove,
Yeah, but even your house can act as a container as well, because the pressure in your house is a different pressure from outside.
We are out in the field right now, at sea level.
Okay. Yep. Alright, so the box, you're saying the pressure is different inside the box than outside?
No, it would be the same pressure, the barometric pressure as the surrounding giving. I mean, yeah, you can make a pressure differential or difference by closing the box and adding more stuff into that box.
Oh, the pressure is absolutely different outside of the box than inside. What are you talking about?
You could have a pressure differential for a little bit, but then it would equalize. Yeah.
Yeah, but there will still be the pressure that is in the air we are breathing in at sea level.
Yeah.
So the thing is, like, I've just been wondering, because there is a lot of information out there, and let's say we have two balloons. One of them is going 85,000 feet up, and it measures a difference from ground level at 30 inches mercury at ground level 30. And when it comes up to 85,000 feet, it's 0.14 inches mercury. There is another balloon that has gone up twice as high, but it did not have a barometric pressure. But if it is following the progression of 30 to 0.14 at 85,000 feet, what about doubling that height? The 0.14 would also become less, right? So we are actually coming very close to zero, and people are often misconstrue the vacuum of space as an vacuum. It's pretty much just a definition of there is no pressure.
Yeah, it means zero pressure.
Yeah, so I'm trying to, because if you have the one balloon that is measuring this at this height and a one that is twice as high up, and there is like all that it will be less than the 0.14. We have some rockets that have gone up quite some higher, a little bit higher than that, and they have not hit the dome yet. So we are actually in a place where this pressure is not there. So I'm just saying. Yeah.
What are you talking about?
So I think, I understand what you're saying. I think, the argument just purely comes from no one's demonstrated gas pressure without the container. Yeah,
I think Tim believes in gas pressure and atmosphere and all that kind of stuff.
P-Mac, we are literally just trying to break down an argument and trying to be critical thinking people that is thinking about the information given. That is what we're doing right now. No one is claiming anything.
It doesn't have to be a destruction of argument. This is just a conversation about, like, okay, let's keep talking about it and see where this goes.
Because the things I'm bringing up here is what you would experience from a global that knows his stuff. Like this would be the argument he would use for this.
Sorry, what?
Oh my God! If you don't,
because they say, their container is gravity. Yeah.
Well, they would say, but it's not
What do you mean?
Oh my God, P-Mac, stop, please.
I'm sorry.
It's actually not what they're saying. They say that the reason that vacuum of space, which is not even sucking or anything like that, isn't that the atmosphere is not leaving here. Yes, gravity is a part of the argument, but it's not the prime mover in the argument. It's actually just that there is this pressure gradient that is measured all the way up to zero, and if there is no pressure differential from zero to more zero, well, then there is no force or effect happening at that point. So if you have zero pressure at exact height, and 100 kilometers further up, that is where space begins. Well, there is no pressure differential, so there would be no equilibrium to happen.
So you're saying, so it goes up to a point where it doesn't want to equalize because it can't, because the difference between the two is negligible.
Yeah, exactly. And there is also, like, if we go back to where we have barometric pressure, that's a dynamic system that is based on heat and kinetic energy. So when you release some gas, it is going in all directions, but it has some energy or kinetic energy attached to it. So when it comes up in the atmosphere somewhere and it gets cold, it slows down, and at some point it gets so cold that it is actually not moving, but it's actually starting to fall until it gets heated up again. And this is how we have the different layers. And this doesn't matter if you're a flat earth or a globe, but this is just what we observe,
Right.
So it doesn't need to hit the container in our atmosphere.
It's certainly something to look at and look into. To me, it like almost feels like a snow globe. Like if nothing's disturbing the medium, everything would eventually just kind of like lay on top of the earth. Like it would be like.
But it's always disturbed by night and day cycles, cooling off, heating up,
and wind, right?
Yeah, that is also an effect of day and night time because of the heat differences. That is what is starting it all,
Right. No, I don't.
You're like the German version of Sonic.
It doesn't matter where I'm from. We're talking about this.
It doesn't matter.
Tim, so you're saying that the Globers, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to come in late on this, but that the Globers' argument is that there's no need for containment because how it dissipates and equalizes?
I mean, well, also even in the flat earth paradigm, because this is what we observe. Like, as I said, with the first balloon at 85,000 feet, there is a barometric pressure of 0.14 inches mercury. But we also have a balloon that has gone up twice as high.
I'm sorry, mercury?
Bro, please. Could you? It's really disruptive. Like, I'm not a natural speaking English guy, and every time you disrupt me, you're breaking me away from my point.
Okay. What was your point?
So we have the one balloon at 85,000 feet, and it goes from 30 inches mercury up to 0.14 inches mercury. We have a balloon that has gone twice as high. And, well, this didn't have the barometric pressure measurement device, but there is still 0.14 inches mercury from there and all the way up to twice as high, which would pretty much mean that we have gone to maybe a place of almost zero pressure. And then we have rockets that have gone up a bit higher, still haven't hit a dome or a barrier or anything like that. And we don't know how high it goes up, but we do know that at that point, there wouldn't be any pressure. And since we haven't hit the dome, we can conclude that there is a point up there before there is the barrier that there must be pretty much no pressure at all. And it kind of doesn't make sense.
God. I've heard this before. This is an old thing. This is from like 2016, bro.
Does it really
matter? Okay, the only thing I can think of is, because we have never experienced gas pressure without containment. But when you contain air here, like all of the elements like that are in the air here, they still like kind of seek equilibrium in the container, and the less dense will still be at the top, and the more dense will be at the bottom, like it is on the Earth. That's the only thing I can think of.
You can never get away from a container. But this guy, he'll tell you. Sorry, what? Can I speak, or should I shut up? Am I allowed to speak? Give me 1 minute.
Of course you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we move out into the atmosphere, the pressure gradient, and everything. Boy, hey, 2015 called. They want the argument back.
That was not helping. Okay, what say you about that? Was that like
So, no.
that you brought to?
This guy is a global apologist. He is.
No, he's
not.
bringing an art.
Oh, he's not.
No, he's definitely a flat earther. It's him.
This is Speculation Sunday. We're allowed to have a conversation.
We're just having a discussion about things.
There's no Globers in here. There's no new people in here. And so I would rather.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought he was a Glober.
No,
okay, I didn't know if I was being redundant. Sorry.
I apologize.
I really want to stay on this topic because this is very interesting. I didn't mean to be redundant if somebody already said that. I just kind of came into it late and it was very interesting. You got to forgive me.
The other thing, Tim, is I know that, okay, so they go up and they get a reading of almost 0. Have they been up to get a 0 or no?
So that is what I said. Like the first balloon went up to 85,000 feet. The second balloon went up to 75,000, 170,000. So it's twice as high. But the second balloon did not have the measurements device. But we do know that the first balloon, before the balloon spoke, it was at 0.14 inches mercury. And I'm just making I'm adding with logic, like, okay, so we're twice as high, so there must have been a difference there. So it's less than 0.14, which we are pretty much at a very low pressure to 0, if we are going twice as high. That I know we are between 0.14 and something less. That's my point. But again, like others, like if we are in a snow globe, we do know that heat rises, so wouldn't we actually see more pressure, at least equal pressure, all the way up in some sort of way,
What?
Yeah, but heat only rises till it cools, yeah?
Yeah. Why would it cool when heat rises?
Because we know that like on higher altitudes like mountains and stuff like that, it gets colder as you get higher.
Yeah, we know this, but heat still rises.
Right.
Yeah. But
no, I don't disagree.
Well, if there is a barrier there that is colder, then I don't really know.
Here's my.
It depends on what is up there and how concentrated whatever gas has risen that high, and how mercury would be affected by that kind of.
You kept mentioning mercury.
Here's my question. My question is what are they zeroing their barometer to?
Mercury.
Because like when you are zeroing something, if you're not zeroing it to like an absolute 0, like who knows what's up at that high? Maybe they're only zeroing it to what the air density is down here. And then, after a certain altitude, there's no more oxygen, there's no more nitrogen. All the heavier stuff are down at the bottom. So are we not measuring helium and hydrogen at those altitudes? Like, are those the gases that are pressing up against the container at that altitude? Like, what other factors are going on? I would want to know more about what gases are actually, doing at that altitude versus. Like we know oxygen is down here. What's up there? Hydrogen, helium.
Well, all the gases should be introduced at the Earth level, so all the gases would be down here. It just depends on how fast they go up to their height or whatever.
But also how concentrated they are when they seek equilibrium. You're not going to. Maybe they are mixing still in certain gradients, but at a certain altitude, it would be more concentrated to one element.
Right.
But then again, we also don't know what the sun is or what it's doing, but it could possibly, it seems to be using these gases up there also because of the argon and the neon, the way that you see the diffusion outside of the dissipation of light.
it would be exciting the gases, not using them up. Just like we have these small tubes where you can excite the gases with that. Just by having something. What is it called? That where you put your hand on and you. Yeah, exactly. Where you can excite the gases within those tubes, but the tubes still have the gases within them. You know, it's not like they're just being excited in that kind of sense.
You don't think that they're being used also?
What do you call it?
I'm not making it clear. I'm just saying we have something here on Earth where we can we have these tubes where you can excite them with a Tesla coil, and then they show the different colors, and you can keep doing that a long time, as far as I know. So that would be that the gases is not being used up, you know.
Well, that's the problem. We don't know what the sun is. So
we know from the Glober's model, from the periodic tables, and then the Glober's always saying, well, different gases have different masses, right? So, like, that's what I'm saying, though. Like, if helium and hydrogen have a way lower mass than oxygen and nitrogen, like, do you think they're going to press the same on that mercury and create a pressure on that mercury the same as an oxygen molecule would, or a density of gases would?
No way.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just
no. I those are the questions I would be asking for my clarification, because I'm willing to bet nobody has thought about that yet. When they say, there's lighter density up. There's a lighter PSI up the higher up you go. Well, what's pressing on it? Is hydrogen pressing on it? If hydrogen's pressing on it, do you think it's going to press as hard as oxygen would on that barometer?
Yeah, so if the sun is closer to the top of the mountain than the bottom of the mountain, and it's putting heat upon it, the why is it frozen? I mean, I know it's a silly question, but think about it. If the sun was 20 million and then 36 million and 90 million miles away, and it's pushing heat down onto the Earth at a 36-degree angle, 0.6, in the Alps, enjoyed frozen.
Anyway.
But well, I mean, you could use the same argument like on a human body. Like, your fingertips are going to get colder before your chest.
Wait a minute. Do you understand the argument?
I understand the argument, and I'm saying it like this: like, if the Earth is being heated up
closer to you than it is to me, would you be warmer than me?
Here's the thing, right? So let's say. Dude, if you're not going to listen to me, then I'm not going to answer your question.
Fuck's sake. I love you, Gizmo. You're a good man. But
I'm not getting mad, dude.
I'm not getting mad either, bro, but you don't answer my question.
You're not listening to me.
Okay, go ahead.
So if the sun, if there was a light source or a heat source heating up your entire body, fingertips are less likely to get warm and stay warm. Like a mountain is like a fingertip.
Fuck me, you fire.
A mountain is like a fingertip. Do you not understand the analogy?
No, do you not get it? If the sun is,
do you not understand the analogy?
Okay.
You don't understand surface area. You don't understand why your fingers wrinkle. You don't understand how your body works.
Bo, we're not getting each other here.
We also got a little bit away from the topic.
Well, anyway, if you're closer to the sun than me by 1 meter, who gets taller? Who gets taller by 1 meter? Forget about your hands. Don't even mention fucking fingers. If you're close to the sun, for fuck's sake, here we go. Like, what? Go ahead,
Well, you're talking about something we weren't talking about, and it doesn't help us actually get to the root of this, because I'm bringing this gas thing up because I've actually thought about it a lot, and my conclusion is that I understand why Globus is not buying it, because like as we just broke down now, it comes down to a lot of what ifs. So there is no conclusive like there must be, because we haven't seen this container. We see the difference going up to almost zero. So I understand, and this is why I'm bringing it up, because is it actually an argument that we should push for? Because we actually don't have the conclusive answer, at least from my perspective.
Okay, so if my hands are hanging by my side and the sun
Could
is...
I answer as well after P-Man?
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm done, bro. No, I'm done.
No,
bro.
what's up, guys?
Go ahead. All right. Go ahead.
No, I just I thought it is kind of a unique question, just because I do think it's kind of the way the question is phrased too. Just because you make good points, and these Globers make huge strides sometimes, and I definitely understand what you're saying. Like if you don't have the container, then what do you really have? However, I think the phrasing of that question is actually, can you demonstrate gas pressure next to a vacuum with no container? And that argument I do think is still pretty eye-opening.
We can't prove the container. We can't touch the container. And yet there's this like apparent pressure gradient. So like I understand also what Tim is saying.
Yeah, I mean, making the demonstration here on Earth on sea level barometric pressure would be 100% impossible. But again, it's like a trick. It's like a trick question.
No, it's not. If my head is closer to the sun than my arms, which one gets hotter quicker?
Bro, we're not talking about the sun.
All right. And I would say temperature and pressure, can have effects on each other as well. And I like what Gizbo was saying about, helium pressure, because, it does have a higher density rate. It can be pressed harder, and there's, of course, different materials.
I agree.
Glasses.
I mean, it was a good point to bring up, but that is why I said it comes down to a lot of what ifs. It's nothing conclusive, and that was my point about bringing it up. Like, should it actually be pushed when it comes down to what ifs?
So, what if the Earth is not a globe?
I have posted something in the live. I've posted something in the live stream voice text about helium and mercury. I don't know if it's prevalent, but I was trying to read it and I just can't seem to focus on what I'm reading. So maybe this might help. I don't know.
Mercury and helium. Okay, I'll have to read this. I'll mute and read.
I'm not sure if this has anything to do with gas pressure and stuff like that. What's up, P-Mac?
How you doing, bro?
Doing all right. I'm a bit tired. It's 5:30 in the morning.
$5:30 me too. 4:30. Do you know? I mean, I just put this. People will infiltrate the truth just to put other shit out there. I'm not saying you're doing it, Tim. I'm not saying anybody else is doing it, but come on.
Well, I mean, according to the chat, you pretty much just called me a globo, even though we are pretty much just talking about it. Like I have given this a fair deal of thought. If you would let me finish for once tonight, that would be lovely. I've just shown that I have given this a great deal of thought, and I am not saying that there is no container. I am not saying that the Earth is not flat. I'm not saying any kind of this, but I'm just saying, is this a good argument that is worth pushing when it comes down to what ifs? What about the helium? Is it so light that it's not pushing against it, and stuff like that, where there is no conclusiveness in it? Like, is it something that is worth pushing? And I'm not saying it is not worth pushing, because I was actually bringing it up so I could be lectured in it if there was something I had missed, you know.
Do you want
I like that you brought it up.
Can I next you? A big ball of spinning fucking water is moving against the gas.
Oh my god, bro.
D-Mac, you got to be a little more self-aware, buddy.
I'm sorry. All right, I'll stop.
It's okay. Thank you. All right, I like that you brought this up, Tim.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm having. I would much rather figure out what's going on than to discard this, because we really haven't ever witnessed gas pressure without containment. But the Earth is massive, and the gradient is also massive. So maybe we can figure out how the barometer would be affected by such concentrated gases that are as light as they are because they rise, or maybe it has something to do with the way that heat is. Maybe it's always cyclical, because of certain dynamics in the weather or the air up there. There's such an electric charge up there too, with sprites and whatnot. So I don't know. I would love to keep this train of thought going to try to explain it. It's a lot of factors in there, though.
Yeah, that's my main point. I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure I've missed something, because this has been an argument for years. But the more I think about it and I add up all the information that is available, it's just like there is a dark spot there where, well, as I said, yeah, we can measure up to pretty much zero almost, but then there is the what if questions, like if all that there is up there is helium, is that too light to actually measure a pressure with or anything like that? And then we have some rockets that have gone up a little bit higher, and we still haven't a broken rocket because it had hit a barrier of some sort of kind. I'm not saying it has to be iron or glass or anything like that. People are talking about superfluids. Yeah. People are talking about superfluids and stuff like that. But again, that would definitely not help the argument here with gas pressure, because we're actually trying to use the 3 points to introduce new people to the topic and actually make them think and come to their own conclusions. So if we're bringing up a point where there is an open conclusion where we actually don't have the definitive answer, well, is it really the best one? Because else the only one there is like the aha gotcha one, where, oh, can you give me a container without a lid or a vacuum in a container at sea level?
Tim.
Yeah, what's up, man?
I'm doing a little research. Do we have a temperature with that barometer reading at 170,000 feet?
Yeah, I can find a chart for you. Well, I can find the video to you.
Okay.
But that would only be
online calculator.
That would only be to the 85,000 feet one. There is a video for.
So there's a hydrogen density and specific weight versus temperature and pressure. And I wonder, I'd have to see how that correlates.
1 second, I have to look through my historic.
Like this chart right here is saying that at negative 200 degrees Celsius, hydrogen would have a density of 0.35. So that's kind of interesting.
This is the one to 85,000 feet or something like that.
What is it?
It's in the live stream voice text.
Oh,
it's a long. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that argument.
There was also a chart, but that's not here, but here there is also temperature things. But yeah.
That link that I posted above, that's where this chart came from.
How should I understand this, Charles? That the weight is going up when the temperature is going way down?
Probably just because of like.
Yeah, because it's settling, it's losing its kinetic energy, and it is actually falling down because of the downward bias from the electromagnetic field or whatever.
Right. That's what I'm thinking.
So actually, if it's cold, the hydrogen would actually weigh more. So there should be a pressure measurement measuring what you know what I'm trying to say. So that it's colder is actually not helping the hydrogen.
So 0.15 pressure. Temperature outside is negative 36.5 Fahrenheit. So let's see what that measures. Negative 36.5.
One bar, is that barometric pressure or what?
Negative 36.5 degrees Fahrenheit. Screenshot this and post it into it. All right. So it says hydrogen density at negative 36.5 degrees Fahrenheit and at 14.5 psi. Is there anything you can publish?
This is the one of the temperature graphs you can find. That the temperature is increasing so much up there. If there is nothing to actually transfer the heat on, it doesn't make sense at all. So, but it can be used up to, I guess, 90 kilometers, which is approximately the 175,000 feet. No, that's 53 kilometers.
That's
This is just why I think like it's a topic that is giving me a hard time actually discussing with a global, because
you don't have a definite answer.
Exactly. Like, I mean, so this is why I have been pondering about this for a long time.
There's got to be a physics explanation for it.
Well, I think it's the base axiom, because I mean, even in chemistry, you have to have a container to have pressure. But I mean, that is kind of where the argument stops, is where I'm kind of agreeing with Tim. Is it really a great argument? It is a strong logical argument, but does it answer the question of what it is or how it is? Definitely not. But at the same time, do you guys remember when like Miggy kind of did this thing where he went from the 3 points to like Miggy's 1 point? And I wonder if that's why he kind of dropped those two, like just stick to the curvature, done,
No, that's something that Kim does too. Like Kim will let somebody rant and rant and rant. It's like none of that exists if you don't give me the curvature. We haven't even made it past step 1.
Yeah, I'm definitely there. Like the best, and actually the only thing we need is the curvature or not. If there's not, well, then there is no way to go further in this discussion. Actually entertain your globe delusions. Then it's better to discuss how can we figure these things out, like this: what is happening over these heights,
No,
because we have still not hit the dome. Or whatever you want to call it, the barrier.
Claims that they did hit the dome with the go fast and the brakes. Still kind of uncertain about that, but
yeah, I'm also unsure about that. It seems like
rocket brakes and it's a little different, but I get the argument.
It also feels like it happened a bit early after the launch. It was not like it has actually come all the way up to the heights that it must have had, to hit something, if there is something up there. We also don't know if it's a dome, because Widget, for example, has also proposed the idea about a Gaussian surface of some kind, which would be parallel to the ground all around, where no.
Well, also how you make a rainbow, especially in the arc that it shows up in the sky, there has to be certain conditions to make that. You have to have like a 2 meters and water.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
But I'm not saying that I would. I never make it past the first point with folks, so they always want to look up to the sky and like, but what about this? And I'm like, well, this has to be established first before you start making up things about that.
Certain.
Here you go. Here's some hydrogen discussion from Albany EDU about what the dominating elements are the higher up you go. Maybe that might provide some insight. Yeah, I like what you posted right there, Tim. What's the green line represent?
The temperature.
Temperature of what?
The temperature of, I guess, the air or the atmosphere.
Of what, Saturn?
No, I literally just said it. The atmosphere. I also added when I posted this picture that, it doesn't make sense that the temperature just will drastically rise up at those heights if there is nothing that the heat can transfer through.
Right.
So
the higher up you go, the colder it appears to get.
Yeah,
like it gets cold at 10,000, 12,000 feet, and then after 20,000 feet, it starts to increase for a little bit, but it never gets all the way back to that 20 degrees Celsius mark.
Yeah, for example, we can take the first balloon launch, the one I posted the video. It follows this temperature graph pretty well, all the way up to the 30-kilometer mark or something like that, which is what 85,000 feet would equal to. It would be 26 miles or something like that. So with 35 kilometers, 40 kilometers, and that is around the minus 30 mark or something like that, which pretty much aligns with the video. So up to that point, it is definitely legit.
Sorry, what? It definitely likes the video, which is legit. What are you talking about, man?
Wait, I'm not here to hold your hands through this. Just follow the conversation.
I'm trying. But you seem like a glue versus apologist to me, man.
Oh, come on, dude.
Was it wrong? Sorry, alright. Well,
Slight Speculation Sunday.
Yeah. Like, we're just having a conversation here. It's a bunch of flat earthers here. So we're having a conversation.
Well, I really...
If a Glover shows up, we'll pounce on him, dude. Just for you.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that.
So I typed in search hydrogen pressure at 100 miles up, and I start getting all these articles on how hydrogen would act if it were on Jupiter.
What? That's weird.
Yeah. Jupiter's atmosphere composition and the Great Red Spot. What would the pressure and temperature of gas be right above Jupiter's gas-liquid boundary?
The Great Red Spot that never changes. Wait years.
Let's see. Yeah, it's just a bunch of weird stuff.
Huh?
Like, why are they so interested in hydrogen on Jupiter when they can't even get to Jupiter to test it?
Didn't they claim to have sent a probe down in the gas clouds?
Sure.
Yeah. I wish India was around. I'm pretty sure he could have helped us a little bit with this one.
Yeah, but he did say that there's someday things will flip flop, and we would accept. But we're not able. Things will.
Let's see what helium does.
Helium and Mimas Aurelius.
Do you know what gas they put into that balloon?
40,000 fucking million.
I'm pretty sure they use helium. I'm pretty sure they use helium. Maybe a mixture. I'm not 100% sure. I can look it up. What kind of gas they use for weather balloons?
Because like good weather balloons, like really good weather balloons, they use hydrogen instead of helium. Helium is more expensive than hydrogen, and hydrogen goes higher.
Weather balloons, which are made of latex and synthetic rubber, are filled with either hydrogen or helium. The size was about blah blah blah. So either a mix of either one.
So it's like a big condom trying to fucking pierce the sky. I'm sorry.
I guess it depends on many things, because some of the weather balloons, they want them to hover up there, so it has to be a mixture, so it stays at some X height, you know. But if they just want to go as high as possible, one would probably be the lighter one would probably be the better.
Right.
I'm sorry for being so dumb.
It's okay. I know you're tipsy and you just want to party.
No. You just want to argue.
He said tipsy. Everybody on the Discord getting tips.
I just don't think your small attacks on me in the chat was justified, because from the very get-go we established that we were in speculation mode. There was no claims being made. We were just talking about a specific argument that has been used for a long time that I do not have a conclusion or definitive answer to when I'm using my critical thinking and the information at hand.
Well, what happens when
Happy Saturday.
Hey, what up?
Good to see you in here, buddy.
Thank you. You know how we do it.
Yeah.
I was on this other server, real quick. I was on this other server right now, and they were talking about reincarnation for like a half hour. And so I was like, all right, I gotta go.
Geos?
Huh?
Or One Earth Awakenings?
One of the other it's called, the name of it is called, Earth Awakening. Yeah, Earth Awakening. Yeah. That's what it's called.
I see.
Yeah. It reminded me of my ex. She was all into that stuff. And I used to tell her, like, dude, you really, really legitimately believe in this stuff, and there's no way either one of us in our lifetime could ever definitively prove it or disprove it. So, like, it's basically like we're just talking at this point about, like, who could beat who in a fight, Batman or Superman, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't really like to go there in those kind of conversations, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you might be interested in what we're talking about right here.
Yeah.
So Tim,
Yeah,
so this video that you showed us, of the change of pressure and everything going up. So this is it. This is where this is the video they're dying on as the absolute proof of flat Earth buster. Then, huh? Because they were talking about this like 6 months ago too.
Yeah, I know. I mean, and I know. Well, a lot of what I've said tonight would definitely be what you would also encounter from a Glober. Whereas
Right.
I guess I would actually have steel argue their side or whatever it's called.
Yeah. Well, so everywhere that I'm reading right now at this moment, and I'm going to do some more research on it for you, buddy. Like when you talk about atmospheric pressure or air pressure or anything like that, it just says air pressure is 14.7 psi. It doesn't say that like the oxygen is 14.7 psi or this or that is 14.7 psi. So what do I have to, as far as understanding goes, like the air composition at sea level being 14.7 psi, like I want to know what the percentage of each of the molecules in that area. And then I want to go up, 70, 80,000 feet, and I want a compositional analysis of all the different air up in that level also, and take that into consideration with the barometer reading. Like, am I getting massive amounts of helium and hydrogen at that level? And if so, is that putting enough pressure on the barometer to spike the barometer up, or is it just not hard enough to? And so that's why the barometer isn't going as high.
Hey guys, just a sec. There's just you guys looking at the chat. Have you spoken to what's his name? He's in the chat. We'll just have a look. Yeah.
He won't undeafen himself.
Making some claims there. You could calculate the height of the dome using the distance from the northernmost point of the ice wall to the southernmost point right, assuming it were a perfect sphere. What's he talking about?
What? So there's a dome around the sphere?
Well, it sounds like presupposing a geometry and then, basically just calculating that geometry, which, the answer is yes, but that would be a lot of pre-assumptions.
Well, is he claiming a dome and an ice wall?
Perhaps.
Absolutely.
Maybe he means hemisphere if he's claiming a dome.
No, he top of a sphere.
I know, but I think maybe, I don't know. You probably, yeah, maybe. Okay.
Fuck you guys. I'm going to argue with that.
I just figured.
I think he's on the. I think he's on the flat side of the fence because he said earlier that he prefer an apologist over a die-hard Glover.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure he's on the flat side of the fence, but since he don't want to open his mic, I guess that's just what I conclude.
I've got to look into how a barometer is, because it uses mercury, how it is affected by that upper air,
Do Chinese temperatures to fucking ingest mercury just for the crack? It's all it would make them. I'm sorry, what?
No, that's all right. My other question, Tim, was why are we looking at only helium as well, changing density? Are they saying that there's only helium at that height?
Mercury can change.
Well, that was Gisbo's point, but
like is helium able to press as hard onto the mercury, or to the meter, to the switch or whatever that presses on the mercury? Is it pressing hard enough onto it to rise the mercury?
And even the other gases,
nitrogen would.
Hydrogen and helium is the lightest gases.
What about argon?
And you made a valid point when I was researching what you read, or what you put in there, Kim. Helium, for whatever reason, has an affinity to mercury.
Okay.
It has a binding to mercury. So if it's binding to mercury, is it preventing the mercury from rising?
Good point.
Pretty sure the mercury in a barometer is encapsulated.
I mean, everything permeates. There's diffusion everywhere, unless you can guarantee that thing is not going to have any kind of permeability to it. But then again, if helium was binding to it, it probably would expand anyway, just because of the binding.
Don't give them an out.
I don't know. I can honestly say I have no idea, but it's such a great train of thought, and I'm glad you brought it up, Tim. Yeah. We're all going to have to really think on that one and research.
Mercury? Someone might actually do an experiment. That would be nice too.
Well, you know. Oh my God.
My thing is, when they zero that barometer, are they zeroing it inside of a vacuum? Like, did they create a container for it?
They're doing it at sea level.
Right.
That's where they get the 30 inches mercury from.
No, sorry. It's encapsulated. It's already, before you even say what you're about to say, it's in a barometer.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow.
But no, thank you for bringing that to our attention, Tim, and it's definitely something we need to look into. My speculative reasoning for it would be similar to like a snow globe. Like if you had all of these different elements or different weighted pieces inside of a snow globe, you shake the whole thing up and then let it settle. All the heavier stuff's going to fall first, and you're going to get the lighter stuff piling up on top of that. But the wind and everything circulates it all back around. So I would suspect that if there was no wind and weather change and all of that stuff, eventually everything would just like settle on inside here, just like a snow globe. What would be between us and the dome still? If there was a dome, it would be between us and the top of the container. Would be up for debate because you can't. It's all speculative.
Right.
I don't think anything would ever settle because how you get wind is when you heat the air up, it changes pressure, and then the high pressure mixes with the low pressure, and they start swirling around. So nothing would ever settle. Yeah.
Nah. No chance.
And then here's my thing though. Like, okay, since we're still on the speculative portion of it, everybody's got their own feelings about it. I agree.
Oh, really?
Somehow, I think the black sun is. I think the black sun has something to do with it. I personally think that there's a
copper welded to a brass elbow.
PMAC.
Do it.
I didn't say anything.
No, I think Timbo doesn't know.
You have it done, yeah?
Oh, Timbo?
I'll just keep cleaning up, and then I'll get everything out and sweep up. And I left that ladder there just in case you want to go up and have a look. But
Timbo.
Hey, you guys want to?
It's pretty steep and really bad.
I don't think he knows that he's not muted.
Timbo, you're hot micing.
Ooh, sorry.
Sorry,
it's not me.
Sorry, people. Anyway, so the whole idea of the black sun, if there was a black sun moving underneath the earth, right? if you've ever seen that YouTube video with the supposed Freemason, whatever, if there's a black sun moving underneath the earth, that it's creating a energetic force, and I think that's helping with the like circulations of the wind and things like that. Now, temperature does have a play in that, but I mean, there still has to be a wave. No different than like if you're sitting in a pool and you stretch your arm out and then you move your arm across the water and it creates that wave underneath. Like something has to be creating a wave somewhere in order to get all of this stuff into motion. So my speculation is on that, and then from there stems the whole snow globe possibility and things like that. Again, it's purely speculation. Some glober out there is gonna be like, "Oh my gosh, this is what they think," and you're an idiot if that's what you think. You come in here, well, what's your model? It's like your model's a lie. So if you want to know what I think, can I verify it? No. But to me, this is logic, just as logical as your stupid globe. So, anyway, there's my 2 cents. If anybody else has any idea on what they think is going on as far as like weather and pressure and that pressure gradient, if there is a pressure gradient, there's some kind of a pressure gradient, but like, is it a pressure gradient of nitrogen and oxygen? Since it's 75% rich in nitrogen down here, is there a lot less nitrogen up there, and so it's not pressing as hard on that switch?
Well, there's a pressure gradient in the room that you're in right now. The pressure at the ceiling is lower than the pressure at the floor.
Yeah, we already went over this one. I appreciate you though, Matthew.
Yeah, and you can test that by like if you had a large living room where like it was 2 stories tall, the air up higher is going to be cooler than the air down at the bottom. I could be wrong though. Am I wrong?
Even if you mix up the air and it's the same temperature, you can still measure a slight pressure difference.
Right. But like, so here's our question.
I brought up. Yeah.
Here's our question, Matthew. Like one of the things that you would argue is, different masses have different weights. And so like nitrogen is going to weigh a lot more considerably on the, based on their sizes, nitrogen is going to weigh a lot more than hydrogen or helium does.
Right.
So is hydrogen or helium going to have the ability to press as hard on a barometer reading as nitrogen would?
Yeah, it's a good question. As far as I know, the mercury is kind of enclosed by the time you're using it, and I'm not 100% sure how it works, like what's happening. I think there's a vacuum above the mercury, and so the amount of pressure that keeps it up doesn't depend. It doesn't matter what kind of gas is pushing on it. Just measures the total force.
Stop. We've been talking about mercury. It's a heavy metal.
It's still sensitive to pressure.
And so, what, is the Earth made of heavy metal?
Mercury's special. Mercury has like a lot of crazy things that it can do.
Well, here, they've been talking about it for 2.5 hours now.
Well, it's a conversation we don't get to talk about.
Hey, Mac, we done told you it's Speculation Sunday, and Matthew may be a Glober, but he's kind of one of those Globers that is like got a high rank. And
at least he's going to answer honestly.
You bounce ideas off of Matthew.
At least he's going to answer honestly when it comes to physics. We may have a disagreement on the globe, but we can have an agreement on what Mercury does.
Yeah, that is Matthew. He will give you an honest answer.
I'll try.
Except for with satellites and sunsets.
Yeah. Matthew, is there satellites?
The only way Matthew will tell a lie is if he was told a lie. And I'm sorry to tell you, Matthew, you were told a lie about the globe.
Let's get down to the nitty-gritty, shall we? Matthew, do you believe that satellites are real?
They seem to be. I mean, satellite TV works and GPS works.
What do you mean they seem to be? Are they real or not? I mean, they don't seem to be. If something is real, it doesn't seem to be real. It has to be real, right?
Yeah,
So do you
they're
believe in
real
satellite?
because you can see the effects on GPS and satellite TV. So that's how we know they're real.
Really? So why do people lose signal like fucking 10 fucking back points in the globe?
What? Wait, why do people lose their cell phone signal?
No, it's a signal. Yeah. It's above us. That's a good point.
Yeah, so you're right. Cell phones lose their signal when they're not near cell phone towers. But even in the middle of the ocean, you can get a GPS signal.
Oh, hang on. So not near satellites, but not near cell tower. So what are you talking about satellites for?
Mobile phones get their location from cell towers and from GPS. If you're within range of cell towers, it just does simple triangulation.
Yes. Earth-based shit, right?
Yeah, that's usually how mobile phones work. Yes.
Yeah. So what is this? What was it? What was the matter you're talking about? Fucking satellites.
Oh, if you use a GPS receiver outside of the range of any cell towers, like in the middle of the ocean or in mountain valleys where there's no transmission towers, something like that, that's when it has to use the satellite.
Okay.
Matthew, couldn't it would it have to be a satellite orbiting the Earth, or could it be a high altitude platform?
It has to be something within a line of sight. So I suppose anything up in the sky would count.
So your line of sight, you mean with a laser, right?
GPS signals are line of sight, right?
Like laser line of sight.
Laser line of sight is line of sight. I think it can
that's
bounce
what I'm
around
saying,
a little bit, but basically it can't go through much.
So you're saying something that's orbiting the Earth, as satellites supposedly are the reason why we get signals on our GPS signals on our cell phones in the middle of the ocean,
right?
And it could, that's something orbiting the Earth, though, going what 17,900 miles per hour, roughly.
Yeah, that's pretty
a little bit slower than that, but that's the right range.
That's pretty good.
So how could something like that even triangulate anything? It's moving so fast, and the Earth is spinning so fast too.
Yeah, the reason the fact that it's moving so fast is how it triangulates, because it's in constant motion, so it has
a very precise what?
Very precise clock. That's what GPS transmitters do. They transmit very precise clock.
Yeah, I'm a bit dumb with this, Matthew. I'm a bit dumb with this.
No, you're not. You're just
how much of the internet? That's okay, Matthew. I don't mean to offend you, right? But I like to ask.
Oh, I'm not offended. Go ahead.
How much of the internet? I know. I like you, bro. How much of the internet is transferred through satellites?
Oh, how much of internet traffic? Hardly any, because the undersea fiber optic cables are much faster.
What? Matthew.
So why would we need satellites now?
For places where you can't receive.
Satellites then? Well, but there's always places you cannot receive, So we need satellites for the places where you can't receive. But somehow you will. But there are places.
Satellites are great for rural areas.
Any satellite. What?
But Matthew, aren't cell phone towers good for rural areas too?
They are, right.
Okay, so when he asked you about the cell phones and their triangulation from ground-based towers, you said that's usually how they work. So when you say usually how they work, are you implying that there's another way that sometimes they work a different way?
Right. If your cell phone is out of cell phone range, even if you have no reception for like making calls and stuff, you can still receive satellite transmissions, and your map app can still tell where it is.
How do you know that it's from a satellite, though, Matthew?
There's nothing else in range. What do you mean? You can, if you're in the middle of the ocean, or if you're in a mountain.
No. What I'm saying is, how do you know that's just not high altitude platforms?
That's true. It could be anything, or there's line of sight.
Let's forget about that for a minute. Matthew, you honestly believe in satellites?
Yes.
Why?
They explain a lot of observations, and they make sense.
Wait, satellites can't even talk. How do they explain something?
The existence of satellites, the model that includes the existence of satellites, explains a lot of phenomena.
What observation?
Just the ones we've been talking about, satellite TV and GPS.
So 99. So 99% of all communication is cable. But there's
no, you're right.
Satellites for 0.9%.
Right. Undersea cables carry most of the internet traffic, but not all of it.
And communication, not just internet, communication also.
Basically everything. What is the point of satellite?
For areas that are rural enough where it's far away from transmission towers.
Wait, whoa. No, Matthew, that's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
There is many places on Earth you cannot receive satellite signal.
Like
it's not coming down from above.
Can you name a single place where there's no satellite coverage?
Yeah, hang on. Machu Picchu, somewhere in the Sahara Desert, there's anywhere where people can't get a fucking satellite signal. It's not
so you're mixing things up in Machu Picchu and the middle of the satellite desert.
That means you're
both of those places you can't get cell phone signal, but you can get a GPS signal.
99% of the Earth's communication is done by underground cable. And now you're trying to explain to me why 0.2% is reasonable. Do you see how fucking crazy that seems?
So you're right.
It's up to you, but take your time. Take your time.
Most
this is going to be a bit of a circular argument, isn't it?
No,
Matthew's
it's just the truth of how.
It's dumb. I'm fed up with this fucking shit, bro. There is 99.9% of internet cable on the Earth, and the only 9%. Matthew will sit here and try to argue why. So you know when you fall out of it, you can't find a cable. That's not proof for anything, bro. We already proved that the information highway is underground.
Okay.
Hey, Matthew, can I ask you something? Is there any other Discord or group of people who you consider conspiracy theorists, like how you consider flat earthers conspiracy theorists, that you spend as much time listening to and talking to and debating with than flat earthers?
No.
It's just flat Earth, huh?
Right.
You think that's kind of weird or no?
No, it's the one that I'm most sure about.
Wait. Flat Earth is the one that you're most sure about that doesn't exist.
Right.
But all other conspiracies are a possibility?
Sure. Like the JFK thing, medical stuff is complicated.
Well, fuck it.
Politics.
We wouldn't be able to go back in time and prove definitively one way or the other how or if or when JFK got killed, right? But the measurement of the Earth is something you can definitively do. And we've already debunked curvature. And since you're a college teacher, there's no way that you can be that ignorant as to the facts that we presented over the years that you've heard it, and to not have either A, gone out and tested it yourself, B, gone out, tested it, and debunked it yourself. You know what I mean? Or so it's one of three things. Either you tested it yourself and you have no idea how to read the gauges and stuff, and you're just pretending to be smart, and you don't even understand how to test it. B, you've tested it and you know that it's flat. Or C, you've tested it and you know that it's a globe. It could only be one of those three things.
You cannot possibly be that stupid.
Oh, no, I'm not stupid at all. I'm pretty intelligent.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it could only be one of those three things then.
Yeah, I'm aware of the arguments presented here. I find them not convincing.
Okay,
I have done some experiments myself.
Hey, Matthew, screw everything anybody's ever said on here. All I'm saying is, why don't you go test it for yourself and just see for yourself?
Sure,
regardless
I did.
of what I say, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the one thing I did is I measured the apparent size of the full moon all night once.
No. But again, you're looking at the sky to see what the shape of the ground is. You know, that's
Hey, Friday.
Yeah.
Let him finish his conversation so that way you can kind of like nail it all the way around, because he may be talking about something completely different, and you just kind of like interrupted the mid sentence.
I'm sorry, Matthew.
Oh, no problem. I was just saying that, for example, I measured the apparent size of a full moon all night long, which you're right, is looking into the sky, but it seems to be incompatible with any flat Earth ideas, and it seems to match the globe Earth ideas. And as far as looking to the sky, if you're trying to figure out if the train is moving, it's okay to look out the window.
I want to talk about the moon.
Okay, so Matthew, isn't the globe beliefs say that the moon is lit up because it's a reflection of the sun?
Right.
So that's debunked anytime you see a half moon in the sky at the same time the sun is in the sky. But sometimes you see a full moon in the sky when the sun is in the sky. The sun's position could be the same to the moon, and the moon's how much of the moon you see changes.
That's right.
Full moons appear at nighttime, not in the middle of the day.
Well, you've never seen a full moon during the day, Matthew?
A little bit before dusk, a little bit after dawn. Yes, but not in the middle of the day. You can't see a full moon in the middle of the day.
Okay, have you ever seen the moon where it's almost completely full during the day then?
Yeah, if it's a couple days before or after full moon, then it can be up a few hours before or after sunrise or sunset.
So you've seen the moon during the day with the sun out as a sliver, and then all the way up to almost a full moon and everything in between, right?
Yes, pretty much.
So that right there, that's ridiculous to think that we'd see anything but a full moon every time the sun is in the sky with the moon. It would always be a full moon.
It's 3D geometry.
Here's a question though, Matthew. So, like we've had the discussion about like how like sea navigation, they don't look to the stars at 15 degrees or below, right?
Yeah, it's unreliable. Too close to the horizon. You want to get really precise numbers when you're doing navigation.
And the Earth appears flat at the ground level, right? Like, I mean, it's kind of hard to really measure out that curve right there.
Right.
But yet, in your perspective view, when you're standing outside and you look out in one direction and you see a full moon on, like, let's say 15, 20 degrees high, and you still see the sun, and that's at like 10 degrees high, like, and it's a full moon, not just a moon, but a full moon, or even a red moon. Like, you don't see the correlation how that could completely be wrong if it were a globe.
Right. That would completely debunk the globe. That story. If you saw a full moon remember, a full moon is a moment in time, and if at that moment in time the moon is 15 degrees high and the sun is 10 degrees high, that would contradict the globe story.
That's what we had happen in November.
The moon was 15 degrees high.
The moon was coming up. It was 10 to 15 degrees high. Obviously, it's like a certain height because, like, if you've got trees and everything in the way, it has to be higher than 10, right?
Not if you're looking over the ocean. I live near the ocean.
Yeah, that's true. But you also have to look past
there's not too many places you can see. There's not too many places you could see the moon over the ocean, though, unless you live by certain oceans. Which you live in California, right?
You got
Mammoth in California. You can watch the moon set over the ocean.
Right.
Do you live by San Diego, Matthew?
You got Mammoth Mountain in the way, and then you look out into the ocean.
Hang on.
Matthew, you live in San Diego?
Los Angeles County.
Okay, so I live one county north of that, right? It's probably like an hour and a half drive at the furthest point, like if you hit traffic at a good time, right? So if you ever have some free time, I'll buy you lunch. I'll even pay for your gas, bro. Meet me at San Ysidro exit in Montecito, where we can do a black swan observation with the oil rigs, bro.
Oh, I've been to the place where the famous black swan is.
Yeah, San Ysidro exit, bro.
Yeah, I've been there. It's interesting.
Okay, so you've done the observation yourself. I mean, there's better observations than the black swan. The black swan just became famous, but there's other ones that are even better, even in Southern California, like closer to where you're at. But all I'm saying is that I'll pay for your gas and your lunch if you ever want to come up here, bro. I'll give you my number, whatever. You got my email. It's flatterdaysaints@gmail.com. You can email me.
Yeah, that'd be fun. I don't know the next time I'll have time to do that, but it's an interesting idea.
Matthew. Trillions and trillions of tons of wire are sticking to a spinning ball.
The ocean, I heard about 40% of what you said. The oceans are sticking to a spinning ball, yes.
No. Spinning ball. Explain that.
You're roboting, bro.
Yeah, P-Mac, you're roboting pretty bad.
Right. Trillions are sticking to a spinning ball. Explain that in mathematics.
Well, go for it, Matthew. Go for it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what he said.
Yeah, nobody did.
Matthew, I can't say we definitively because I can't speak for everybody on here, but I know in my heart, bro, that you know what's up, and you just don't want to take that pay cut, Matthew.
Yeah, explain that to me in mathematics.
Okay, I'll explain to PMAC exactly his question in the same manner that I heard his question, and the answer is that they're, and then because of that, that's the point, and that's the whole reason.
That was kind of funny.
Yeah, that's what
you're roboting, bro. PMAC, you're roboting, homie. Bad.
PMAC, try dropping out and coming back in, dude.
Is that bad?
Yeah. Hey, Matthew. So you were saying your observations of the moon not changing its size,
angular size, yeah, apparent
angular size. Yeah. So can you just explain what that means? Explain, what were you observing? What were you looking for? Like, what were you measuring it with? Was it any different? Was it was it cold? Was it humid? Was it dry? Was there any atmospheric lensing? Because you're saying it stayed the same size. I find that even when it was on the horizon. So was this midwinter or?
It was during the summer, I believe, and I measured it by taking pictures with my camera zoomed all the way in at the same setting every time, the same exact zoom.
What kind of camera?
Canon M50. And,
M50. Okay, what lens were you using?
The standard lens that it comes with. It doesn't matter what, as long as it was the same for each observation. So
well, I mean, yeah, but I mean, it's if you're using a 24 to 70, it's way different than using like a 70 to 300. You know what I mean?
Right,
As far as the kit lens, what kit lens did it come with?
I don't remember the numbers on it. Let's see.
You know, I'm an avid photographer. I had a P5. I had a Nikon D500, a D850, a P900, and a P1000 with over 15 different lenses. Probably spent at least like almost 10 grand on my lenses.
Yeah, so this is a Canon zoom lens EF-M, 15 to 45 millimeter. So
15
zoomed
to,
all the way.
Yeah, so it was 15 to 45. So that's like, that's for like landscaping and stuff like that. The kind of lens you want to use at the very least would be like a 70 to 300, bro. You know what I mean?
The point being, I was using the same lens at the same zoom the whole night long. And the observation was that the apparent size of the moon was the same from moonrise all the way through the night, all the way to moon set.
Wait, I have a question real quick. So wait, Matthew, when you say the size of the moon, are you talking about its circumference? Like even if you only see half of it, like the bottom circumference getting bigger as far as like getting bigger, or are you talking about it changing size as far as like going from like a crescent to like more of a full moon?
No, I'm talking about throughout the span of a single night when the moon was a full moon. The apparent size in the sky, the angular size.
Okay. Yeah, so you're saying from your observations with a 15 to 45, which is that's not a good lens at all for doing that kind of experiment whatsoever. First of all,
good enough for consistency is all we need.
Yeah. I was going to make a point, but what's the difference if it was on a flat Earth, Matthew? That's what I'm trying to work out. What are you trying to say? That it would change angular size, but there's no claims on how far away it is. So
that's just my observation. I don't think anybody would disagree with that observation if you tried it yourself. I do it all the time, but the air's humid here, so you get on the horizon, you get atmospheric lensing, so the moon gets bigger on the horizon, so it doesn't work here. But I'm just saying, with what I'm not sure how you're coming to a conclusion that wouldn't work on a flat Earth. So my conclusion is that if the moon is the type of object that obeys the law of perspective, it's a physical object that obeys the law of perspective, then my observations show that the distance to the moon isn't changing much throughout the night. That's all.
Wait, you're assuming
so it's more of a straw man. So it's more of a straw man than anything else.
No, I'm saying if it is the type of thing that obeys the law of perspective, then my observations show that it's not changing distance.
Well, like Flatiday said, you're assuming that it's a physical object that's a certain distance away that they've given us the coordinates for. So you're putting the moon in a position where it is already on the globe.
No, I'm saying if it is the type of thing that obeys the law of perspective, and you're fine to say it's not, but if it is, then the distance to the moon isn't changing. If it's not,
how could you know if it's a physical thing or if it's just a light, though, Matthew? Because I could have a flashlight that's right next to you, and I could shine it at different parts of the wall and the ceiling and make the beam brighter and smaller or bigger and not as bright. And the flashlight hasn't moved from being next to you, right? So how do you know that the moon is not just a light? You don't know that one way or the other.
Okay, so with my observations, I wasn't claiming anything except that if it follows the law of perspective, then the distance isn't changing. If it doesn't follow the law of perspective and it's just some light in the sky, then who knows? It doesn't. Then my observations are inconclusive.
Well, you're starting out your whole observations by assuming that it's a physical thing.
No, I'm saying if it is a physical thing, then this happens.
If it is. But if my aunt had balls, she'd be my uncle. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not even going to go. I'm not even be like, oh, I think my aunt got a sex change, so she's my uncle now. You know what I mean? That's like that changes the whole premise of everything.
You got the ball.
You know what I mean?
I'm just saying that the if statement is true.
Okay, so you're coming in there assuming that the moon is something physical, though. You know what I mean?
I'm saying that if it's physical, then this would be the consequence. I'm not saying that it's physical.
And if it's not physical, then what?
if it's not physical, then my observations are meaningless.
Oh, but
exactly, yeah, they are. So there's
are you prepared to physical?
Let's say, Matthew, there's a 50-50 chance that the moon is physical and 50-50 chance it's not, but you're just assuming 100% of the time that it is. Wouldn't it be safer to just say to defer that you don't know and remain an honest man?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just showing that flat earthers are forced into the position to say that the moon is not physical.
No, we're not. The moon has nothing to do with the shape of the earth, bro. Nothing. The moon doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the earth, bro.
Well, do you think the moon changes distance throughout the night?
I have no idea because I don't know even if the moon is just a light or if it's a physical thing. You know what I mean?
Have you ever had? I mean, that's a good tactic.
Well, I mean, it's not a tactic. It's just remaining honest. Like, have you ever thought that maybe there's some things on Earth that we are not meant to know? We're not physically able or capable of finding these answers out. Don't you read from the Bible, Matthew? Matthew, don't you claim to be a Christian?
Yeah, and so God says, "Go forth and multiply and have dominion over earth." I think that means that He wants us to go and understand as much as we can. So I don't think God limits us.
Does He say dominion over earth or dominion over every living thing on earth?
Over every living thing.
Okay, so I don't think that would. I don't think the moon would be one of the living things.
Yeah, that's right. But I think the principle seems to hold for everything too, the physical world too.
Wait. So if God said, "Go forth and multiply and have dominion over every living thing on earth," why would you assume that a living thing on earth is a light in the sky that you don't even know if it's a physical thing or not? He says, "Though we see but a poor reflection in the mirror, then we shall see face to face." You know, although we don't understand everything now, we shall know everything even as we are fully known. So, I mean, I think by that scripture right there, it's saying that there are some things that we can't physically and we aren't supposed to know because we can't physically know these things, but we will. You know, we will know them even as we're fully known. Wouldn't you agree with that, Matthew?
Yeah, we'll know eventually, sure.
So, until we know, why would we assume anything?
We shouldn't assume things that don't seem reasonable. We should just stick to what we have heard from God. And then there are other things that we might be able to infer, but I wouldn't take it as
99.9%.
Well, Matthew, so if you're going to refer to things that you've heard from, like, quote unquote, God or from the Bible, then doesn't He say in the book of Genesis that He created the moon as a lesser light at night and He created the sun as the brighter light for the day?
Right.
So if He created the moon as a lesser light, where in that scripture would you get the idea that the moon is just a reflection of the sun?
Oh, reflections can be lights too. There's nothing magic about a certain type of light. It doesn't say what kind of light there.
So if God said He created the moon as a lesser light at night, why would you assume that that's a reflection from the sun if He created a lesser light?
Because everything works out geometrically, and it's really clear that it's a reflection, and there's nothing.
Okay, but not in that scripture. There's nothing clear that could even get you to assume that He's saying it's a reflection in that scripture. If you were going to go just by that scripture.
Right. Just by that scripture, He doesn't specify what kind of light.
Can you? Well, Matthew, can you name any scripture where it specifies that it would lead you to believe that the moon is just a reflection from the sun, and if it weren't for the sun, the moon would have no light of its own? Can you show me anywhere in scripture?
No, the Bible doesn't mention the type of light in any.
And you claim to be? Do you claim to be a Christian? Or I don't like that word. Do you claim to be somebody who believes in the Word?
I do.
Well, Matthew, you're not really acting like it by some of the stuff you say. I'm just saying, I'm not judging you or anything. I'm nobody, you know?
Is it okay to use my hard drive? Because the scripture doesn't mention anything about electromagnetism.
We don't have time to look at some fucking...
I don't think belief in God has to do with the shape of the earth.
Right.
Like to say that because you don't believe in flat earth and you obviously don't believe in God, that's kind of an asshole thing to do.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. I wasn't even talking about the shape of the Earth. I was talking about the moon.
Well, I mean, to any flat Earth aspect, like, well, if you think the moon is this way, then obviously you don't believe in what the Bible is telling you. It's like, man, everybody's got different interpretations.
Bro, you can believe whatever you want. It doesn't matter. We're past that. This is what people don't realize. We're way past that. The Earth is not a fucking ball. That's a given.
That's fine, but you asked Matthew what he thought, and so he's telling you what he thought.
And if you, I know, and I enjoy Matthew's company, right?
But if you're going to attack him on his faith, if you're going to attack him on his belief in God, I think that's rude.
I didn't have.
What do you think that was rude? Rude what I said? What do you think that was rude what I said?
Matthew, hang on a second. Matthew, do you feel as if you were being attacked on your faith right now?
I'm used to it. It doesn't.
No, it's not what I asked. I said, do you feel as if your faith was being attacked by that line of questioning?
Not my faith, no.
Yeah, I didn't either. So that's why I'm asking.
Okay.
No,
if I did offend you, I'm sorry. You know what I mean?
No.
I like Matthew. Matthew's fucking cool, bro.
I thought that this was called Flat Earth Discord as well. So isn't that what we're supposed to be doing?
Anything but this.
P-Mac, also, we've already discussed being self-aware, so if you could just try to mute up here and there because you're hot micing and whatnot.
I'm sorry, honey. I apologize.
The funny thing is, I don't think he's hot micing.
Well, just try to wait for people to stop talking and finish your point.
He's cold micing. He's cold micing.
Just please, so people don't mute you and you get offended. Don't get offended if you get muted if you keep doing what you're doing.
So, Matthew, you ever want to come up to Santa Barbara or what?
Yeah, no, I'll keep that in mind. I wrote down your email address. If there's a time where I'm driving through, I'll hit you up and see if we could get together. So.
For sure.
Matthew, do you ever want to go? Ireland?
Do I ever want to go where?
Ireland.
Oh yes.
Ireland.
Yeah, that would be fun.
That's a beautiful country.
I've heard it's very green.
Anytime. It is, but it's even more green.
Well, it's more green than Southern California, that's for sure.
Yeah, what you think is green, it's even greener. It's a beautiful place. I love it. And I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Hey, Matthew, do you teach school in California?
I do, yes. I teach intro to computer science at a university. Sometimes I teach mathematics too.
Hey, well, if you ever want me to go in your class and have your students asking me a barrage of questions, you know what I mean? To try to strengthen their global belief or whatever and try to make Flat Earth look stupid, you could always call me. I'd love.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. The class I'm teaching right now isn't about computer science and not about that type of stuff, but that would be interesting.
You'd need permission probably from the school as well.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd need permission, but I'd probably want to tell somebody.
Well, you dye your hair half green, half purple. You'll be alright. You just be another crazy teacher. Did I say that? I think I said that.
Hey Matthew, let me ask you this:
okay,
if the moon is, as you say, a light being reflected from the sun, where would the moon be able to hide during a new moon as to not be hit by the sun for 3 days?
It's right near the sun. It's almost next to the sun, and so we're seeing the dark side.
How for 3 days? How would the moon get next to the sun?
In its normal orbit, it gets close to the sun. It doesn't get right next to the sun.
Matthew, the sun is 93 million miles away.
Right. It's in the same direction that I'm talking about the apparent location.
And for 3 days, the moon is still going around the Earth, Matthew. How would the moon be able to hide for 3 days straight without any sunlight touching it?
Yeah, it moves about 15 to 19 degrees per day, something like that. And so, it goes from maybe positive 20 degrees to negative 20 degrees before and after the sun, and it's hard to see just a little sliver, especially when it's daytime, right next to the sun.
Matthew, I'm sorry, but Matthew, I'm getting on. I could tell
PMAC, you're interrupting again.
Right. Can I wait for a minute?
No, Levelist asked Matthew a question, and Matthew was trying to answer, and you jumped in.
Tim, I don't like you. We have a confrontation, okay? So shut.
There's no confrontation. You are interrupting. Stop doing it.
There is definitely a confrontation. I don't like you. There's some reason why I don't like you.
Well, then mute up, bro.
There's something. Anyway, listen, mute up. Like, can you make me? Can't you fucking make me? Wait, hold on. I'm talking to
Matthew. Doesn't that make sense, Matthew? What would be able to block sunlight from hitting the moon?
Nothing. It is hitting the moon. It's just hitting the other side of the moon, and so the side that is facing us is dark, or a tiny little sliver. And because it's in the middle of the daytime, it's hard to see that sliver.
Yeah, but we're all moving during those 3 days. The Earth is supposedly moving. The moon is supposedly moving. How would it be undetectable for a 3-day period?
Because it's close enough to the sun. So the angle of the sun and the moon changes in a cycle that's 29 days long, and so for 3 days, it's near in the sky. It's near its apparent location is near the sun.
Can you describe? Help me understand how, when you say close to the sun, the moon is 260,000 or 260,000 miles from the Earth, and the sun is 93 million. So, how are we saying that the moon is close to the sun? What do we mean by that?
The apparent location in the sky, not its actual location. So if you look at
but it doesn't stay constant, Matthew. It doesn't sit in the sky. Everything is moving.
Right. So if you look at the moment of a new moon, if you look at the sun, the moon is somewhere near the sun in the sky. I mean, the apparent location is fairly near. However, it's the dark side of the moon, and the whole sky is lit up by the sun, so that's why we can't see it.
Well, are you fucking Pink Floyd now? Are you Pink Floyd now? Did you just Pink Floyd?
What's he saying?
I don't know. He's drunk. It's hard to understand what he's saying.
P-Mac, are you talking to us?
I'm sorry. Did you? I'm sorry.
Mute your mic if you're not talking to us. Turn your mic off, dude.
Did you just shut up? Did you just Pink Floyd for CDs?
Matthew, do you see how the explanation you just gave is highly suspect?
Does
that make complete sense to you when you said that to me?
100%. I don't know. I'm having a hard time explaining it, but 100% it makes sense to me, and frankly, to almost everybody.
Every 3 days, the moon disappears. Every 3 days,
without anything to hide from out there. I mean, the gift you just showed, like there is no trees out there. There's no mountains to shade the moon from us being able to see it. So it seems a little illogical to say that for every second of 3 straight days, the light would be completely invisible to all observers from Earth. That doesn't make any sense at all.
But it's turning around the Earth at the same time at 24 hours per second. It's turning around Earth.
Okay, so here's an explanation. You see the picture I just posted at 40 past the hour?
Matthew.
Sure.
Matthew, are you listening?
Hey, Mac, we're in the middle of the conversation. You're welcome to join us. If
okay, wow. Can I? Thank you very much.
Please, Mac, can you please mute up while they're having this conversation?
So there's a picture at 40 past the hour. That's what a new moon looks like when it finally becomes visible again.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like this one is probably taken like an hour after sunset or something. But an hour or two before sunset, that same moon is in the sky, but it's blazing light outside because it's daytime. And so that tiny little sliver is going to be hard or almost impossible to see. And then imagine if it were like a day before that, where there's even less of a sliver, then the dark side of the moon is just going to be washed out by the sunlight. And that's why we don't see it for a couple days.
There'd be optics to be able to pick up the light. No one's ever been able to do it.
To be able to see a new moon in the daytime, is what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good question.
I see moon during the daytime all the time.
No,
I mean like
brand new,
moon,
brand new moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's brand new moon, there must be some way of detecting it. I don't know.
There has to be, and you can't. They just say they know where it is. They know it's there because they know where it is or where it should be. That's all they say. Is that no one can pick up where it is, see it, or anything, and you should be able to.
Just look at that GIF. Like there's nothing for the moon. There's no way for it to hide from us.
Yeah. So what if the moon rotates a little bit more and comes into the other line where it's right in between the sun and the Earth?
Yeah, but the moon's still going around us, Matthew. Every day the moon is still going around us every single day.
It takes about 29 days to go all the way around.
It's moving.
Right. But not very much.
So
there's still a halo around it as well. So even if it was daylight, with some optics, you would be able to pick it up, and you can't.
There must be some time we should.
Yeah, I would need some more clarification on you using the phrase "the moon is close to the sun." That just sounds sounds really weird to me, dude.
What I mean by that is its location in the sky, its apparent location in the sky is not far off from the apparent location of the sun.
So for 3 days, you can't see it. Okay, now pitch and try it again.
So, hey, Matthew. I didn't hear any of that.
I'm gonna look up some of the dates. Let's see. It says the next new moon is February 19th.
For 3 days, the moon disappears for 3 days.
Yes, that's what we've been talking about.
Undetectable.
Whatever.
Yes. Go ahead, P-Mac. What were you going to say about
that? You can't see it.
Right,
how does it happen?
It has its dark side facing us, and it's in the middle of the day, so the sky is too bright and the dark side is too dark. The sky is too bright and the dark side
hang on. I see.
I'm listening.
I'm asking you, how many times does the Earth orbit the moon per day?
You get, I'm hearing nothing, P-Mac.
Yeah. How many times does the Earth do what? I don't know what P-Mac's
per day.
You're not coming through, man.
P-Mac, we've heard about 20% of your words, and the 20% that we do hear are almost unintelligible.
How many times does the Earth orbit the moon per day?
The moon orbits, in the heliocentric model, the moon orbits the Earth about every 28 days, 29 days.
So how was it hidden for 3?
For 3 of those days, its location in the sky is near the location in the sky of the sun, and so it's in the middle of the daytime. At the same time, the dark side of the moon is what is facing us, and so the dark side of the moon is so dark and the sky is so light that we don't see it.
Possible. It's not possible.
You're roboting more than Gizmo does, mate.
Okay, here's something that might be helpful. At 47 past the hour, I posted a picture of what a quarter moon looks like. You see that?
It's not you, mate. It was roboting. Not your fault.
We couldn't hear what you were saying. I would be interested to hear what you say, but.
So go ahead, Matthew.
Matthew, can you hear me?
Yes. So do you see the image at 47 past the hour?
No.
Yep.
Okay. Just like the bottom left-hand side of the moon is not visible. What happens during a full moon or during a new moon is that the whole moon is dark, and at the same time, it's only up during daytime. And so, just like we can't see the bottom left of this moon, we can't see the entire moon for a couple days when it's a new moon. I mean, I get you don't buy that explanation because it's a heliocentric explanation. I'm saying that's what our explanation is.
Well, I also don't buy it because the moon goes across my entire skyline every day, or when it is out, just like the sun does. So you're saying, you know what I'm saying? Like everything is moving, everything is supposed to be in motion. How would it be able to stay hidden for 72 hours?
Because it's moving in sync with the sun, or fairly close to in sync with the sun.
What?
Magic speed.
Yeah, I'm just
It's not exact because the sun takes 24 hours and the moon takes 29 days.
Yeah.
And so it's about an hour. The moon rises and sets about an hour later every day. I mean, it's 29/24, so you want to be technical. About an hour.
On my moon. I know math, right?
It would make more sense if you said that the moon hid behind a star cloud for 3 days. To be honest with you.
Yeah, but that's false. That's what happened.
I understand that. But I'm saying it would make more sense.
Bollocks. It's bollocks. Absolute bollocks. You know, I mean,
hey, P-Mac, maybe drop out and then re-enter. That might help.
I think if he got some sleep, that would fix it all.
He's got it in for you today, doesn't he, Tim?
I was going to talk a little shit myself, yeah. I also note to self: don't drink wine and come on Discord.
Or realize when you get to a point, go, okay, I'm going to switch the microphone off now. I'm not making
That's all I was saying. Yeah, that's all I was saying, man. Because there's just a point where you just got to realize that you're not being self-aware.
I mean, you must be having trouble reconnecting too.
Yeah.
But so even with that picture, Matthew, like, so you're showing half the moon. Like, if it was, we are seeing the dark side of the moon, like you were saying, then there would be something. There would be some light coming from behind it.
But there's no light on the bottom left of the thing that I posted. So
Yeah, but that's because the light from the other half of the moon would be drowning it out.
Yeah, but there's no like edge to the bottom left, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand what you mean, but if that whole moon was dark, then you would see the back. There would be some light emanating from the back of it. It'd have to be.
Yeah, like a moonshine. Like we have Earthshine, so there would be like a moonshine, right?
It'd have to be something.
Good point.
Because
like an eclipse.
Yeah,
a little halo.
Yeah, a little halo. Even a small one, you'd still see.
Like a darkening.
Yep. That's the only thing that would logically make sense. That you would see it like an eclipse.
Disappearing for 3 days?
Yeah, it makes total sense. Yeah.
Well, what would a rebuttal be to that then? Instead of just saying, "Oh, it doesn't make sense."
Yeah, I don't know. Well, you've got to prove that it's a physical thing for that to work. And what's yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Well, what is the rebuttal? Oh, well, we don't know enough about the moon. We don't know what it is. Not there, so it's not there. It's another one of those questions, Tim.
Yeah.
You should just see some light. If the moon's in the sky anywhere, you always see the moon in the sky. I don't know.
Not if it's too dim. You don't see the dark side, especially in the middle of the day. The sky's too bright. You don't see any stars in the middle of the day. That doesn't bother you.
You see the moon in the middle of the day.
If the bright side of the moon, sure, but you never see the dark side.
What do you?
Only one side of the moon, Matthew. No one has ever seen the back side of the moon. We've only ever saw the front side of the moon.
Yeah, you're right.
Are you saying that it's lighting up the dark side of the moon?
There's the front and the back, and then there's the light and the dark. I'm saying that nobody's ever seen the dark side of the moon during the day.
Only one side of the moon, Matthew. People have only seen one side of the moon.
Right. There's the front and the back. People have only seen the front side of the moon. Separate from front and back, there's something called the light side and the dark side of the moon. That's a different line.
You're saying that the face of the moon that we normally see would be the dark side at that point?
No,
it goes dark, is what he's saying. It goes dark. Yeah. It's not that it's always dark. It's that it transitions to dark, and because it transitions to dark, we don't get to see it because it's too light out. Sorry, I'm not trying to argue for you, Matthew. I'm just trying to bring clarity. If
no, that's
y'all don't
helpful.
understand
What you said is helpful.
Is that what you were saying, Matthew?
Yeah, that's right. He got it right.
Like, I know it's hard for us. I know it's hard for us to understand the heliocentric model after we wake up, but like, it's important to remember where we came from.
Not for me. I understand
to be able to understand what they're trying to say, so we don't get hung up on the argument.
Yeah, well, the dark side of the moon is not the dark side of the moon. So when they say dark side of the moon, it's not. They're not actually describing a side of the moon. So why do they use the term dark side of the moon?
Yeah,
fucking stupid. They should just call it the fucking back side of the moon, like because the side that we see is becoming dark as well. So it's not the dark side of the moon's always changing. So
Dark
not
side of
a
the
side
moon
of
is
the
the
moon.
side. The dark side of the moon is the side that's not lit up.
I know what it is. I know it. I know exactly what it is. But I'm saying it's not an actual thing. The dark side of the moon is not a thing.
Okay, in the heliocentric model where the moon is a sphere, it is. And I posted
Well,
another
it's not
picture.
because it says it's a side. The dark side of the moon describes that there is always a side that's dark.
Right.
So that's not what happens.
That's what happens in the heliocentric model.
No.
Yes, I know it better than you do.
It's not, but it's always changing. So it's not one side that's always dark.
Right. No, you're right. It's always changing. It's not one side that's always dark, and those are the phases. And you're also right.
That's what I said.
The front and the back.
Yeah.
Maybe it's hidden in the words. It's a sphere. A sphere has no sides.
No sides.
But that's exactly what I said. That's what I said. I said the part that we call the dark side of the moon, or not the face, but the face where we always see the moon would be dark at that point.
Hey, a sphere has two sides. It has the inside and the outside.
So if I could use a different word besides side, I could use half. But in the heliocentric model, the moon is a sphere, and half of it is lit up and half of it is dark. And then also half of it is facing us and half of it is not. So if you look at 56 past the hour, the front half of the moon is facing us, and it's the same half that always faces us. And then there's the light half, which is top right, and the bottom left is the half that isn't lit up. Sorry, say that again. What did you ask?
Sides don't face us. So it's not 50% that's facing.
That's why I said
really,
half.
is it?
I said half.
It's not really, though, is it?
It's probably more like 52, 53% because we can see a little.
How can you see 52% of a ball from one direction?
No.
How do you do that?
You can't.
You just said we see 52% of it.
I was saying that there's about 52% of it that's lit up by the sun, just because it has mountains and stuff. So
diffusion as well. So I understand that. Yeah,
and then also because the moon wobbles a little bit, we actually throughout the year can see.
When does this
like
moon?
57%.
When does the moon wobble? When did we detect the moon's wobble? And when did we confirm the moon's wobble?
Over the space of like a couple months, like due to its orbit, we can see more than 50%.
It turns.
Yeah.
Well, I know it turns like a steering wheel, but what's this wobble you speak of?
Yeah.
Where's that?
Don't forget the Earth is wobbling
it's
too.
at 59 past the hour. You can kind of see that from Earth we can see more than half of the moon.
Earth, we can see more than half of the moon.
Not at once, but throughout the year or throughout the phase.
So does that? So does the moon not keep turning as? So if you're looking like a steering wheel, the moon doesn't keep turning in that anti-clockwise direction. It turns anti-clockwise and it goes back clockwise. Is that serious?
During the space of a night or a day, the moon is rising in the east and setting in the west, just like everything else. The GIF I posted is a bunch of pictures taken over the space of a whole month, it looks like. And so due to the orbit sort of being a little bit higher, a little bit lower, then we see different parts of the moon at different times in the month. So if you add those all up, it's something like 57%, but not all at once, you're right.
That wobbling's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's just pictures. It's nobody, I mean...
Yeah, it's not, well, you can't do a video of that time lapse anyway, yeah. But, yeah, it's pretty cool. I must admit, I've always been fascinated by the moon.
Have you ever looked at it through a telescope?
Yeah, I have actually. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I like it when it's like a half phase. Does look like
solid. Yeah.
It moves a little faster than I thought it would move too.
What do you mean?
When you're trying to line it up in the eyes.
Yeah. In the scope, come back, you talk to someone, you come back, and it's gone. It's out of you have to reposition.
But when you're just looking at it with your naked eye, it doesn't look like it's moving at all, does it?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, most of the things in the sky, well, all the stars are moving at 15 degrees per hour, but the moon actually moves a little bit slower than 15 degrees because it rises and sets an hour later every night.
Did you see that picture of the supposed dark side of the moon that I posted?
Yeah, I've seen that. Is this the refrigerator magnet picture?
I don't know. I don't know what you're referring to. I don't know what that means.
Oh, that's just what some people call it, the refrigerator magnet. That was the Epic Discover satellite that took that picture, I think.
I want to know why the backside of the moon's not lit up, but the whole of the Earth is.
It is lit up. That's just the moon is.
That's lit up.
That's a good question.
I want to know what that green halo is on it.
Oh, the green halo is due to there being 3 separate cameras, and so they took 3 separate pictures.
It's not a picture.
It's great excuses.
Images.
Yeah. I'd like to see somebody demonstrate that here in my shop. That'd be cool.
He's still trying to do a gas pressure.
Yeah, that one too. Yeah.
They do.
I'm ready
on your desk.
On my desk,
some pockets
bench,
of gravity
in the front yard, wherever we got to do it.
Matthew, you have some official, something you would call official of the dark side of the moon? You could pop in the chat. I want to take a peek.
He's got it right there. 3 minutes ago. It's official.
I mean, what do you mean, like something official? Like
from a NASA
satellite
catalog?
That's the satellite picture of the moon and the Earth. The Earth's well lit, but the moon's not. That's pretty strange.
Well, that was from Levelist that's asking. He's the one who sent the one that you're referring to.
Right.
And now, he's asking Matthew if he has it.
Oh, okay, got it. All right. I'm sure he can round one up.
Come on now.
Come on, man.
Let's get daddle. Let's scoot.
They do call it the back side of the moon, the far side. That is right.
I'm with you, Timbo. I've always been confused. I remember getting into admittedly, it was a very drunk argument, but I got into a huge argument when I was like 20 years old about the moon.
Yeah, about it just not being a side.
Yeah, how can we only see one side of it? How in the fuck could it be tidally locked? How could it not rotate like everything else is supposedly? Yeah, it was very alcohol fueled, but it was confusing.
And then we're getting gravity from the sun, but that's not affecting the tidal locking of the moon when it goes on the side closer to the sun. Like, that's always perplexed me as well. Like it's not, okay, the moon goes away on the other side of the Earth a little bit further from the sun, but when it comes back around, is it not affected by the sun gravitational pull on that side?
Nah,
I don't get it.
It's
I know the answer will be because it's not. It's gravitationally locked to
Goldilocks zone, man.
Yeah,
Goldilocks zone, people. Come on. Everybody knows that, right?
I mean, I imagine the answer would be something to do with orbital mechanics. You could look up the equations if you want to, but that's complicated stuff.
It's all made up anyway.
That was a recent picture of the moon. Yeah, that was last month.
What, Simcord's egg?
Yeah.
It's a dinosaur egg.
Oops. What the hell? Yeah.
Heretic still going with this.
I've never seen that moon, man.
No, I think that's the moon when it becomes a new moon and disappears for 3 days. It looks like that, but no one's ever seen it. Yeah. So.
Well, I want to.
Turns into an ostrich egg.
I think our next moon landing, we should go when there's no moon. Yeah. So.
Yeah, just aim in that direction where it's supposed to be.
That way.
See if it turns up.
That way we can find out where that bad boy is, man. Where are you hiding? Where are you hiding up there, man?
Imagine what would it do? Just appear? Oh yeah, there it is. Look.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Got it. We're right on target, like we always are.
Always on target, man. 100%.
No one ever makes any mistakes. Nothing.
Hey,
it always goes to plan, apart from challenge.
It was 30. Oh. It was like 30.
I'd say 33.
No, not quite. It's like 37 years ago. Was it 37? No, 86. Yeah. 1986 on this day, the 28th. Not for you, Timbo. It was yesterday, but for Matthew and I over here on the West Coast, it was still the 28th or 29th. So the Challenger blew up, man, and all 7 astronauts went on to have great careers.
They're twins. Their twins did for sure.
Their twins did for sure.
Still going strong.
And there's a bunch of people that look just like them with the same name. It's so weird. I don't get it. I don't know.
I was in school at the time, and then pretty soon there was this joke going around, what does NASA stand for? And
you need another 7 astronauts.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I love
what do you think about that, Matthew? Like these people have turned up. Some have got twins. Some have exactly the same name with the same career. Look exactly the same. What's your view on that?
Globe logic.
Sure. All 7 of those astronauts died 37 years ago today. And they died when the Challenger hit the water. And they have never been seen anywhere else since then. All stories to the contrary are conspiracy theories and coincidences and people that they found that look like.
I wonder, they never pulled any bodies out of there, right?
I don't think so. No.
They were just vaporized. Now that was because they were launching in some cold weather, and the O-rings apparently shrank a little bit too much and started leaking.
If you get a leak, well, you could just get a leak.
You got a leak. You're gonna have a leak. Yeah, there you go, Levelist. No, there's no.
Yeah, no.
Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here.
Yeah.
Nothing to see.
Now, Matthew, to be more specific, are you speaking about when you say these people were never seen again? Do you mean that their names were never seen before, or their actual DNA, their actual human body was never seen after that?
I'm saying that those people
you can die on paper, right? Your name could die.
No, they actually died. They actually died.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, well, who are these people then? Who are these people?
People just look amazingly like him. Amazingly.
Twins that no one ever knew they had twins.
Yeah. Yeah, that guy had the Japanese guy on the left there. Yeah,
Didn't they have the same names too?
Oh
yeah, same names. The most convincing one is that Judith Resnick, the professor.
Yeah, that's a pretty funny one. Hey, they're all very super interesting on Speculation Sunday, man. Woo! We can bring it up, man.
What do you think of that little tidbit that they were all twins, Matthew? What do you think of that fact?
Well, I don't know their family history. I don't know that they all had twins, do they? I don't think they did. I don't think any.
Not all of them, but yeah. So the black guy had a twin.
He had a twin brother, and the giant
Japanese guy.
Yeah, he had a twin. That's the only two I know of.
The other guy, with the funny eyes at the front, he had a company.
Yeah.
Named something, and the logo was.
Right, the logo was the Challenger blown up. Right.
Yeah.
I was like, no, get it. Hey, new perspective.
And then it disappeared. And then the company disappeared after someone exposed them, and then the website shut down and everything. Very coincidental.
Very coincidental. That's all I can say. Very coincidental. It's a coincidence, theorist. Yes, I did not make that up. Somebody else did that one, but I love it. That's hilarious. So yeah, new perspective. Jump in, man. Speculation Sunday. I know how you love to speculate on some shit, man. Damn. Yeah, they look a lot alike. There's Scobie. Yeah, he's the one that had the cows in trees logo, right? That was his company. That was pretty interesting. Yeah, it's just a big giant coincidence, Matthew. That's all it is. Coincidence. Has any of you guys ever found your guys' twin? Anybody?
Not yet. Still looking.
I heard, I've ran into a couple of people over the years, like two, that ran up to me and started calling me some other name, I'm like, nah, man, it's not me, bro. Like, you fucking shitting me, They were like freaking out a little bit. Like, I go, I must have a twin somewhere then, huh? He's like, yeah, I think you do, man. Anyway, does that ever happen to you guys where somebody said, hey, man, what's up, Joey? And you're like, that's not my name, huh? No, man, yeah, I know you from... No, never happened to any of you guys? Okay. All right. Cool. Right on,
I just
Dave.
popped in. What's somebody calling you the wrong name?
No, I was just talking about, have you ever met your twin? I mean, there's all these twin astronauts.
I've never met a twin of mine, but I've been told that I have one.
Right. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I've been told that as well. Have you guys been told that at all? Ever? You got a twin.
I've seen some.
I used to work with him. CB. Looks just like you. I'm kidding. Okay. Well, it's a phenomenal. Now, not only do they have like lookalikes in the world or brothers, they have the same name. That's kind of weird. Same name. What? No. What's the chances of that? Couldn't be. Come on. That's just you got a better chance of winning the Super Lotto or whatever, man. Come on.
By the way, Matthew, when I asked you to answer, did you read that like an official statement? Did you have that prepared with the way you gave your answer?
Which part?
I think so. Yeah, he wiki that.
1986. These astronauts died. It sounded like you were reading an official press release.
No, I didn't remember that it was 86. I was just going based on what Flat Earth dude said.
Well, you were in high school then, or what?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
So the Wikipedia article talks about how they found their remains.
Oh, okay, they did. Wow. So they're buried somewhere, or?
Well, I mean, they had
services. They had some services. Now, didn't they get like some special burial treatment, like like official government something?
Some of them were military, so probably.
Well, they were all working for humanity, and then they died and trying to go to space, man. And there it is. And they had some beautiful, steady camera work right there, man. Damn, that's good. Damn.
See, somebody just joined in. Blood just joined. What's up,
What's up, Blood? Blood fart. Uh-oh, man, those gotta hurt, dude. Damn. Blood farts. I might have had one. I don't know, man. I'd check my underwear or something. But that doesn't sound healthy, man. Doesn't sound good. Why would you pick that name? No, it's Blood Flat. I'm sorry, my bad.
Because it's better than Blood Fart is better than Queef.
Maybe, I don't know, man. You don't want to have that. He's probably just like, what are these Mongos? Dude, I had my glasses on, bro. Give me a second, man. I'm almost 60 years old now.
Oh, God. Okay.
Shit. All right. That's better. Now I can read it. Ooh.
Now it's Blood Fart.
Hey, shit happens. What are you going to do? It was funny. I mean, if nothing else, I made you guys laugh. Hey,
but he changed it to Blood Fart.
Did he really?
I think it got changed for him, actually. But I don't think he had a choice. But maybe he did. Maybe he did. I don't.
Now it's back to Blood Flat. Okay, we're good.
All right, that
was pretty fun.
I was gonna clip that real quick, man. Damn, took it away. Well, welcome to the server, Mr. Flat. How are you? Blood Flat?
I'm good.
You good? Is Blood Flat? Blood always finds its level. I've seen that guy's channel. Have you seen that one? Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's a YouTuber, I think. Yeah. One of those. I don't know. He might have gotten kicked off of YouTube. He might be over a bit shooting.
So now your blood fart again.
Come on. Don't do that to him. Guy's in here. He's kind of new to the server. Yeah.
Well, what do you think about the Earth, buddy?
It's flat. He came out with Blood Flat, man. It's flat. He knows it.
Blood.
I don't know.
Blood. What brought you into the server, buddy?
I was just checking it out. I've been on here before.
Yeah, you've been here going back to November or something. A few months. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool, man. So how did you find the server, first of all? Somebody might have already asked you that, but I don't know.
A guy posted it in a video game chat.
Right on.
So what conclusions have you come up with so far?
I don't know. Here to learn.
All right.
How much effort would you say you've put in on the subject?
Not much.
All right. You're probably just busy with work, school, family.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of shit. Life. You're too busy with life?
Yep.
Yeah, it does take a bit of time to really sit down and either come in Discords or watch some videos or go out and do your own observations. The cool thing is we live on Earth. We can check it out. So easy. Just go outside. And then you got it, man. Watch the stars, watch the horizon, watch the sun, watch the moon. Yeah. If you live on Earth, you can check it out. If you don't, I don't know where you live, because this is the only place to live is here. Nobody's living in space. Nobody's living on the moon or Mars or anywhere. That's not happening.
So if you had to make a bet, Blood, you had to put all your money on one side or the other, where are you putting your money right now?
On red.
Red.
Always bet on black.
Oh, shit. You went with red? Damn.
Shout out Wesley Snipes.
Damn. Always bet on black, dude. Always.
Passenger 57.
Wesley Snipes. Yeah. There you go. Levelist.
Blood. Come on, answer that question honestly, bro.
I don't know. Interesting arguments from both sides.
What's one of the arguments What's one of the arguments from the flat Earth side?
I think it's flat.
That's
Whoa,
you can do better than that. You can do better than that. You said there's good arguments on both sides. So let's hear it. What's one good argument from each side? Let's start with the flat Earth.
I don't really remember. It's been a while since I was here.
So then how do you know there's good arguments?
Thought I remember.
Yeah. Okay. Well, what about one good globe Earth argument?
I don't know. It's like
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this topic isn't really all that interesting to you.
It's like when you go into a bar and just like sit in the corner and order a water. We only serve paying customers here. No, I'm just kidding.
I used to go to the bars and order a glass of milk, man, every once in a while, just to see what people would go. What the fuck? I like milk. You know? What do you do?
All right, bro. Blood. If it's late, you gotta get some rest. Go for it, man. But what do you got for us? Give us something to chew on. You said what the flat earthers have a good argument? Well, what do they say? Oh, it's just flat. So what does flat mean to you?
Ooh. Well, I'll answer it for him. I'll give him this. I'm going to throw you an alley-oop here, man. The horizon where the sky meets earth, whether it's over water or land, is always level and flat. It's an easy one. You can go check it out for yourself. Don't believe any of us. Go out there, check it out. It's easy to do. It's called the horizon, meaning horizontal and level. From left to right, all you're going to see is flat. Okay? And that you can check out for yourself. You don't have to sign any contracts. You don't have to take an oath. You don't have to do anything, man. You can just go outside and check it out. So easy to do. That stuff is flat, Adam. So anyway, I threw you an alley-oop. Now, what else could maybe make you think you live on a flat stationary plane or a globe? Either one, man. Pick one. What makes you think you're on a ball or flat or talking to us on Discord. Are you sure you're talking to us on Discord right now? I don't think he's answering any questions.
Yeah.
You gotta be sure of something, man, in life.
I think
whatever it is, I'm sure I can drive a car. And you gotta kind of have some confidence to do it. Anyway, what are you sure of? Are you sure you're on Discord right now, sitting at home talking to people on Discord?
I had a couple drinks, but.
Oh, cool. Me too, man. I got I just started my second glass of wine, but
let's get PMAC back on here.
Mm-mm.
Hold on, guys. I want to check in with Nolan the Great real quick. Nolan, can you hear us?
Nolan the Great.
Nolan
the Great.
Hey, buddy, can you say hello?
You can unmute your mic, Nolan. We've given you that permission at the moment.
Hey, Gizbo.
Yo.
Dude, this Speculation Sunday thing we came up with is going off sweet, baby. Right?
Yeah, it turned into kind of like an all-day event, and there's been some good conversations all day long. So
it's been good, man. It's a good place to go one day a week, man. And there's nothing wrong with it, man. Everybody loves to speculate about things and throw out ideas, and that's how things get rolling, man. And that triggers somebody else to think about something, and it goes, "Oh shit, I didn't think about that," and it just kind of opens conversation up and spreads little ideas here and there, and you never know what's going to pop up, and that's the kind of fun thing about it. I found so far, it's been really great. Thanks, Gizbo. It's your idea.
I appreciate the recognition. It was more or less an opportunity, I thought, for everybody to have a genuine conversation without the repercussions of you can't prove that, you can't verify that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of things we can't verify. There's all kinds of things we can't prove. But there are some that we can, and some we can test. Some we can observe. Yeah, I mean, it's just great.
Well, here's the thing about the speculation portion is like many people come from many different upbringings. And so like there's different stories all over the world, and there's different explanations for those things. And so I thought it was important to hear everybody's point of view, because we always talk about perspective, and perspective is not just about vision, but about like understanding as well.
Good point. Yeah. Having a perspective on an idea or a situation is very helpful. Like if I told you, hey man, I went to this concert last night and it was really big and there was 50,000 people there. You might have been to a 50,000 people event in your life. So you'd have some kind of, idea what the fuck's going on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, oh yeah, well, I went to that thing, man. It was huge, man. It was people everywhere. It was $20 for a beer. Can you believe that shit, fuckers?
Because they want you to leave when it's time to leave.
I'm like, $20 for a beer, killing me, man.
They don't want to be responsible for your speeding ticket on the way home,
or whatever other $10,000 ticket they can hand out that night. Yeah,
right.
One of those. Yeah.
But yeah, you went to a 50. Oh, go ahead.
I just want to try to check back in with Blood, unless you guys are.
No, go ahead.
No, we're done.
Blood,
we lost our other guy, but I think he wasn't going to talk anyway. But I was just curious, like, I don't know, maybe what's going on, Blood? Is it late? Are you kind of a lot tired or what?
Yeah, it's pretty late.
Are you playing a video game right now and using us as your audio track? Really?
Yeah, I'm just listening.
But you're playing a video game. That means you're distracted with something else. And, it's kind of, I don't know. slightly disingenuous, I'll say.
All right, let me see if I can ask him some questions.
Yeah.
So, why did you come here tonight? Just out of curiosity.
Like listening to like the arguments and stuff.
Okay. Would it be fair if we wanted to listen to, if we had the same kind of intentions for new people, we wanted to listen to their arguments too, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm just kind of busy. I was just trying to listen.
Okay.
I dude, man, put who fucking.
So wait, listen, this is what's gonna happen, Blood. This is what's gonna happen, Blood. What you'll listen to is just shop talk, if that's what you want to listen to. So otherwise, we can have a little back and forth, maybe generate some conversation. Other people will chime in and join in. Oh, Eric is joined, so maybe we can check in with Eric. Hey, buddy, what's going on?
420. Hey, can I ask? Do you guys actually believe the Earth is flat?
No,
absolutely not.
Just in the same way, like if I asked you if you believed how tall you are, you would say that's silly. You know how tall you are because you measured it, and we would know. We would know.
So
we would know it was a globe if it was measured.
You know the Earth is flat.
Yeah, and we would know it was a globe if it was measured. Right?
How do you know it?
Because you measure it.
Measure what? How?
Yeah, and just like I said, we would know it was a globe if it was measured as well. You would know it if there were measurements.
I think we need to back up CB and see how much Eric knows about the globe. Maybe Eric knows a lot about the three questions that pretty much make up the globe. I don't know. Let's see if Eric knows his shit.
Do you know what size the globe is claimed to be, Eric? Off the top of your head?
No, I don't.
All right.
I want to know that.
That's important. That's an important number. It's really important.
Is it important?
Yeah, because let me go back to my example. Right? If you asked how tall I was, or if you asked, do you believe how tall you are? I would say no. I know how tall I am because I've measured it. So that's why the measurements are important.
What have you measured that has come?
Well, hold on. They've claimed they have measured the globe Earth. You understand?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
So
so let's find out who did. Who did that?
Humanity.
Okay, let's get a little bit more specific.
I don't know. You tell me. Government.
So, do you know or you don't know?
No, I don't know. You tell me.
Okay, fair enough. It's all right if you don't know. But like I said earlier, it's about what you. It's not about what you believe. It's about what you know, and you would know how tall you are when you measure it, and you would know the Earth was a globe if it was measured. But notice how you don't even know the claimed size, and you don't even know if anyone's measured it.
So what was the answer?
So in the chat,
who measured it?
We'll get back to that. Obviously, you don't know, so we'll get back to that. The second thing is you said the Earth was spinning. Remember, we were
kind of condescending. You know that? Or you think I'm stupid because I think the Earth is round?
You've got food in your mouth, so let's relax with pointing the fingers here, boy.
No.
So let's get back to you said the buildings are moving. Remember, you said the Earth was spinning.
Everything is moving with the planet.
Yeah, well, it was kind of funny because you said that the buildings weren't moving, and then you turned around and said, "Actually, they are." So,
no, I mean they are, and they are.
I got you.
I mean, if you're sitting still, you're not technically moving, but you are moving.
Boys, we fucking got them. Anyway, listen. So here's the second thing. Do you know anyone who's measured this rotate? You're saying it's spinning. Like, how do you know that? Has anyone measured it, or do you have any proof of that? No. I'm asking for who measured that. No, listen. I'm asking not for claims, but who measured that.
I don't know. Scientists?
Oh, so another vague answer. That's okay. It's all right.
Yeah. People get famous.
Are you going to tell me the answer?
Well, yeah, we'll get back to it.
We will. Hold on. We will. We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
A little bit of a process.
Yeah,
so
dude.
Just pump the brakes. We got.
You
one
came
more
here. Remember, you want to learn.
We got one more question to go, and we can go back to the answers that you didn't know. So the third question is a little bit more technical, but see if you can follow along. So we've got gas, pressure. Do you have a car?
I think I can follow along.
Okay. Do you have a car or a bicycle?
Yeah.
Okay. You ever got a flat tire before?
Yep.
Okay. So what did you have to do? Did you plug the tire? Or did you get a new tire?
I changed the flat.
You changed it. So you got a new tire.
Yeah.
Okay. So can you think of any example where you don't need any type of containment for the gas pressure? Right. So can you think of any example where you wouldn't need a quote unquote tire to contain some gas pressure?
What?
Yeah, so the reason why you had to replace the tires because you can't just ride around on a pocket of air or hanging around the rim. So you had to get a new tire. You had to get a new tire to contain that air that's inside the tire.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I'm asking you if you can think of any example, a demonstration, practical demonstration of where you don't need a container for gas pressure.
So you don't think the atmosphere is a container?
Well, I'm just asking you.
I can't think
because the atmosphere would be like the air inside the tire. So what would be containing that?
The magnetic field.
Magnetic air that we're talking about. You breathe magnetic air.
Dude, I need some magnetic tires, bro.
Bro, that's actually kind of convincing, but
kind of.
Well, we can get into it. We can get. I just wanted to know what your current understanding of the world is. But which one do you want to start with?
Do you know or do you not know any example?
Tell me more about the atmosphere.
Do you know any example?
Gas pressure.
Do you have any example of gas pressure without a container?
No.
Yeah.
Nope. We don't either. So you're not alone.
No one does. Don't worry. No one does. So, listen, bro. Basically, what they're saying with the globe is that it's imagine like your bike rim or your car rim. They're just saying it's so big that you don't even need a tire.
You don't need a tire? What?
You don't need a container.
Don't need
in other words.